Priceless experiences, Napa Valley wine tasting, spoiling my women friends, sitting at the table with millionaires. The narrative is tax loops, accounts offshore squares. It's not allowed. Yo. Welcome to Coin Gang. Welcome to Coin Gang on the late night shift. How y'all doing out there? As always, you know the drill. If you can see me, press 1, and if you can hear me, press 2. If you can see me, press 1, and if you can hear me, press 2. You know everything got to be A1 official over here. Before we do what we do, we follow some key rules over here. One of those rules is top shelf or nothing. So if you can hear me, press 1, and if you can see me, press 2. Come in and say what's up to your boy and how you doing. And man, I got a great conversation today, man. I'm gonna talk to the homies. I'm gonna talk to the peoples. Craig Stevens, I see you in the chat, man. Get at me first thing in the morning, bro. Let's catch up, man. Let me know what you got going on. Please connect with me ASAP. Shout out to you, Craig Stevens. Doing your thing. You know what I mean? I support you in everything you do, fam. But welcome to Coin Gang. How y'all feeling, man? We're on a late night. We're gonna do what we do. And today I'm talking to the fellas today. Ladies, you could definitely get something from it, but I want to talk to specifically the gentlemen. You know, at Coin Gang, this is the #1 place for personal development. You know what we do. This is a place where when you come, you leave better. You leave better than when you came. That's our mission over here, to build better individuals, a better mindset. Everybody can't go though. This is not no builds and chops for everybody. We believe in personal accountability here. We believe in top shelf or nothing. We believe in getting heaven now. We're not going to wait until we die. We embrace aspects of narcissism. We don't put that shit down. You know what I mean? We definitely have a elevated sense of importance over here. You know what I mean? And that's important in a world that beats you down, in a world that doesn't. Let me turn my little background. Call myself trying to have some background music. You know, we embrace levels of narcissism over here. We don't put that down. We do have an elevated sense of importance. We do think we're important. We do think we matter in a world that kicks you down and spits on you and tries to neglect you and wants you to be humble and blah 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 blah. But over here at Coin Gang, we put in the work. So if you know the Coin Gang constitutions already, and if you live in those constitutions, go ahead and drop a couple of them constitutions in the chat to let me know that you're living that outside of here. You don't need me to live the Coin Gang constitutions. You don't need me to be selfish now so you could be selfless later. You don't need me to be around you to put 9 on the dope. What that means is you put out the highest quality of work. Things you touch is 9 on the dope. Go hard or go home. My conversation today is for the fellas. And I think it's a timely conversation. And I'm I'm pretty good in the area that I'm talking about. I've had my successes with women. Of course, I've had my little heart broke when I was young, but for the most part, I've had my successes with women. And I'm not a red pill guy or none of that. If anything, I'm a Molly pill. I'm not red pill, blue pill, black pill. If I'm any kind of pill, I'm an ecstasy pill. My conversation today is 10 secrets for black men to find the right woman. That's the title, but it ain't just black men. It's any men. But the title is 10 secrets for black men to find the right woman. And if you haven't liked or shared the video, what are you waiting for? You might be the man that is looking to find the right woman, or you might be wanting to elevate your relationship into a better place where you get better outcomes and things run more smooth. You might got a partner or a nephew or a son that you can't reach. You might want to share this video. And again, this is not red pill logic or blue pill logic. If I am a pill, if I have to identify with a pill, it most definitely will be a Molly. Oh man. So you guys sit back and get right into it. And we're not going to waste any time. Make sure you like and share the video. I think one of the problems that a lot of young men or men coming in the game, jumping off the porch with women is trying to understand female nature. The issue with a lot of guys is they don't understand female nature, and they're going into these areas trying to get a grasp of female nature. And the best way to understand female nature is to deal with females or deal with women, whatever y'all calling them today, single moms. I don't. I just call them baddies. But the best way to understand them is to deal with them. And the issue is that a lot of guys have got their ideal of women through boxes. They haven't experienced women engaging with women or having relationships with women. They're experiencing women through these boxes. Like you're looking at me through a box, whether that's your laptop, whether you're streaming me to your television, or whether you're experiencing me on your phone. You're experiencing me through a type of box. And that's not new. Okay. Let me show you. It's a couple boxes that have shaped the way modern men look at women, and they think that the world has always been like this, but they don't know that the way that they're looking at the world is due to whatever information has been programmed into a box. Let me show you one of the most powerful boxes that have shaped the way men around the world look at women. Okay, let me show you one of them powerful boxes. This is the Bible. This is a box. The Bible is a great book of poetry and philosophy. Um, it's not necessarily a history book per se, but it is a interesting book. But I don't want to deal with the theology of the Bible of if Jesus was a real character and his relationship to Horus and the 12 tribes of Israel, or is this the zodiac and does it represent astrotheology? No, no, no. I don't want to deal with that. What I do want to deal with is its framework of how it imprints this ideal of women into men's minds. So, in men oftentimes don't get their ideals from about women from dealing with women. They get their ideals about women from boxes. In this particular box, right? Let me turn this off real quick. Pardon me. In this particular box is an interesting box because women didn't have any input about themselves in this box. Now, I want you to imagine your daughters, your mother, your sister. If you're a guy, I want you to imagine that the women that are in your life live in a world that they didn't have any input on the code, because that's all we're living. We're living a code. We're living a script. So I want you to think about the women that are in your life. Think about the reality that they're born into. You birthed this daughter. She's so beautiful to you, right? You love her. You'll defend your daughter. You'll protect your daughter, right? You'll ride out for your daughter, right? But you have birthed your daughter into a world that her gender did not have a input in shaping, right? So the life that she's living, she's being told about herself not from her gender, but from the opposite gender. Her nature is being interpreted back to her not by her gender, but by the opposite gender. So, because of what's encoded in this box, follow me, what's encoded in this box, this is talking about the nature of women, or how men should govern women, or how women should behave towards men in the family. But the women don't have input on anything that's being coded. Okay. So the guys, they are interpreting this and then applying it to the women that they meet. But the women didn't have input on the code, right? The New Testament says that, you know, women should keep quiet in the temple, and if they have any questions, they should ask their husbands. But that's a man saying that, right? It was interpreted that because of original sin, that the Christ had to come back to redeem mankind. fallen humanity because of Eve's original sin, right? And it's a book about patriarchs and men, which is fine. It's a nice piece of literature. The problem is that it's one-sided input, okay? Now, I just want to deal with this box because this is one of many boxes, right? This is one of many boxes that have pretty much created this ideal of women and female nature. But this is not the only box. There's a couple other boxes. Let me show you. This right here, let's call this a box too, all right? These are the laws of Hammurabi. And the laws of Hammurabi actually crept into a lot of the Old Testament, right? It's Babylonian. But Hammurabi was one of the kings of Babylon, which was one of the most powerful empires at that particular time. And Hammurabi had these ideals about women and how they should behave. You guys should look it up. I believe Hammurabi's code is about 282 laws. And there's a section that deals with family and women, right? And again, women have no input about what's best for them or their nature. Their nature is coming out of the mind of men. So I want fellas to understand what you think about women is out of the mind of men. It's so interesting to nail that point home. You have men becoming women that feel like they can be a better woman than women. Female nature, as we know it, does not come from women. It comes from men. Men say women are emotional. Men say women are nurturers. Men say women are this. Men say women are that. Now I'm going somewhere with this because I want you to start off with a clean slate, and I want you to engage with women so you can understand each woman is an individual. It's not one organism. So I want you to go out in the world, and I want you to go get your heart broke. Go date. Go try. Go outside. You know what I mean? Stay away from the boxes. Use the read and study the boxes for timepieces and great stories, but don't make what you receive from the boxes a reality because you have to go outside. It's a big world out there. So you had the Bible as a box, right? You had Hammurabi's laws as a box. One of the most effective boxes of creating female nature is this box right here. This box right here is a very, very, very powerful box because when you look at a lot of propaganda from the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, the domestication of the American family, intertwine that with uh, American products and Edward Barnay's propaganda, getting women to smoke cigarettes or commercials, the rise of television and appliances. You had World War II, many men coming home, the baby boomer generation, they needed to spend their money, right? And you got these commercials and this packaging of the housewife, right? So the women were in full makeup. The women were in full makeup and high heels, baking cookies and stuff for their men. But if you go on YouTube, you can type in the 1950s housewife or the 1940s housewife. There was literally documentaries that were showed in school about how to be that. It was a straight up domestication. Okay. So again, this is still us taking information from the box. It's all about the box. We become something different from the box. If you guys see Stanley Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey, you see that these primates all of a sudden have a different awareness after they engage in the box. Every single thing that we know comes out of the box. The TV, the school classroom, the board. We get the information from the box. The Quran is a box. The Bible is a box, right? Our whole reality of what we think about the world comes out of information that is programmed into the box. And now you have the young men and men not engaging with women, not learning about women, not talking to women or spending time with women. Uh, trying to define female nature. That they're not having experiences with women on a one-on-one. No, what they're doing is tapping into information coded on the box. So now we go from boxes. You have the Bible as a box. Look, there's a box, there's a box, there's a box. And now we go from those boxes to pills. So now the information that was once coded on the boxes have been grinded down into pills. And now you have the red pill philosophy, which there's some good points, right? There's some good points. And whoever agrees or disagree, I'll put the chat in later. I'll put the link in the chat later and we could chop it up. So after we finish this bill, right? So now you have a red pill box, but the box has been shrunken down and packaged into pills. Now, and male empowerment is dope, but you eat one pill, not the whole bottle. You eat one pill, not the whole bottle. And that's what's happening. A lot of guys are swallowing the whole entire bottle, right? And they're learning female nature, not from females or men or women. They're learning it from guys, right? And the thing about it is a person's background matters. You need to know where the information is coming from. What kind of place is it? Is it coming from a place of advisory? Is it coming from a place of this is my big bro, right? What is the intention of the person that is speaking? Do they want you to win, or are they putting something on it? Are they wanting to get you to look at the world through their eyes? Or are they trying to open up a space in your brain so you can see it for yourself? That's important. So we went from boxes to pills. And some of this red pill knowledge is great, but you swallow one pill, not the whole bottle. And that's a problem. So I just wanted to walk it down of how we got here. We got here through these boxes, right? These boxes have shaped our world. We have looked into them, right? You look at the PlayStation, that's a box. A Genesis, that's a box. A Super Nintendo, that's a box. A laptop, that's a box. The phone is a box. The television is a box. The board in school that the teacher wrote on is a box. The paper is a box. The Bible is a box. The Quran is a box. The Torah is a box. The Dead Sea Scrolls was written on tablets that are shaped in as a box. Documents that they find in from Sumerian is a box. We look into these boxes and we get the stimulus, and we're different. And what I'm telling you, young men or guys, period, doesn't matter your age. Eventually, you have to go outside and you have to engage with the world and see it and touch it and taste it and smell it and experience it for yourself. And then you draw your conclusion. So we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to go into the 10 secrets that black men to find the right woman. This is Ken Billion's 10 secrets for a black man to find the right woman. And it's actually any man. But we're just going to put the title for black man on it today because I see the genders are struggling to get along, and I would like to start with black men. And these are my 10 secrets, and you can write this down and you can use it, and I hope you travel well with it. So we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to cook. You ready? All right. Don't let nobody trick you into thinking that you can't do it. Don't let nobody trick you into thinking that you was just born to suffer.
Right.
Don't let nobody trick you into believing that your dreams are impossible. See, when you got game, you can make the impossible possible. When you got game, you defy the odds.
Yo.
When you got game, you make things happen. Things don't happen to you.
Talk that shit, Ken.
All things is possible with game, baby. Take it from me. I done did it from Maine to Spain.
Come through the door with it.
My game cost me. I paid for it. So you should too. Hit that cash app. Pay like you weigh. Whatever you got is good, baby. Just bring it to the table. Can't be. All right, you ready? You got your pen? So this is Ken Billion's 10 secrets for black men to find the right woman. And even if you already have a woman, maybe you can take some of this information and tweak your relationship. Y'all ready? Let's do it. Number one, the first secret to finding the right woman: find a woman in your purpose. Very, 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 very important. And I'm going to describe everything that I mean. Okay. Secret one: find a woman in your purpose. The thing that you wake up thinking every day, right? That you're passionate about, the thing that you do the easiest, the thing that you have this calling for, you're convicted for. You if you don't do this, you're not a whole man. That's your purpose. You may or may not make a lot of money in it, right? You may or may not even finish it. It's the thing that is burning you up inside that you need to do. You can't explain it to anyone. You have this vision in your mind that you can't even share with a lot of people because you're not able to always articulate it. It's this thing. It's passion, right? That's your purpose. You just do it naturally. It's the best thing you're good at, right? You need to find the woman when you're in that. The problem with a lot of relationships that guys start with women is the woman has nothing to do with the purpose. And the man makes the woman the purpose. He makes the relationship the purpose. He makes having children the purpose. She is not your purpose. She is something you find when you're in your purpose, right? It's better that you find no woman at all than to find a woman that has nothing to do with your purpose. Let me explain what I mean by that. Say your purpose is you work with children. That's your purpose, whether that's football, some type of martial arts, or some type of mentorship. And you meet a woman in what you're doing, right? She's a part of this some way, somehow. See, if you meet her in your purpose, she understands if you have to travel out of town to do that. She understands. Man, I love that sound. That sound right there, the when the spirit of the the finance hit me, man, I started digging and getting in my bag. Ooh, Lord. Oh man. When you find a woman in that, right? And she understands the story. She understands if you gotta stay up late. She understands if you're not home because you found her in that. And what happens is guys find women separate from the purpose. Now you can meet a woman anywhere. I'm just giving you an example. So say you out at the club, you in Vegas, you kicking it, you chilling. She bad, right? She bad as hell. Y'all kicking it, but she has nothing to do with your purpose. She just fire, right? And you meet her, and y'all get a good flow going on. Y'all get a good relationship. But your purpose is over here, and she has something that's going over there, right? And then you have a baby or you get married, right? And then you find yourself, you're straying away from that passion that you have, and now she becomes the passion. And her concerns and what she got going on, you're way off. And then y'all gonna start, right? And now she has replaced that fire that you used to have for that thing that you was doing. Do you know why? Because you met her separate from your purpose. Now, there are occasions where you can meet a woman anywhere and she identifies your purpose and she hops right into it with you. That does happen. But I'm saying that it's better to find a woman in what you do, right? Don't make the mistake of finding a woman outside of what you do. And when people make the mistake of creating a relationship and the relationship is its own entity, so you have to put your what real life down to do the relationship, and then you spend so much time working on the relationship and not working on your purpose. Some of you guys are going through that right now. Y'all clashing. You're clashing with the woman that you're in a relationship with. Y'all clashing, And do you notice that it ain't about nothing? Like, where is this going? It's not even about nothing. So you spend hours trying to fix a relationship. What about the purpose though? Right? What happens if you would have met the person in your purpose, and that same energy y'all doing like this over here trying to fix the relationship, y'all can work together on the purpose together. Find the woman in what you do. She has a genuine interest in that. She may also do the same thing as you, right? And a lot of guys have this career or this big thing that they're doing, and they set that down to go find a wife that has nothing to do with that. That's a bad move. Don't you want to talk about your purpose with the person that you're laying in the bed with? Don't you want to get excited, right? Don't you want to give them, don't you want input back, right? You may have a blind spot somewhere that she can see, right? Because your head only does this. You can't see in the back of you, right? So don't you want to be with someone that you can say, hey, this is what I'm excited about. This is what I do. This is what I, or do you want to just talk about the relationship? So much time goes into talking about relationships. In fact, that's the number one topic. You can build whole podcasts about relationships. The videos that get the most traffic are about relationships, as if men and women haven't been around each other since time started. And as that consumes so much of your energy. Instead, what if that energy was channeled to the purpose, something that's bigger than this relationship? Y'all follow me? You got me? So the first secret is to find the woman in your purpose. And the mistake that men make is getting with women, having children with women, marrying women that have nothing to do with your life's mission. Never, ever make a woman your life's mission. Ever. 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 And a real one don't want to be your mission in life. And then you have some men that's like, oh man, if we break up, I can't live without you. Uh-huh. No, you can't live without your purpose. You was born at this particular time in that body, in this country for a reason. And it wasn't to find a woman. Though you find a woman when you're in your work. Bang your hammer and nails, and then you'll look over and then a woman will be there in what you do. And it's the horse and buggy. You got to put them blinders on, right? You got to stay on the purpose, stay on the path, on some Book of Eli shit, right? Stay on the path, stay on the path. Sometimes the path is lonely too. It's lonely. Sometimes the path is broke, right? Because you're doing the work, right? Don't get caught up in the microwave society. Purposes don't just pop like that. Y'all heard? Purposes don't, this is not oodles and noodles. A purpose is not uh the shade room or IG. Purposes don't show up well on for IG photos because it's a process. It's a process, right? It's not something that just, no, it's something that you keep waking up because it unfolds. It's something that you're doing, right? Right? It's something that you're doing. It's a process. So it's not, oh yeah, my purpose. Oh, I'm gonna take a picture. Nah, this shit is kind of ugly. You know what I mean? It's that stage between like you letting your hair grow between like an afro and braids. That rough stage of like, yo, you trying to grow your dreads, but it's little. That's how it is. Right? But that's how it is with purpose. It takes time. And you see that the things that matter in life take time, right? A healthy pregnancy, the baby needs to chill in there for a minute. You don't want a premature child. It takes time. Natural fruits, everything natural, everything right takes time. You know what I mean? Has to go through the process, and that's a beautiful thing. And that's how it is with purpose, right? And you'll find a woman in that. It's not like that. You got me? Right? So the first secret for the black man to find the right woman is find her in your purpose. Copy? Number two. Mm, 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 mm. I hope y'all writing this down. This might be one of our classics. This might be one of our classics, y'all. So I hope y'all put this, y'all record this and use it as an NFT or something. This is gonna be one of them classics. Because what we're gonna talk about, what we're gonna talk about in this video is gonna stand the test of time. You know what I mean? Number two, pick a woman based on her ability. Mm, 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 mm. Pick a woman that's good at shit. That sounds so trivial, right? Yo, I'm just, let me say it for the people in the back. Let me say it for the people in the back. Let me say it for the people that haven't been off the porch like me. I see guys are rating women now, so let me speak your language because y'all rate women. One day I was having sex with a 4, and then I wanted to upgrade. So I had a sex with a 6, and then I upgraded, and then I had a sex with an 8, and then I upgraded, and then I've had sex with a 10. And guess what? All they pussy was still pink. And when the sex was over, there was nothing there. They weren't good at anything. Now these are the people I was picking, right? They weren't good at anything, right? So I thought that if I kept scaling up in the beauty department, that it would mean something, right? But I realized that I like to admire people. I like people to have things about them that I don't have, right? I like to watch people in their work. I like to ask questions, right? And I didn't n- know that a woman that was good at things mattered at that time. Cause I came up in hip hop, it was all about the bubbles and tip drill, and you know what I mean? So I thought that sex was enough. Just be good at that. But it ain't though. It's very, very boring. It's how many times you could come. What Lil Wayne say, when I come to my senses. And that's what happened. I began to come to my senses, right? So you want to pick a woman that's good at things that are important to you, that make your life better, that takes that serious, that is trying to master something. Think about Kobe Bryant, right? He was trying to master the game of basketball, master that skill, put in 10,000 hours, 20,000, 30,000 hours, head fakes, right? Footwork drills, fadeaways, right? Different areas of the floor to hit a bank shot. That's mastery. That's mastery. And one of the mistakes that men are making in listening to a lot of influencers or talking heads, they are choosing women for the stupidest shit, and that's not long term. And what happens is you get a baby with a person that you don't even like. Okay, you don't even admire the person. There's nothing wrong with admiring a woman. It's a human. We'll talk about that more later. But just think about somebody that you love that is really good at things, and you wake up every day and it's new and it's fresh. Don't you want to have days where you're quiet, where you're not the one that is just in the front, just don't you want to have days where you like, damn, how you do that? Can you show me how to do that? Right? Neuroplasticity in the brain. Don't you want to experience that? Right? So the second secret is pick a woman based on her ability. That's important. Skill set, right? On a football team, you got wideouts, you got offensive linemen, you got quarterbacks, you got special teams, right? You got special team coaches, you got head coaches, defensive coaches, offensive line coaches, you got trainers, you got GM. Each one of those people have a specific skill, right? Each one of those people have a specific skill that makes that organization work. A specific skill. And the mistake that guys are making is you're picking a woman with no ability. Beauty isn't an ability. It can be taken. It doesn't hold that much value, right? Because as age comes, see, with knowledge, with knowledge and ability, as you age, you get better at it, right? You get smarter. When you look at guys in sports, they might lose the athleticism, but their knowledge about the game increases. So when you have ability, as you get older, you get better and more skilled in the way to perform that ability. Beauty is not an ability. It's nice, it's cool to put a baddie on her back. It's good for the ego, but all orgasms feel the same, unless you know how to snatch it from your back. Now that's an ability, what I mean? Let me stop. I'm trying to keep it clean tonight. But yeah, the beauty about with ability is as we transition to these next phases in life, we get better at those kind of things. You know, we get better at and more skilled. And I'm telling you, like it is a dope thing to sit and watch people that are driven to master something. That has an effect on you. That makes you better because now you either gonna shit or get off the pot, right? It makes you a better individual when you can, you know, be next to people that want to be the best at something. If I was in a relationship with Serena Williams, I would not get in the way of her tennis journey. Like this person wants to be legendary. Like we definitely want to get in the habit of being legends. We definitely want to get in the habit of like taking this shit and going further. It can't just get in a relationship, boom, and that's it. Yeah, I got my girl. What does that mean though? Well, what does that mean? History remembers people with amazing skill. History remembers people that have amazing ability, the thinkers, the people, the craftsmen, the scientists, the biology, the generals, the poets, pianists, sports, people that have amazing ability. And history does not remember you for being a husband or wife. Oh yeah, it was a great wife. That's not a human contribution. It's cool, right? So what I'm saying is it has to be more, especially in the digital age, right? Your relationships have to become more digital, more in line with how AI functions because AI functions efficient. AI is task driven, right? AI is focused. It doesn't need a break. It's about AI wants to keep learning data, more input, right? So pick the woman based on her ability. So now that comes with observation. So that comes with you watching, right? Seeing someone doing something over and over again, right? One thing that I never hear guys say is that they want a disciplined woman. Oh, well, submissive, and never say discipline, right? And then disciplined in the craft that they choose, right? Disciplined in the ability, you know. You have a schedule and a system, and you're committed to that ability, right? A lot of you guys want to come first in a woman's life. Well, I can't come first. You gotta put me first. How does that make you better, right? What if she put her ability first, right? What if that came first? But in her putting her ability first, it made your life better. So you got to think about that. Do you directly coming first? Does that make you better, right? But but if she put her ability first, that may increase and add more equity and value to your life. Yeah, the thing about that is I think it's we're in a space where we have to start sitting with a lot of the talking points and the things that we've been just flowing with the last fucking 50, 60 years, 2,000 years at that. Remember, we get our information from boxes. So I think it's a smart thing for us to sit with these things and say, you know what does these things mean? What does it mean? You know, we have to have meaning. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got it? And if you're here to the end, I'll put the link in the chat. If there's anything you agree or disagree with, or you want more clarity, and we could definitely chop it up, because this is important. Uh, because I know you're looking at me through the box, and we talked about boxes some minutes back, and I know that guys are struggling with women right now, right? You're struggling because you have this ideal of women and your tradition, and yo, the old days never come back. They don't. It just keeps going, and technology always wins. So I think a lot of guys are making a mistake trying to fit to what they're seeing today into this ideal of the 40s, but you weren't even alive, and you don't know if that even worked. You just see the pictures, right? You just see the documentaries, and but you don't know if it worked, right? I'm more about things working instead of pictures, you know? Are you ready to move on to number 3? If you're ready to move on, number 3, press hell yeah. Let me know y'all up. If you're on the East Coast, I know it's late over there. You know, I'm on West Coast time right now, so you know I got some time. But if you're on the East Coast, I definitely appreciate you rocking with me. I know you got things to do in the morning, but trust me, you're gonna want to stay up for this. You're gonna wake up a better man and a better woman tomorrow, right? So if you're ready to go on to number 3, press hell yeah. So number 3, mm, mm-hmm. Y'all see that? Number 3, right? Number 3, pick a woman that can teach you something. See, I'm gonna go in a whole nother direction, right? I'm gonna go in a whole nother direction. Uh, be, and if you follow this format, I'm not saying that you're gonna be with the person forever, but you definitely can get long term relationships with this, with the secrets that I'm laying out for you. I'm telling you based off personal experience. Pick a woman that can teach you something. Pick a woman that can add to the way that you see the world. Man, that's so important. And I see like what's going on in these chat sections, and I see what's going on at YouTube, and men and women aren't taking the time to pick each other's brain. Men and women aren't taking time to see what the other person knows. It's like, I read this book or I know this talking point, and we're in a statistics world. As statistics mean something. Because when you go outside, you don't feel statistics. You don't engage in statistics. Like, statistics is not a part of your reality. These are numbers that are taken based on demographics. And I'm telling you, when that sound come, Lord of mercy, I feel the oof, telling you, y'all better stop. Y'all better stop. I'm gonna have you all night with this game. Have you all night when I hear that sound, Lord. Um, it made me lose my train of thought. It's just it's like Maslow's dog. But when you go outside, you're not experiencing statistics. 70% of this, 80% of it. You're not feeling that on the subway, or you're not feeling that on the plane. When you go outside, you are talking to another human being. There ain't no statistics there. Okay. And that's not a requirement. All right. A lot of you guys are talking so much about being feminine and fit and submissive. Let me turn my phone off. Y'all gonna put this away. Y'all talking so much about femininity and being fit and for friendly and cooperative. You're not even thinking of learning from a woman is not even on the table. Learning from a woman is not even on the table. This is the person that you're going to be in the car with. This is the person that you're going to be laying in a bed with. See, one thing y'all got to understand is you spend this much time with a person having sex. The rest of the time is real life, deaths in the family, bills, sickness, misfortune, right? Highs, lows. You are next to somebody and you're growing and they're growing, right? You spend this much time having sex. So if you pick a woman based on a sexual reality, but that's not wise, because that's the least thing you're going to do. The most thing you're going to do is be talking about grown up shit, right? And then if you have children, where are the kids going to go? What is the best place to live? How to keep them safe? You're going to be talking about retirement. You're going to be talking about investments. Your parents are going to pass, right? You're going to be you you got health concerns, right? That's real life. That's what you're going to be dealing with the person, right? And then when you're not having sex, you're going to be in the car on road trips, you're going to eat together, you're going to break bread together, right? So you're going to do a lot of talking. So in this communication, you definitely want to learn something from somebody, right? You definitely want a woman that it's a mistake for men to say, we don't care about your degrees. Damn it, I do. Is you crazy? Is you crazy? Oh yeah, I don't you don't care if that woman is a PhD. That's not that's not easy to do. So what y'all saying is a PhD is easy? Since when has higher education been a negative? Right? Especially if you black, when it was illegal to be educated, right? So now what we're saying is, I don't care about something that you had to study for, be disciplined for, a repetition, right? Focused, right? You had to be driven for that. Doesn't that show some type of character? Doesn't it? Right? And That's something that you could also talk about. What's the degree in? Marine biology or chemistry or whatever it is. It's something that I don't do. And that that gives me a time to pick your brain. Y'all got to be careful what y'all saying. What y'all saying is y'all saying that y'all don't care about women with education, even though the world is based on who has the greatest and brightest minds. We just seen Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson go to space. These are very, very, very smart individuals, right? India's middle class is the size of the American population, and the way that they're scaling is through tech, being able to build infrastructure, right? Being smart. In an urban America, we look down on being smart. That's one of the reasons why I dropped out of school, because it was upside down, where we looked down on the people that got education and bigged up people that was dumb as hell in school. Oh, man, it's upside down. Like the smart kids got picked on and the bad kids was elevated. Those are cultural issues. And I bought into those cultural issues. I thought it was cool to be dumb, right? I thought it was cool to skip, right? Now at 37, hindsight 2020, you looking back like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. I showed up to my math class one time and the teacher thought I was a new student. That's how much I skipped class. I just wanted to go and show off some new kicks. Those are cultural problems that need to be fixed. And then we take that same cultural behavior and we apply it into how we pick a mate, right? So we'll say that men, we're visual, so we don't care about your education. Well, that's a flaw, right? Because if you truly just mate with your eyes, you're missing something. Let me tell you how ill the eyes is, right? You can be on the Vegas Strip and there's a magician right in front of you, and they do a magic trick in front of your eyes, and you don't even understand it. You don't even get it. You do a trick right in front of your face. Oh shit! Well, how does it work? We all know the eyes lie, and the brain can't differentiate what's real and what's fake. So we'll talk about that later because that's called glamour, right? So what you're looking at, you don't even know if it's real, right? Intelligence is real though. That's not fake. You can't fake being intelligent. You can't fake problem solving. You can't fake having good ideals. You can't fake that. You can't fake looking at that world abstractly, right? And so we're promoting bad ideals, right? And really what it is bad ideals on top of pain, because a lot of these ideals that are being discussed are coming from men that was hurt by women. And and if you was hurt by women, I'm gonna apologize for the women. But how was a 17-year-old girl supposed to know that you was the one? She was supposed to know. She was supposed to think like a no. She's dumb too. They were 17. Who knows these kind of things? Right? We don't know what's real and what we don't know. You have peer pressure. You got the jocks, you got the nerds, you got the gothic people, you got the uh, older dudes coming by the high school, hollering at the young chicks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really think about it. Why would a 16, 17-year-old girl, I'm just telling you how it was when I was growing up. She's gonna talk to a 22-year-old dude. He got a car and some money. Right? You 17, right? Pimples on your face, like what? Especially at the time when I was growing up, people was grown, right? Girls wasn't messing with my age. That just wasn't how it was. And so now a lot of guys, That was traumatized. That was traumatizing to a lot of dudes, right? She broke your heart, and now you guys are the late bloomers, and you guys got your life together, and you're like, oh, and I get it. It's a clapback, right? I get it. But you're talking to other dudes now, and you're putting bad ideals on top of pain. That's what it is, yo. But here's the funny thing about that pain. Your pain is for the girl that you went after, right? But there was a girl that did like you and you didn't talk to her. You wanted a cheerleader, right? But there was a nerd chick that sat right next to you and you didn't like her. You know what I'm saying? You liked the fast girl. But the fast girl she wanted a fast boy. And that's the game. But who knows these things at 15 and 16 and 17? We was growing up in the 90s, man, and people were selling drugs and having money, and trust me, I get it. I didn't always have the new sneakers. You know what I mean? So I had to figure out a lane and play the lane, right? But it's a mistake to say that we don't like women with degrees or education. Or like, so you don't respect that now? That is a way to scale in America. It's a proven way to scale in America. Yeah, student loan debt, blah, blah, blah. But hold on for a second. We don't say that about guys in the street. If you get fronted some dope, that's a debt. America's built on debt. You go in debt to get some money. That's how it goes. These corporations, these hotels come up from debt. This infrastructure in America is built on debt. So you go in debt, right? But it's so crazy because where I come from, a nigga go in debt with an ounce, and selling drugs is the most unsuccessful career choice that a black man has ever picked, considering how many people are successful from it. But we're willing to go in debt in that way. You're gonna go in debt in everything that you do to come up, right? So now we're making fun of student loan debt. Everybody go in debt to come up. You don't get money from not putting something down. So pick somebody that you can learn from, not just college stuff, but life things, right? So someone with an interesting story. And I'm telling you this because my body count is I'm a recovering thought. So I know, right? And it's not got no man could tell me about no women at all. At all. Right? Especially anybody that didn't get women when they were young. I got girls when I was young. So I'm not a late bloomer. So the guys that are talking about women just now started getting them. I was getting them when I was 13, 14, sleeping with grown ass women. Like, it's nothing to me. It's nothing to me. You know what I mean? It's nothing. But for the guys that ain't hurt and you looking and you ready for a relationship, make sure you get with somebody that can teach you something, and you can be and it's a joy to talk, and it's a joy to engage, and it's a joy to be with her outside of sex. Now, if she got some fire bottom, that make it even better. I had to throw that in there, you know, and here's the where a guy's making a mistake. You do pick a woman that teaches you something, but it's usually pain, right? It's usually a negative experience, right? And a lot of guys make the mistake of being a toolbox dude. So here's one indicator of a no-fly zone. When you talking to a girl, you dating, you guys is kicking it, and she automatically tells you problems. Date is over. Because what you're going to do is come through the door with your toolbox. I can fix it. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I'm more reluctant to help somebody that's going through some shit, and they wanted to keep that away from me. Like, I just met you. Why are you telling me this? Like, I just met you. I ain't trying to hear that. Because what? Well, you need $40? You need $40. Why is that the number though? Like, what do $40 change? Nah, but real talk. That's the you want to learn something from a woman, make it be an addition to your life. Make you go do some research. It can't be what you're learning about her is you coming through the door with with a toolbox, and you're accepting abuse. A lot of men accept abuse. Women don't date women, and so y'all don't know. And some guys are talking, but a lot of dudes be suckers though. Shit, I've been a sucker before, right? Where I'm just, why am I in this? This is a bad look. You know what I mean? And I thought that was being a man. Toolboxing. You know what I'm saying? Um, and let me describe abuse. Um, a lot of women living upside down with their shit not together. That's abuse, right? You got me in the middle, you and your mama going at it. That's abuse, right? If you got kids and I'm ecstatic with your baby daddy, that's abuse, right? Inviting me over to your house and your shit ain't together, that's abuse. That's abuse. The same way that women are like, yo, have your shit together. Same thing. That's abuse. Why am I in this? I'm dumpster diving. But I put myself in that situation where I was dealing with women that was totally under my own living standard though. And I was doing it because I thought that was the man thing to do. You know? Totally under my living standard. That's abuse. You know what I'm saying? Hop into your car. Why your shit not clean? That's abuse. I'm abusing me. That's not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? What they say, lowering standards? Definitely. When you lower a standard, that's abuse. When you coming in with the toolbox running to fix things, that's abuse. You're abusing yourself, right? So what the woman teaches you is about something new, something that got a ROI, a return on investment, not teaching you what you don't like. That's what happens. A lot of guys get in a relationship and the woman teaches the guy what he does not like. Nah, man, we want additions. We want to get more because life is so full of so many things. You know what I'm saying? But don't never put a woman's education down. You know what I mean? And the funny thing is the dudes that tell these stories about how these just girls be fat mouthing them, and I'm like, yo, y'all really being talked to like that? I don't got that experience, yo. You know what I mean? And maybe the way women talk to you about their education and all that, maybe you got to beef up a little bit. Maybe you're the nigga to talk to like that. You think about that for a second, because every dude ain't getting talked to like that. I'm damn sure not. I'm not getting. I'm not. And if even if it comes, I'm out the door. Like, it ain't that serious. You know what I mean? So that's number three. Y'all good? Hopefully y'all enjoying yourself, and hopefully y'all getting something out of this. You know what I mean? So let's go over the first three so far, just in case you came late and you just want to recap. So y'all don't mind if I recap real quick, right? So number one, find a woman in your purpose. Number two, pick a woman based on her ability. Number three, pick a woman that can teach you something, right? Hopefully, y'all getting something out of this. You know what I mean? We got to pay some bills, and we'll be right back. And when we come back, we still got more we cooking. So if you staying up late, we can. I appreciate you, and I'm gonna get you guys right. So let's take this break, and we'll be back. I done made money, lost it, and made it back again. I done took major losses in the game. You get the benefit from my losses. I sat with some of the realest people that ever walked this planet. You get the benefit from that. See, when I'm talking, man, I'm not one of these niggas, man, that didn't get it out the mud. I'm not freestyling. I'm not speculating. This is raw and authentic. This is the game that you apply ASAP and it change your life, and people see a difference in you. People say, wow, look at her. Wow, look at him. Man, whatever they doing, man, it must be working, because damn, they look better. Damn, they sound better. They moving better. Well, that ain't free. You got to pay for it just like I had to pay for it. Put the money on the wood. Respect the game. Respect my time. Let's do it, y'all. Let's keep going. Number 4. Pick a woman with a code. Pick a woman with a code. What I mean by this is pick a woman with a personal standard. Women that screenshot conversations, that's a punk ass bitch. I'm gonna say it straight like that. I don't respect none of that. Running your mouth, I don't respect none of that. Straight up. And a lot of women get away with a lot of sucker activity. I don't give a damn if your feelings hurt. Use a sucker, and that's why I keep girls on deck with hands that beat ass. Straight up. A lot of fuckery is let slide. Carry your feelings hurt. Just like if something going on with me, that don't give me the right to put my hands on you. I gotta control myself, right? So my code is I'm not gonna put my hands on you, because I understand that a woman's face matters, your teeth matter, your appearance matters. So I'm not gonna do anything to mess up something that matters to you. I have a personal code, a personal standard, and say a perfect woman, because you ain't a perfect man, but a personal code. What is your standard period that you come through the door with? A lot of the baddest women is suckers. A lot of the baddest women look cute, but have no self-control. They straight up punks. And because they look a certain type of way, they're allowed to behave in any way and no one checks them, right? And it's all good because they're a victim at the same time. They cry victim, and because your feelings hurt or because something didn't go your way, that doesn't trigger you to go fuck shit up. We all play the game and lose at things, right? Don't be the type to take your ball and go home because you happen to lose on this go around. That happens, yo. Who hasn't lost? So you pick a woman with a personal code. You pick a woman that has a death before dishonor mindset. Death before dishonor. That you rather die before you go against the code, before you go against the grain, before you violate. You rather, for you, your personal code, right? And the way that men find women without a code is because men like having this thing about this damsel in distress, this naive woman, this woman that is easily impressed. That drives a lot of guys. This is how a rich guy will date a woman that's working at a diner. Right? Oh my God, you got a Benz? Oh my God, you got a high-rise apartment? Oh my God, you got so much money. That surprise on her face, that naivety, that drives a lot of guys. It's a turn on, right? It's a power trip that she ain't been around none of this wavy shit, right? Or you got some fire pipe and she ain't used to it, and you blowing her mind, right? You blowing her mind, you putting it on her, and she ain't never had a guy like you before. What you don't know though is you making a big ass mistake because she's infatuated, but she don't rock with you like that. And the moment that y'all have a bad day, all the things that she was so impressed with, she gonna burn down. But that's your fault, right? Because you want a woman that's easily impressed, right? You want this naive woman. You want this woman that never been through anything. That drives a lot of guys. That turns a lot of men on. That you've got a man, you got a woman that is just looks at you and she's never seen a guy like you. That damsel in distress got a flip side to it. You want to find a woman with a code. You want to find a woman that been through things. If you a boss, you want to find a woman that dates bosses. If you seen some things, you want to find a woman that's seen some things. So it's same, right? So if something happened in the room, she kind of got a similar response to it like you, right? You already with some things you want to find a woman that come through the door pre-packaged already, so you ain't got to go back to square one. That's why a lot of y'all older dudes date younger women. It has nothing to do with oh she's beautiful. It ain't nothing that is she's easily impressed and she don't know nothing, right? And again, I know the mind of niggas. You know what I'm saying? I know why you do what you do. It ain't about no bottom. It ain't about no femininity. It ain't about none of that. It's you put her in that whip and she ain't never been in a spaceship before. And she pressing all the buttons. You know what I'm saying? And she tripping. You know what I'm saying? Weather update. Let me see. Pardon me. You put her in that spaceship, that thing, and she's, oh my God, ooh, ooh, ooh. And you like, yeah, I got her. I already know. That's what y'all not saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Date a younger woman. Yeah, 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 yeah. I know why you keep it a buck. Why are you dating a younger woman for? Why? Why? What's the reason? Because she green, right? Because she green. She ain't got no bread. She a college student. She broke. She never did nothing. See, that same behavior, it's not going to hit the same with a woman your age. It's not going to hit the same. It's not going to have the same flow. You have to come with more. The woman your age is not going to be easily impressed. It ain't got nothing to do with it. None of that. None of that. None of that. None of that. Oh, it's about. It ain't about sex. Is it about sex? Is it a younger woman? Y'all date younger. What is it for? Keep it up stack. And I know because I've done it. See, you can't get your game from people that just started. You got to get your game with people that been off the porch with it. You know what I'm saying? That's what they not telling you though. It's a rush for people that be around people that's easily impressed. That's an inner thing. You know what I'm saying? That's an inner thing that the guy got to deal with. You know what I mean? And that's for niggas that's late bloomers in the game. Cause when you been off the port, you ain't tripping off that. You want somebody that's riding the car with you that got the same, right? I ain't gotta coach you in that. Like, and eventually you get tired of that. Like, you mean to tell me every woman that you meet, you gotta start from square one. You gotta go back to square one. and you gotta tell her how you move. Nah, man, you want her to already come through the door with certain shit so we can skip past certain things and we can get on to other aspects of life, yo. You want to find a woman that has a death before dishonor mentality, that got a personal code. A woman that got a personal code gets respect from other men. It's funny because I hear a lot of women, and I'm not, and every woman got their own story, but a lot of these horror stories that a lot of women talk about, a lot of women ain't been through that shit, right? Like, men know who they could try. Not all women get tried. Not all women got that thing on their face that dudes are just slick with it. Not all men is reaching, grabbing a woman's ass. No, 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 no. It's some women that got this sting, right? And a woman that got a personal code, she kind of wears it too. She don't when you first meeting her and chopping it up, she don't say, if you say a sexual joke to her, she checks that shit, right? Men do this. Oh, we chopping it up. You throw something sexual. Oh, you didn't check that? All right, cool. I'm about to come with another one. Women that you can't play with, check that shit immediately. Nah, I ain't going. Immediately. But she been around men. Now, that's the thing. A woman with a code has been around men, right? A lot of dudes, because I hear y'all videos and how y'all talk, oh yeah, she got a lot of male friends, she's for the streets. Let me tell you something. Y'all like girls that say, "Oh, I don't, I no." Y'all like girls that have never really engaged with guys, and it don't mean they piping, yo. My friends get money from niggas without even having sex with them. Y'all see the thing about guys, y'all don't sleep with men. Well, I don't know, but so women know guys in a way y'all don't know your guys. A woman knows your partner in a way that you don't know him, right? A lot of these dudes, if most part they just eating pussy. Let me let y'all in the inner workings. A lot of your friends, bruh, is straight up eating pussy all day long. Ain't even fucking. And paying. Uh, a woman with a code is not getting tried like that. It's just not happening. A dude, it's not happening. It is not happening. So the ones that are calling up, talking on panels and all that, they ain't got a code. That's fact. They ain't got a code. Because when you do, you're not getting handled like that. Like people be getting straight handled. Handled. You know what I'm saying? Straight handled. So number 4, find somebody with a code. A death before dishonor mentality. Like, yo, before I break that rule, before I go against that, before I go against this thing of ours, what they say in the mafia, what La Costa Nostra, you pick that finger, before we go against that, I'd rather die. And a lot of guys got big things going on. Big things going on. Careers, money. You got a lot of real shit on the table. And you let somebody in your circle that don't understand code. Excuse me. They don't understand code. The damsel in distress, right? You want that waitress. You like that waitress. You like that girl with dudes love that shit when a girl be like, I don't do nothing but go to work and come home. Niggas be like, yo, that's wifey. Woo. Her world is hella small, right? You just love that shit. That's wifey, right? Yeah, I don't do nothing but go home and I don't do nothing but go to work and come home. That's niggas love that shit. They wifing that. As soon as you say that, I don't do nothing but go home and go to work. Yeah. World is small, man. You want people with a big world that know rules and parameters, right? The type of person when you sitting down and y'all talking, she's looking at the exits. You know what I mean? When you talking, y'all chopping it up, y'all enjoying each other, and she's looking in the back of you, seeing who looking at you. That's what I mean by cold, right? You got that? Find a woman with a code, a personal standard, a personal standard, a personal standard. You feel me? Right? That matters. A personal standard. What is the woman's personal standard? Her personal code before you even let her in your space. What are the rules she lives by? Right? You know how America got a constitution, right? Got a Bill of Rights. We got a Declaration of Independence. These documents are the code of America: free speech, right to bear arms, right to due process, right to free press. Those are the codes of America. Each country has their own constitution and their own code, right? These are the rules. Find a woman with a code. It can't just be, oh, this damsel in distress. She gonna come in your life and rip your shit apart. Because the same things that she's in awe about, fascinated about, that's what she gonna go for. See, a woman with no code, if you don't want to, when you don't want to be with her no more, she gonna tear your whole thing down. A woman with a code is gonna charge it to the game. Be like, you know what? Cool, it didn't work, bro. I ain't even gonna do you dirty. She gonna erase all your messages, erase all your pictures. She ain't gonna burn your shit down. She just gonna keep it pushing. Never say your name. Never tell your secrets. Never tell your enemies how to hit you. That's a code. Shit like that. What you know about that, right? So that's number 4. Bro said magical women. It ain't magical women, bro. It's Jason. Come up when I drop the link. It's not. It's not magical women. I think that I think that people don't know how to talk in person no more, and everybody is used to chatting online. So you be standing right next to them. You might be in Starbucks. You might be out to eat. It's people all around. It's just, you know what I mean? If a person is operating with a code, how you gonna approach? You know what I mean? Let's keep it going though. Number 4. If you ready, oh no, number 5. I'm sorry. If you're ready for number 5, say hell yeah. And once again, thank you for rocking with Coin Gang. We are the conversation tonight is 10 secrets for black men to find the right woman. 10 secrets for black men to find the right women, right? So we are going into number 5. If you are ready, say hell yeah. I told you this one of our classics. This is gonna stand the test of time. This is the one you come back to, you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna stand the test of time. This is uh virtual reality proof. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? These rules stand, all right? So let's get into it. Number 5. Now this right here, this is gonna be hard for a lot of y'all dudes. This right here is gonna be hard. This right here. This is gonna be hard, man. Be with her, not talking points. Mm. Let me tell you what I mean by this. A lot of you guys are not even with women, you're with talking points. So when you meet a woman, you talking to her, you chopping it up, you're not even listening. You're running her through the talking point filter, right? Oh, a woman does XYZ. That's a talking point. Like, who told you that? That's a generalization. Who told you that? A woman is supposed to be. That's a talking point. And when you meet somebody, you're not even listening to them on an individual level. You're running them to your through your talking point filter. That's a mistake because you could be missing out on a person that is designed strictly for you, but you running them through this filter that you heard this nigga talking about. That's a talking point. Yeah, women, boom, boom, boom. That's a talking point, man. You're not even listening to this individual. And many guys are walking in their head with talking points, statistics, and stats. What is a damn stat? Yeah, but the stats say what? Yeah, but man, statistics say. Nah, man, that's not organic. You got to remove the talking points. You can't operate like that. You got to talk to the individual. You got to get to know the person on an intimate level. You got to gel with them. You got to practice effective listening. You got to flow with them. You can't date the talking points, right? You can't date women based off a reaction video, right? That a YouTuber is making because this woman has a particular behavior, right? And it's always a horror story. You know what I'm saying? It's never a woman doing dope shit for her family or her man or anybody. It's a horror story. See, I told y'all, brothers. See, man, see these women? But why is it the same one? The same horror story over and over, right? The algorithm is shaped that the content creator only presents women with bad behavior or behavior that um you might not be looking for. Do you know the channels are not built on successful relationships? When a person says only call if you disagree, why are we talking to people that disagree? If we're trying to build successful relationships, then we talk to people in successful relationships and we pull the habits from them. Oh, y'all been together 20 years? What are the secrets? How do you keep your man happy? How do you keep your woman happy? What is the way that your family works? What did you do when your kids turned 18? How did that change your marriage? Or what did you do in the 5 year period, the 10 year period? How can you go the distance? Uh-uh. We're gonna talk to the people that disagree with what I say. That's how you build a channel. It's about building the channel, not building people, right? It's not about building or elevating people. It's about the channel. So that's the free market. It's all good. But for you to be successful with the people that you're talking to, you want to empty out the talking points because the talking points aren't real people, man. Right? You can't tell me that 7 billion people, 4 billion of them women, 3 billion of them women, and they all fit into that. And then people say things like most. How do you even know that? Who has 10,000 people in their phone? How do you know what most people do? How do you know that? Like, that's why I don't go off statistics because I don't know most people and neither do the statistics. It never tells you how many people the survey was. So this was taken for 1,000 people in Iowa. Oh, come on, man. So you don't want to fall in love with the script. Hey, you don't want to follow. You don't want to be like this. All right. She's like, so the all right. So the woman, y'all chopping it up. Let me get my player shit on real quick. My player shit. Yeah. So you know what I mean. I've been liking you. You've been liking me. You know what I'm saying? I've been digging you. You know what I mean? I like enjoying you. Right. And she like, I enjoy you. What? What? Hold on. What's your dress size? What's this? What's it? Okay, yeah. Well, I got my parents are still alive. No. Hold on. Let me go to chapter 4. But that's what y'all be doing. The person be talking, you don't even be hearing. You like, oh, hold on. See, chapter 4, section 9. That's what you don't even be listening to the person. You straight talking point. Like, look, you listening to the talking point so bad you don't miss that she threw you some pussy. Like, yeah. She like, yeah, so you want to get out of here and go to my place? Nah, oh, shit. Chapter 7. You done fucked up some pussy, man. You're not even being present. You ain't even being aware. Right? You ain't even listening to nothing this person is saying. You, shit. Chapter 9. Oh, she's for the streets. That's why talking points are dangerous. Right? These fixed things that we be having in our head, and we don't be taught. We don't be engaging with people, and we don't be open with people. We're running them through this filter. Nope, hold up. You said, no, come on, man. So be with her and not talking points. And let's keep it a stack. Do the people that you're really listening to, do the content creators that are chopping it up, do they really care if you win or not? Because if you win, you're gonna stop coming, right? If you win, you don't got no reason to come here no more. So do they really want you to win? Because if they want you to win, they will put winners in front of you, and you'll talk about winning, not shortcomings, right? We wouldn't be creating people for memes and clips. It's not about that. It ain't about people catching a W. And everybody can build their shit how they want to. I just want you to think, do they want you to win? You know what I'm saying? If we never see each other again, if you never listen to me again, I want you to win. Go out and get yours. I see you at the airport. I see you in traffic. Just throw me the deuces, my nigga. My nigga. Just throw me the deuces. You get what you need from me, shit, and it don't come back. If it ain't, if it we don't keep going forward, don't come back. Go out into the world and take the shit that you heard and apply it and keep it pushing. But don't fall in love with the script. You know what I mean? Don't be talking to a woman and you know what I'm saying? Y'all be talking, y'all be on dates, y'all go right to the YouTube video. Wait, let me go to hour number 4 to see if she really for the streets, because she said, "You're good." You know what I mean? We moving right along, right? But on a serious note, the mind be just full of stuff, right? And we're like two ships passing each other at nighttime, and we're missing each other because the mind just be full of stuff. You know what I mean? The mind is full of stuff that you can't use, stuff that don't even matter. It's just full of stuff, right? Empty out the cup. You know what I mean? So you can feel, so we can hear each other and we can chop it up because we're missing each other. You know what I mean? And you might be missing good people. You know what I'm saying? You might be missing good people, and I don't want you to miss out on good people, right? So let's keep it pushing, man. We're moving right along. Number 6. Oh man, we coming with heat out here, man. Come on, man. We coming with straight heat. Pick her results, not her face. Pick her results, not her face. Pay attention to what a woman do, not how she look. Not how she look, right? This is it's glamour, right? The thing about glamour is a form of witchcraft. I'm not saying it's negative or positive, right? It's glamour. It's not what it seems. People are not what they look like, right? People are what they are on the inside, right? So you want to pay attention to a person's results, what they're capable of doing, what is their resume, what do their last 5 years look like, right? And I'm telling you, like, I got a motto: I'm gonna take it for show than trying to get more. I'm gonna always take it for show. You feel me, right? So if a woman is a 9 in the face but has no life results, what does that mean? Like, the way that y'all grade women is weird to me, right? Y'all look at a woman and associate actual value based on how she looks. Oh man, yeah. I'll go on IG, right? And I'll scroll on the pages, right? And the guys will literally be like, wifey, wifey, right? A wifey. You wifey because how you look. And when y'all say that men are visual, that's a flaw. What if that's something in our species that we need to correct? My eyes get me in trouble because it's not telling the whole truth. Okay, so if men are visual, right? But then they say the brain can't differentiate what's real and what's fake, right? And what the brain is witnessing is from the eyes, right? So if men are visual and the brain can't differentiate what's real and what's fake, then how does your brain know that this is wifey? The brain can't differentiate something real and something not real, right? The brain can't differentiate what's something real and not real, right? And if you make a decision off a woman being wifey based on how she looks, but the brain can't differentiate what's real and what's not real, there's a saying like, show me a pretty woman, I'll show you a man that's tired of having sex with her. That's the saying, right? You got to pick the results because that's what you're going to be in a relationship with, the results. Remember, man, new pussy turns into old pussy. And if you're mating with your eyes, it's always a badder woman. Damn, she bad. Damn, she bad. Dude, literally, you'll break your neck. It's too many. Damn, she bad. She bad. She bad. Damn, she bad. She bad. If that's what it is, you'll be never satisfied, right? And if you choose to have a relationship with this person, Then y'all say conflicting things. Y'all say that men are logical. So why you don't pick a woman with logic based on logic? If men are logical, then how come when it comes to picking women, then logic goes out the window? Now you're visual. Logic is a branch of philosophy. That's a talking point. Men are logical. Are they? But you pick women based on what you see. That's logic. No study whatsoever. No measurement. Nothing. Hold on. Come on. Rock with me. Make it make sense with me. Men are logical. This is what the talking points say, right? Men are logical, but yet men pick women based off what they see. Is that logic? So what part of men are logical? When are men logical? In what? Because who you have a child with, isn't that like arguably one of the most important decisions that you ever make? So in the most important decision that you ever make, you're going to make this decision based off what it looks like, not how it functions, not the results. Hmm. That doesn't sound like logic to me. That actually sounds like emotion. Y'all want to think about that for a sec. So I say pick a woman based on her results, not her face. Now, if her face is pretty and it matches up with pretty results, oh my God, you in the game like EA Sports. You won. You got a physically beautiful woman to lay with that has beautiful results of living. She's got a paper trails, right? Success leaves clues, right? Right? And it's interesting because nature, what draws things is energy, a pull, right? A force, right? From the unseen, right? If we were in tune with that force, I think the relationships would work more, right? Because what I'm looking at may not be real. I don't know what it is because the real makeup of the individual is not here, it's in there. People are their behavior. What I'm looking at is not real. That's important, right? So no nobody's coming in a relationship with a name tag saying, "Hey, here's what I'm about. This is what I'm about." Right? People are coming with how they look, but it's not real. The average relationship is not successful. It does not work. So if it does not, I thought insanity was doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. It does not work. If men are picking women with their eyes, that don't work. And if we're dealing with artificial intelligence, why are we continue to do something that doesn't work? Eventually, when are you going to pick women based off logic? I thought men were logical. This is what y'all say. That's a talking point. Men are logical, except when it comes to picking a woman. This is the most important decision you're ever going to make in your life. Who you give your seed to. I think you would apply logic there. That's why talking points are dangerous, and we just repeat them. Yeah, men are logical, women are emotional. But the most important decisions in a man's life is not made with logic. It's made with urge. There's no logic involved whatsoever. So pick her results, not her face, right? Glamour is not real. It's a production. And you don't want to get caught in that, right? You want to get caught in result. People are what they do, not what they look like. They're what they do. I'm going to give you a chance to get a water or something like that. Stretch your hands. I'm going to open the panel up if you want to come and talk. I got a couple more, you know what I mean? And even though I'm talking to men, women could come on too. You don't have to disagree. You can agree. If you want to add something, if you want to add on to something that I said, you could come with number 11, number 12, if you got something that you think people could use. But we're going to take another break, and we're going to keep cooking. Make sure you like the video. Let's help the algorithm. So like the video, and we'll be right back. Peace. The worst time in my life was when my mama was laid up in the hospital dying. I just watched her decay. You know, it was crazy. And I was looking out the window and I seen planes in the sky. People was traveling. It was cars on the highway. People was traveling. People was on their phone, just doing human things, you know. The worst period of my life, the world was moving. It didn't stop for your boy at all. She ended up dying and I was sitting right next to her. I seen the life leave my mama. The life leave my mama. I can't unsee that. Man, I ain't got no fear. What could you do to me? You think I care what you think? If I could see that, you think I care what you think? That's why I ain't got no problem telling you to pay like you weigh. Sock it to my pocket. I'm charging for my pain. You ain't gonna sit up here and take my gain from my pain and run off and break bread with somebody else. Nah, you break bread with me. Respect the game. I ain't got no fear, so I don't care what you think. It's time for that 20 piece. This that $20 call to action, man. Pay like you weigh. I'm mashing for my rations, always. I got the best commercials, that's all I'm gonna say. Niggas be scared to campaign. I don't. This is a big one right here. This is one that I can personally say that hasn't had a major effect on me and my relationships. Pick a woman that mirrors your submission. Pick a woman that mirrors your submission. Let me tell you what I mean by that. We throw the submission quality around. I mean, the ideal of submission. A woman should be submissive. That's her nature, right? But we can't be something that we can't explain. So what does that mean? How can I require a woman to be submissive and she doesn't see me submit to anything? It's hard to ask for something that you can't explain or you can't display. So if you're a religious man, your submission to your deity is what she can look and be like, oh, okay, that's what it looks like. I can do that. I'm going to do that for you. The way you submit to your God, the way that you are to your faith, I'm going to be like that to you, right? And every relationship that I've had that went left or didn't it didn't grow to where it could grow, it was because the people in my life weren't seeing me submit to something. You can't tell a woman to submit if you don't submit to something, because how is she gonna know what that is? How is she off script, right? That's an ideal that you got from, let me show you where you got that. You got that ideal from out of a box of submission. But the first woman, if you believe Eve was the first woman, was not a submissive woman. She did not teach the rest of women that came after her how to be submissive. So it's really an ideal that's coming out of the mind of men, because this first woman that ever existed, if this is what you believe, she did not display the submission. So we can't go to the first woman to as the archetype to see, you know what, how was it done? So it's coming out the mind of men. Men are saying, hey, this is what I want. Submit to me. And what does that look like though? What does that look like? As a man, what are you submissive to? If it's not to your faith, is it to your nutrition? Is it to your education? Is it to your commitment to being a better man? Right? Does she watch you sacrifice? Does she watch you um, go through the process? Right? Does she look up to you? You want your woman to look up to you. Like, damn, that nigga cold. So you wanna pick a woman that mirrors your submission, mirrors it. She watches you do it and becomes it and embodies it and is that to you. Because think about it. Why would a woman submit to a man as if that's the natural order? It's not. Female species in nature are not submissive. They bite and they kill shit. And y'all think that the females in the lion pride submit to the male if you want to. You don't watch enough Discovery Channel. They gang up on the male and kill him. You must don't watch the whole program, right? Submission is not natural to the human being. We're naturally animals, right? That's our nature. We're mammals. It's not natural. So to want someone to do something unnatural, you have to be the example. And I'm telling you from areas where I messed up in my relationship, I was not the genuine article. I was not the philosophies and concepts that I was talking about. Because once a woman gets it, she's going to be more loyal to the code and the law than you. She's going to be more loyal. The church is full of women, right? They're more in line with the faith than the pastor. But they got to see it though. They got to see it as poetry in motion. They got to see it moving and see it working. They can't just hear talking points. You can't lay it out as if this is the nature of things. Is it though? Hey, for a sandwich and to avoid starvation, a person will do anything. So if you lock women out the economy and they can't work, they can't eat, they can't get a bank account, they can't do anything, and you tell them the only way you can get shit is you be submissive to a husband, that's survival. But if you open the market up and allow everybody to compete, do they still do the same thing? No, they don't. So to make someone do something that's actually in nature unnatural, you have to show them and not to show them why is it beneficial to do that. And the way that you show that is you show the benefits of what you submit to. What is the benefits of you submitting to your deity, to your deity? What is the benefits of you submitting to your philosophy? What is the benefits of you submitting to the things that you got going on? And then when you don't do that, you catch L's, right? So that's about being the genuine article. And I know it's times in my life when I wasn't the genuine article, it didn't work out for me. You know what I mean? And these concepts, these ain't talking points, man. This is real life. This is real people. This is human beings. This is not a damn meme. You know what I mean? This is not a comment section. This is what's going on in your household with real life human beings. You know what I'm saying? So if the submission ideal is something that is important to you, then you got to be it. You got to be it before the woman comes. You got to already be in submission to what you do. And when you're not, it's going to be hard to try to correct it because you can't be something that you can't explain, right? You cannot be something that you can't explain. You got to explain it, and you explain it through your behavior and your actions. What does submission look like in your life, sir? What are you submissive to? What show it. That's a leadership, right? That was a hard one. This is a classic. We still going though. Number 8. This is an important one right here. Embrace her humanity. What that means is a woman. So I'm gonna tell fellas something. Tell you something real quick. Psst, a woman is a human. I gotta actually say that because I think a lot of men think a woman is something separate than him. Like he's a human, and he accepts men's humanity in all of its grossness and brilliance and everything. But when it comes to a woman, it's like a woman is separate. She's not a human. So then when she does human things, guys are like, oh my God, can't believe it. It's a human, yo. She has hormones. She goes to the bathroom. She's a mammal. She's an animal, a human animal, just like you. That's important. So you don't put her up there and box her in as if she's not a human. I think a lot of men think women are something else. This is why you oftentimes hold women to a weird standard. She's a human, right? But you see, look, this is the thing. You get what women are out of these boxes, and instead of dealing with them, so you have this ideal of what a woman is supposed to be. Suppose are truths that we have in our head that are not true. These are things in our mind we would like to be true, but they are not true though. What you think about women is not true. Female nature is not what you think it is. Female nature is menstrual cycle. How do we know? Because all of them get it. Female nature is estrogen. Men cannot continue to be the ones to be the authors of what female nature is. Women have to tell their own stories. That's important. That's important. They're humans, not these things in our minds, right? This is how a lot of guys' heart get broke because they think women are something that they're not. They are humans, capable of the same things that men are capable of violence, capable of anger. You know what I'm saying? Capable of jealousy, right? They're not these porcelain things that you stick somewhere. He said they're not. They're human. You know what I'm saying? Imperfect, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that though. You know what I'm saying? And it's a mistake to expect women to behave in a manner that you don't expect perfection out your homeboys. Why you expect different behavior from a woman? Why you expect women to be able to behave in a way that men can't? Are you saying that you have women at a higher standard? That's what you're saying. You see a woman spit, "Puh, that's not ladylike." Your homeboy be You like, yeah, yeah. Like, that's weird. Nigga spit, dog. Like these worlds of productions. It's not real. Like, and the more we shatter that shit, the more you could just be free and live, yo. You live like you're living in this made up world, this how this optics and it's things are supposed to look like that. And if they don't look like that, then that's a problem. Huh? Write your own script, yo. You know what I'm saying? This is your life, not the talking points, not the narratives. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be with no one and she ain't free and I'm not free and we live in this damn production, the Scorsese film. Nah, this is my life, man. I ain't trying to be all uptight or none of that shit. Be who you are. I'm gonna be who I am. The woman is an animal. The man is an animal. Period. Mammals. So embrace the woman's humanity. They're not objects. They're actually alive. And I think when men find them alive, men be tripping. Like, oh shit, you talk. You control female nature, right? This is why go on YouTube. Who's talking about women's nature? Men. You can't tell me the oldest book in the world written by a woman about female nature. But I can show you all the shit about men. Oh, women are this, women are that. Women think like this, women think like that. Like, so much so that the men now want to be women. I think I made my point with that. Number 9. Ooh, 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 ooh. Now this one go for the ladies though. This I got some women in the chat, so pick a woman that can receive correction. Now, tone does matter. It ain't what you say, it's how you say it, right? But correction exposes character. Some of these women can't be corrected. And if you're with a woman that can't be corrected, she shouldn't be in your presence. Because correction exposes character, right? Now, when you correct with concepts. You correct through storytelling because we learn through stories. You don't correct based on what something is supposed to be, right? And you don't correct with your feelings, right? You don't correct based on, oh, because I want this and I want that. No, no, no. It'll stick if you correct in concepts. This is wrong because, right? If you explain it in a concept, it'll stick. Hey, this is why we shouldn't do this because, and then you put it in a story form and then it sticks to the person. But when you're correcting based on because you don't like something, a person is liable to do the shit again, right? So tone matters. You know what you say or how you say it does matter. Now, when somebody is in error, ideally you would think that it don't matter how I say it. No, that's not true. You can't always correct women the way that you could correct men. And some men can't even handle certain corrections, right? You got to know who you're talking to, right? But I have found that correction through storytelling and concepts is an effective way to increase learning because you want the individual to learn in the correction to make not just the unit better, but you want to make them a better individual too, right? Why is this wrong? And it can't just be because I said so. Or I don't like that. Okay, why you don't like that? Because I don't. Hmm? That doesn't that what does that mean? What is the explanation? So you have to find the language to talk about how this is doesn't work, right? How does it doesn't work, right? So you do it through concepts, you do it through storytelling, and then you do it in a tone that a person could walk with you, and then you ask, do you get it? Do you understand? Do you? And then you use visual, right? So do you feel me, right? That's important, right? That's touch. Do you feel me? Can you see where I'm coming from? So now you're applying the visuals, right? Right. You hear me? You hear what I'm saying? Now you're including the auditory. You know what I'm saying? So you wanna talk in those manners to make it stick. You feel me? And you start shaking your head. You feel me, right? You don't think that was a good idea for real, do you? You leading them into, no, I don't. I'm sorry, babe. I don't. That wasn't good. That wasn't smart, huh? No, right? People will learn better. You have to. You also got to be a teacher in relationship. And the thing about it is if you're gonna be the leader, leadership is not natural. You have to learn it. And one way to learn leadership is, who are you talking to? Who you talking to? Right? You got to look at them specifically. What is the way that they learn? Right? Do they learn through pictures? Do they learn through hands-on? Right? How do they learn? And what is the most effective way to talk to them? But raising your voice and saying, because I said so, that doesn't stick. So just some game for you. When you're talking to somebody, you definitely want to. That's a good idea, right? Right. The same way someone's selling you something. Man, you can't beat this deal, huh? Right, right. And you're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. They you're they're gonna mirror you. They're gonna be like, yeah, right. So you can see what I'm talking about, right? I know you hear me. You hear me, right? Right. You feel me, don't you? Yeah, yeah. So you want to pick a woman that can receive correction. And it is hard for women to be accountable. However, it's how it's delivered. This is the thing too. You can't correct somebody that and they don't trust you. So a lot of y'all guys feel women can't be corrected or they can't be held accountable. They don't know you. How you gonna hold somebody accountable that don't know you? That's dumb. That's even dumb to think that, and that's a form. That's an entitlement. So you're gonna hold someone accountable in a and y'all haven't established trust, right? So even in a court situation, right? there's an established relationship going on where the judge is assuming some type of authority. So you're coming in there already that the judge has authority. So when they hold you accountable, you just eat that. Same with police, right? You just automatically, okay, yeah, I got authority. But I'm talking about peer to peer. How can you hold somebody accountable for something and there's no report? Report matters. We don't even know each other. Can't hold me accountable. What? I ain't saying I'm wrong for shit. I don't know you. So you want to establish trust because to receive correction, vulnerability, because someone is like, damn, I fucked up. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. All right. So you want to talk in ways where you affect the hearing, meaning you hear me, right? You hear me. You see what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying, and can you feel me? I just want you to feel me. You know what I mean? And when you're talking to somebody, and when they're saying their perspective of why you did that, I feel where you're coming from. That lets the guard down. I feel you. I feel where you're coming from. I feel I feel where you're coming from. Now I want you to see my perspective. Look at the senses that we're talking about. I feel where you're coming from. All right, babe. Now see what I'm saying. And suppose isn't correction. So saying just using this word suppose, that's not a form of correction. You got to do it through storytelling. You got to affect the auditory, you got to affect the visuals, and you got to affect the touch, which is called the kinesthetic. I got one more. I got one more. All right. We're going to go to number 10. But before we go to number 10, we're going to take our last break. And after number 10, I'm going to drop the panel I'm drop the link for the panel just to see if anybody want to come up and chop it up. Maybe disagree, maybe you agree, maybe you want to add something. And you know what I'm saying? I got time. We're kicking it tonight. So if you want to come up and chop it up, and the conversation tonight is 10 steps that the men can find a good woman or all that stuff. You know what I mean? So some men might disagree with my perspective, which is fine. We could chop it up. But we're gonna take our last break. And then we're gonna go to number 10. And I'm gonna drop the link. Be right back. I decided that I want more. I decided that the life that I was living, the results wasn't enough. I decided that I don't want to be normal. I decided to conquer my fear. I decided to stay focused. I decided to study. I decided to discipline myself. I decided to walk away from mediocrity. And now I'm alone. Number 10. Pick a woman designed for you, not the bros. This is huge because I don't care what y'all say. Y'all are in bromances with these other dudes. Seriously, though. The woman you pick is based on what the bros think. Like, the bros don't know what's best for you. I'm totally against that. Pick a woman as you're attracted to, not the bros. Pick a woman that works for your life, not the bros. Pick a woman that makes your life dope as hell, not the bros. I promise you, a lot of guys pick women based on, oh yo, what the homies gonna think of this. What? Never pick a chick based on the click. Meaning, never pick a woman based on what the clique is going to think about her. Who cares? They don't know what's best for you. So you can only listen to their advice so far, so much. And for real, y'all in a lot of bromances with your content creators because y'all taking their words and picking a woman based on their words when they ain't got to lay with her, when they ain't got to gel with her, when they ain't got the vibe with her. And they don't know what's best for you specifically as an individual. That's important. So don't pick a woman based on what the bros think. Like, that's your life, yo. Don't be a follower. You know what I'm saying? Pick somebody that's choosing you. That's important because these bromances be too much. You know what I mean? So that's the 10, y'all. That's the 10. And I hope that y'all can use the 10. I just dropped the link in the chat for anybody that want to come up. You know what I mean? And we could chop it up. Let's run through them real quick again. Let's run through them one time again, just in case you wasn't here. Number 1, find a woman in your purpose. Basically, find a woman in what you do. All right? In your life's mission. Find her there. It'll gel better. Pick a woman based on her ability. Pick a woman that could teach you something. Pick a woman with a code. That's huge. You want to go back to that one if you came late. Be with her, not talking points. Pick her results, not her face. All right. Pick a woman that mirrors your submission. And what that means is show her what you submit to and be the example of what you're talking about. Right. Embrace her humanity. Number 9, pick a woman that can receive correction. And number 10, Pick a woman designed for you, not the bros. Super, super important stuff. The link is in the chat. I'm post it again. If anybody want to come up, you know what I'm saying? I give it 5 minutes. If nobody want to come up, then I'll wrap it up. But I hope somebody want to come up. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So those were the 10. Let me know if you got anything from it. You know what I mean? This is what I think just from shit the last over 20 something years of my engagement with women and trial and error and being in relationships, interesting dynamics to say the least. I got a lot of stories to tell. um, Ron Grant says, what are your intentions? uh, Click the link, let's talk about it. And is there anything with these 10 that people didn't understand and you would like me to go over? um, it's always funny, people be talking in the chat, but when you drop the link, it's quiet. uh, so again, and did anybody need to write them down? And you need to see a specific one again. Number 7, anything you want me to elaborate on? Or if we done, let me know and I'll wrap it up. I don't want to. If that was it, 8, 9. Jason says 8, 9, 10 is where the rubber meets the road. What's that mean? I'm dropping the link. Y'all don't see the link? It's in the chat. Let me see. I don't see the link. Yeah, I just dropped it again. Can y'all? Let me see. Can y'all see the link? Is the link coming up? Is the link coming up in the chat? Let me see. I can't. You can't see the link. Um. Let me see. Yeah, the link is in the chat. Let me see. Reply. Somebody. And Jason, if you look in your messages on Facebook, I just sent it to you. The pick a woman with results. Yeah, what's the best way for a man to observe that? Spend time with her. Pick a woman with results. That was number. Let me see. Let's go back to that. Pick a woman with results. That is pick pick her result. That's number 6. So the best way to do that is listen. Listen. People will tell you about their results. People will tell you about what they've done. People will tell you what trials that they've been through and things that they've been past. Things that they got over. Things that they have worked at, and if they complete it, what I mean. Pay attention if somebody has finished things that they started. That's important. Pay attention to something that if she's talking about, she started this and completed this, or trophies are results, competition is results. What I'm saying? Competitive things, volleyball, basketball, whatever it is. um those things matter. What I'm saying? um that's the best way you can pay attention to a person's results, is listen. What I'm saying? But like trophies, coming in first in things, usually, when you're talking to a woman and she's like got a position in her family, that's usually based on results. That's based on her, you know what I'm saying, getting things done. She's trusted with her peers. You know what I'm saying? Um, drop the link again. Anything else? So that was number 6. Man, I thought we was gonna okay. Thought we was gonna have some chop. Anything else? Anybody would need me to go over anyone again? Number 1, number 2, number 3, or are we good? If we good, let me know. So y'all said y'all can see the link though. It's coming through, yeah? All right. Okay. Yeah, the link. Yeah, I see the link. Are we good? Oh, got somebody. Let me see. What's up? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Make sure you unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Can you hear me or no? So we got Jay in the building. What's happening? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear him? Let me see. You on the screen. Unmute yourself. Can y'all hear him? Let me know in the chat if okay. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself. Nobody can hear you, bro. Okay, nobody can hear you. So I'm gonna take you down and then come back in. We can't hear you. Try again, bro. So y'all couldn't hear him? No sound. Okay. Copy. All right, let's try it again. Okay, we got somebody else. What's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm great. What's up with you? Was you here for the build?
Yeah, and I chipped in a little bit to the church. You know what I mean?
Okay, for sure, for sure. What's going on? What you think about
All right.
the
So if I
10 years?
look a little dark, I'm driving right now. So
Okay,
bear with
cool.
me. I'm driving a truck.
All right, all good.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm probably failing on 7 out of 10 of those,
Mm.
just to keep it a buck. Because I've been in a relationship 12 years, and I'm like, wow, that ain't. I used none of that. But you know what? We get better. We ain't doing it right. We keep learning on. I found you in 17, and I was in a pretty dark position in life, and I just appreciate you, bro.
Oh man, I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. So, quick question. So, you were saying that? Let me see. Let me look at them again. You were saying that you was failing at a couple ones. Would you care to share about the ones that you failing?
Well, it's like this. I didn't have any type of standard. It was like what felt good. Like when you said the part about we pick emotionally, like we logic on like on getting money or trying to impress people, but well, that's emotional too. But yeah, we do a lot of things emotionally. Although we say logic, what actually happens is emotional based. And how I picked my partner was definitely emotional, because she sued me at a time where I was broken.
Mm, mm. Did you have any loss in your family at that time?
Yeah, I did. I had a young daughter. She was less than a year old, and my ex that I had her with just skipped state, just ran off. Like she just was like, yo, I'm just done. Like, just rolled out.
Wow. Yeah. So okay. Huh. Hey, this the interesting thing. A lot of people have found themselves in relationships based on I'm actually hurting at the time, right? And then you find somebody that is a good pillow, is a good blanket for you, right? And you could just like rest in their bosom. That's what it feels like. And then we make the mistake of actually building a relationship based off that when it was actually a moment. That was all it is a moment. And we actually build a relationship, and that's a mistake.
Yeah, it caused a lot of regret. But she got a good heart though, because like we done been off and on and all of that. You know how I go. But we always, when we calm down, we come back to each other and we keep trying and we get a little better each time. It's like we got to the point now. It's like, yeah, we gotta make something happen here, because we got all this experience now. When we met, we didn't know nothing. Now we got all this experience. And now all the excuses are kind of gone. We gotta learn.
Hmm. Oh, okay. So, So how do you take the relationship and implement your purpose being first and going from there? Like, how would that work?
One thing that I've been on lately is like, look, like I love trucking. This is the probably the first job I had where I wake up excited for. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, let me knock out this 600. Let me go to Wyoming. Let me go to Cali. You know what I'm saying? Let me go to Texas. It's exciting, and plus, I didn't transported so many first loads for companies that, you know what I'm saying. They just started off. This first machine or whatever, the first load of food that they ship, and I bring it back home. I'm like, I bring that experience back home. Like, look, you see that I'm out on the road, and that caused a lot of problems at first. But what I'm doing is I'm feeding the country and I'm feeding us. I'm bringing the money back. I'm giving us a something to build with. Something to feed the kids with. So it's not. Yeah, I'm spending a lot of time. It's a time intensive industry, but at the same time, I know I'm not going to be able to do it forever. So I'm stacking. I'm building. I'm setting up my business, and that's also I can build our castle.
Hmm.
But now I'm at the point where I need some subjects too, because I can't just do it by myself. I gotta play well with others.
So, is the relationship this you're in right now? Is this the one where you said you didn't implement some of the things that I was talking about?
I As far as the beginning, like starting the relationship off, like I'm definitely gonna. I don't know how long you're gonna keep this up. I hope you keep this video up for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go back when I stop and write it down and create that plan. But to answer your question, I would definitely have to say finding somebody in my purpose. I didn't do that. I definitely didn't do that. The key on one right there.
Hmm. Hmm. Right.
Now
Oh, okay.
I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
fold her into it, but it's a hard process because it's unnatural to her.
Hmm. Do you know it now? Do you know the purpose now?
Like my as far as like what I do, or are you talking about like life, like which? Because I'm kind of a little bit. No.
I I say purpose is sometimes purpose is job. It can be job. Sometimes purpose
Mhm.
is making a shit ton of money. I say purpose is the thing that burns you in the morning, right? You just feel it, man, and you won't be complete until you do this. It's like a calling. It's the thing that's calling you, right? And sometimes it is your job. Sometimes it's working with children. Sometimes it could be a connection with animals. Whatever it is, it's the thing that is
Okay.
it's that burns
Okay.
you. It's
What I consider my purpose in life to be is to eventually to teach. Right now, I'm in my learning phase. I'm in my scholarly phase to learn and then to teach others. The kind of I like learning from other people's mistakes. I want people to learn from my mistakes too. I want to take that experience and help them build something great for themselves.
hmm
And I notice it's a lack of that in the community. It's like I got mine. I'm good. No, we gotta reach back because somebody
mm,
reached back and was able to put me in this place. I went to a different type of high school. It's called Youth Build Charter School in Philly, and it's actually designed for dropouts. I dropped out of high school, the normal school district, and I found this place, and they are very intensive on like going forward. Look, you messed up. Now you got no more excuses. You have to. It was structure. It gave us structure, and they gave us love too. But it was like it was stern love. It was like, hey, you can't do the same things and expect success. You want success, you gotta get it. So they actually paid for me to get my CDL. 2 years after I graduated, they reached back, and I'm like, yo, that's big to me. I'm like, I want to reach back and be able to like be an alumni and donate to them and bring other kids into it and hopefully keep some kids from dropping out in the first place.
dope, dope. Well, I say that sometimes some relationships we can press the reset button, and then some we can't. Some we just, you know what I'm saying. Some we just keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? But I think that you work concepts in as you go. Sometimes you just can't sit down and just try to plug everything in at one time. You just work
Right,
them in as you go, right? And you sometimes you sneak them in there too, right? You just and they say it takes 21 days to start a new habit, right? So with new concepts, sometimes is you sneak them in there, right?
right.
And you prime a person, right? You keep talking about it, or you keep listening to it, or you keep going to a specific place, right? And Bruce Lipton talks about environment affecting the gene. So all we have to do to should try to create a new relationship and an old relationship is we kind of change the environment, but don't say anything though. Just have the environment begin to change, and you just start talking a certain type of way, talking a certain type of way, and you begin to prime the individual without them knowing, and then you might be able to make the relationship put the purpose first instead of personalities first, because most relationship our personalities are the number one thing and not our purpose. You know what I mean?
Okay. Hey, I want to throw something else in real quick. One of your friends is Nico Cherie. She is somebody who I admire a lot. And I know, and I'm not gonna mention the name, but a certain content creator talks about a woman that is not desirable, and she supposedly is not that. But I'm looking at her like, okay, mid 40s, yo, she's fire. She's teaching people how to do real estate in the Chicago area. It's like, yo, she's like kind of like just light all around, but yet still she can get with the stuff when it's time to get with the stuff verbally, of course. You know what I mean? Like
hmm
just with the knowledge that she gives.
hmm
And I really admire that sister, and that's what came to mind when you was talking about that she came right to mind. I'm like, yo, she like people need to look at the other side of things because I like that particular comment creator. I mean, content creator, but at the same time, everything don't really apply to me. So I take the meat, I spit out the bone. But it's only a start. It's only one facet. You got to look at other people. So like you can like a person on this platform, but don't just take that as the end all be all because the world is multifaceted. We are multifaceted, and knowledge is multifaceted.
Here's the thing, bro. These niggas don't got the answers. They don't got the answers. Especially the late bloomers. They don't know what's desirable and what's not. And here's the thing. Um when we have to be very mindful when we're getting knowledge from in people that are called black males because a lot of niggas haven't even corrected their status in the world, right? The overall global black male image is in the toilet. So when it comes to taste, I don't. A lot of black men are not qualified to talk about taste because a lot of black men don't deal with art, right? So what black men, I'm just keeping it 100. What black men think is fire is really not. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt because the Negro doesn't have overall taste like that. There's
Right.
new
And
taste.
we're not traveled. We only been here. Like a lot of vast majority only been here. I've been to Mexico, but not too far in. And I'm like, all right, that's one extra country down. I got 195 to go.
Well, even the ones that are traveled, even the ones that are traveled, they don't necessarily, not all, but they don't travel on some explorer type shit. They travel
Mm,
based on tricking and johnning, right?
true.
So you got to take things with a grain of salt because what the black male says is desirable and what the black male says is fire and hot is not quality for real. It's actually janky and it's actually trash. A lot of it. You know what I'm saying? So you
Yeah.
gotta you gotta take everything with a grain of salt. Some dudes know overall taste, and that's because their life is full with taste. You know what I mean? And if you have a tasteful life, then you have a taste. You have a no. You know have a you know how to have a good quality of woman, and a good quality of woman is not necessarily how she looks per se. That's an
Okay.
aspect. It's not how she looks, right?
One thing
Because
I believe, one thing I believe is that a lot could be learned from multiple cultures as well. Like I feel like when you say black people don't, you know what I'm saying, they not the author on what's hot. I mean, there's other cultures that are out there that I think we should take looks at too, just to see what's out there. Because this human experience is a spectrum.
right for sure. So the thing is, like, look, I don't take a lot of this shit serious, right? And then I do what works for me. You know what I'm saying? Um, I do a lot of work for me. I I like it's what I'm attracted to. So one of the things that I put in there, I'm not dating the bros. So I don't care what the bros think about what I'm doing. They niggas gonna
Yeah, I
talk
love that
regardless.
point right there. I
You
love
know what I'm
that point.
saying? Niggas gonna talk regardless. So it don't it I'm campaigning for me. So the people that I have in my life, I'm in the me business. I'm not in the crowd business. What works for Ken? So, I find I have a woman and that woman works for me and I'm great in my shit. I don't care if other niggas are attracted to her. Like that shit don't turn me on because niggas is attracted to somebody I'm
Right.
with. That
Because you got to
they
wake
not
up with her every day.
listen, man. If they not gonna give me money for staring, that shit don't do nothing.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not in a bromance with niggas. You know what I'm saying? I was raised to do my own thing. I don't care what the bros do. That's one of my skill sets. I don't care what niggas is talking about. I don't like what niggas like. I don't care what niggas talking about, and I don't want to be friends. So I'm not tripping off of that. None of that shit. You know what I mean? So everybody got to do them, and you don't date the crowd, you don't date talking points. What works for you? Like dating and picking a mate, you don't pick a mate based off the collective. You pick them based off who vibes with your temperament. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's it. Who vibes with your temperament? So what
That's
the
what that's vote on that one.
you
Because
know
if
what I'm
you
saying?
do date off talking points, you're gonna end up with somebody you don't like or even know. You don't even know this person. They just bad.
Right. Right. So I'm not. That's I do me. You know what I mean. So that's what one of the things I put in there of. You know what? Do you? You know what I'm saying? So, and I know niggas be rating girls now, but she might be a 5 in her face, but what she adds to your life is 10. But who cares what these niggas think though? Who are they? Who cares what these niggas think? Like, and I'm not gonna be worried about nobody that hasn't overcome their own childhood fears.
Right.
So they don't even matter at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? They don't got the answers. So I'm not listening to nobody don't got the answers. Right? You got a campaign for you. You know what I'm saying? Fuck what niggas is talking about. You know what I mean? But
And when
hey, go ahead, go ahead.
when you say childhood like fears and stuff like trauma, one thing that I'm just now kind of getting over it is like rejection. Right. I got rejected because I'm more of a bookish type. I got rejected from the whole thug life because
Mm-hmm.
that's they knew it wasn't me, and you know what? I'm thankful for that. I'm really thankful for that. The time, the solitude alone, I got to figure myself out more. I'm by no means perfect, but I feel like I'm improving some percentage every year, and that's great. That's great for me because if you keep moving forward, that's one of the points of life right there is to keep moving forward and to not make the same mistakes and to gain more knowledge of self.
Man, you already know, man. You already know. So, man, I appreciate you calling in, bro. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy,
Definitely.
travel safe, man. Appreciate the support,
All right, you be easy and thank you.
man. My dude, for sure. So I put the so if you can't get the link in the chat, then I put it's a call in number in the chat too. You know what I'm saying? I'm still up if y'all still up. You know what I mean? I definitely want to chop it up. My man Jason be having some words, man. I'm trying to chop it up. I'm trying to see where you coming from. Um, so I threw the number. I threw the calling number in there, Jay. You know what I'm saying? Holla at me. I'm trying. I'm trying to pick your brain where you see where you coming from. You might drop something on me. So I appreciate bro for just calling in. You know what I'm saying? Hello, what's going on?
What's up, Chris Bond?
What's happening?
Hey, what's up, man?
All right, what's going on? What's the word? Talk to me.
Oh man, first of all, man, salute to you, man. Great show, great topics. 1 through 10, 5. So I salute you for that. Um, I think where I get rubbed in the situation with what you're discussing is probably 8, 9, and 10. It's particularly 8, the human part, and I think that's the human part where what we're seeing with what you describing niggas and red pill and all that stuff because we discussing humanity now. And women, from what I've noticed, just like with you, a lot of us have already been in the streets. If you ever been frivolous with your sexuality, you know what it's like to be with a lot of women. But what I find interesting is, I go back to my childhood, bro. We've been learning about women ever since elementary school. So this is not nothing new to have a red pill, etc. Even in elementary school, it's understood that even though we're human, blah, 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 we're different, bro. We're not the same. And the concepts you describe in your 1 through 10, man, they are fucking 6 points, man. Touchdown. Milwaukee Bucks all day. But you a man, bro. And that's how you think. The truth of the matter is, women don't really think like that, bro. Now, let me know where I'm off at or interrupt me as I talk because I want to hear what you have to say about the points that I make. We're not the same, bro. We don't look at things the same. So what you describe is how a man would really, really, really enjoy being in the presence of a woman, particularly, let's just say, a black woman in this country. All you listen, she came with that, that'd be beautiful. But me, myself, man, I've been in a relationship for over 20 years, married and everything. And people go through changes. So what you described, you might be able to get for 4 years. You might be able to get for 5 years, 3 years, 6 to 7 years. But that being is going to change. And oftentimes, the platform of thinking, when they're looking at you as a man, they understand also that you are different from her. So when that difference is actually highlighted, you see where the clashes come in at. One of the major reasons why you have Red Pill growing up now, Kevin Samuels growing up, all these different things growing up now, is because for the longest, what men, particularly black men, have wanted, desired from black women, how we felt, has been like, man, shut up. You ain't got enough money. You ain't legit. You piss poor. You a bum nigga. And we hear it now also from you, which, in some cases you're absolutely correct. But it's not a situation where niggas gonna sit back and keep taking the diss, if you understand what I'm saying. So 2000s, let's keep it a buck. The red pill, or what people call red pill, has been in the underground since 2005, since social media started. If anybody know the late great Patrice O'Neal and what he has done, that was in the dirt. Ain't nobody know nothing about that. And so now that it's blown up, everybody's like, oh my God. But niggas, dudes, been barking about this for the longest. So it's almost like a day of reckoning because it's going to show itself up at some point in time. I don't think the red pill is the holy of grails. I don't think Kevin Samuels Godfather. I don't think all of that is the end all end all. But it's here now, and it's a boomerang back for the women of our community to see what's really popping, see what's really good, because characteristics and stuff like that change through time. And the humanity part about it, which is what you discussed, is going to fluctuate. So that's why I typed in the chat, I said magical women, because what you're describing is an ideal. But women go through things. The humanity part about them shows up where when they see you, they know they're looking at another human being too, and it is not the same. And generally, when it's not the same, that's where the problem comes in. So I'm going to ask you something, Ken. Do you remember in elementary school how you saw girls then? The reason why I bring it up is because I have children. I'm surrounded by children all day. I got 4 children myself, girls and boys. They have friends in the neighborhood. They're always playing. And I noticed that if you leave them alone, they show you how we already are. They show you that girls eventually segregate and deal with girls. Boys eventually segregate and deal with boys. They come together for a little bit, but shit start cracking and the separation begins. So we are not the same. I want to know what you got to say about that, because I want to get into a back and forth with you about that concept. Because I can tell you that when I start seeing the differences between male and female, those ideals that you have espoused are men's ideas. Women don't even think like that, bro. I have not met women who have thought that. I've been with plenty of women as well. And I've been married 19 years. So I fail to see where the magical woman shows up. Talk to me.
Okay, you threw a lot at me right there. So I think
Sorry,
that
bro.
no, all good. I think the ideal of magical woman. I don't think it's about that though. So when I was in elementary school, I got my little heart broke because that's what I was dealing with. I thought women were magical. I'm not looking for magical. I'm looking for flow, right? So like you said, people change, and yo, if a relationship only lasts 4 years, that doesn't mean it ain't successful. Sometimes I mean, look, we're gonna die, and everything we doing is we just got this dash in the middle, right? So some relationships gonna be 4 months, 4 years, 4 days, 40 years. That's all to the good though, right? And we do change, and just because we broke up and we have different feelings for each other, I don't think that is a bad thing. Now, the first part of what I said was, if you find somebody in your purpose, the reason why you pick them is because they aid to the purpose anyway. So the relationship is not the number one priority. The purpose is. So if a person decides to leave, that's fine because they came in and they gave their best towards the purpose. I don't think that's a success to me.
For sure.
That is a success. Now, as far as women thinking like men, men don't even think the same. But men, period, don't think the same.
Right, and definitely they would. Women definitely. If men don't think the same,
right?
Women definitely don't think like that.
However,
Go ahead.
However, though, when a woman has a code, though, and a man has a code, they kind of think the same.
I got you.
They kind of think the same. Okay, I'll give you an example. A guy dating a girl and they both gangbang, you think they think the same?
To a degree, absolutely. But they're going to bang on each other eventually.
I mean, but for the most part, though, they think the same, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Because they're going to bang each other.
Because the thing is, you don't have to think identical with someone only on core things. Right. So that's it. Like, so as long as you get with a woman that y'all think the same on the most important things, that's all that matters. So the things that are different, I don't think, everything is going to have nuance, and that's good because you have an opportunity to have discovery. Right.
That's right.
Right. So, and now it's in terms of, now you said, I'm paraphrasing, but you were saying a lot of the things that was going on, that, what was you saying, like black men was accepting, you saying?
Oh, meaning dudes was just talking about it in the underground for years. Like the concept, this whole blow up with Kevin Samuels, quote unquote Godfather, all that stuff is blown up now. It's like most of the people are behind the ball because dudes, niggas, white people, black people have been discussing this from 2006 to 2005. It's just now reaching a crescendo where it's become basically mainstream. And the quote-unquote gripes, complaints, issues, and circumstances have been being discussed in the underground for the longest. So now that it's surface-wise, it's almost like people think it's something that they can just poke a needle at. And what I'm saying is, you just can't poke a needle at it because it's been growling and festering. It's almost like a cancer or something. It's been festering, and now, when you get to stage 4 of anything, it's like it's too late. That's where we are with the thing, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna throw something at you. If black men have gripes and complaints about black women, the black men that have gripes and complaints about black women are not leaders.
I can get with you on that. So this is the point I'm trying to make. So that's what it was. Now that stage of development is already here. Most of the people are trying to either at the point where they're discovering their leadership, or they're stepping into leadership, or they're sniffing at the beginning of it. So to continuously diss that and continuously talk down upon that is still like a fallacy, because at some point we have to do it anyway. And if it takes being rough and crusty to piss off a couple of women, let them be pissed off. Basically, it's going to happen anyway, is what I'm trying to tell you, because the train is moving too strongly. And one thing that I noticed is that being fluffy and kind, even in the square world, really doesn't apply when so much energy that the women that we're producing is still, not producing the energy that the women are bringing us, is still kind of aberrant. I'll give you an example back to elementary school, and I'll make this quick. I remember when I was in elementary school, when all of us as boys were playing, the girls wanted to play with us. So we would invite them to play with us. But they didn't play like how we played. If they wanted to play roughhouse and ball because they saw us having fun, they would come in and want to play. But the minute our roughness crossed their path, they got offended. They wanted to come in and joke how we joked. But the minute our jokes hurt their feelings, they told on us. So we couldn't figure out, why is it that if they want to play with us and we're playing with them, why aren't they banging like how we bang? As an adult, a father with children around me, I see the same thing. The boys get together and play. The girls want to play because the boys make it look so good. When they come in and play with the boys, they don't quite do it like the boys. And I have to come in and say, hey, look, fellas, it's your little sister, this is your little cousins, they're young, little girls, you don't play like that with them. So the boys look at me like, damn, why we can't ball like how we ball? The reason why you can't, because they ain't ball. Well, why are they involved? And I'm like, okay, well, I got to explain to you that they're not the same. So what I think is really happening is that we're realizing that we are really that much different, that they really need their own zone. And the idea of keep blending, like if they're magically going to understand guys, and there is no quote unquote respect to the roughness, to the space, to man's space that many don't possess, it's going to be a problem. So now the man space is very, very potent, and they don't have the physicality to live in it, but they want to do it with their attitude and energy, which is cool in this society because no one can touch them. However, that's not how we really function, dude. Like, they don't have what we have to be in our space like that. It's from the time 8 and 9 childhood and what we've been through. There was a point in time where I didn't like girls. And I see it with the children. Like, the little boys don't really like playing with girls because the girls don't play like how the boys play. But I know when they hit 12, 13, they're going to find a renewed interest in girls, but it's going to be a sexual interest. So when the sexual interest sits back in, I'm talking about psychology, child growth, and all that. When the sexual interest sits back in for the boys and the girls, that's when the dynamic starts to change. We're not the same. And I made a text about the magical woman because how you describe it, like these women are going to automatically understand your manhood and show you respect like that. It doesn't work like that just yet.
But it does. But it does though. But it does though, fam. And so I think one of the mistakes that is made when we talk in terms of a collective, as if we all the same, right? Not every dude is elite. Not every dude, and not every woman like me, but I was never out getting dissed. And I was never out getting necessarily like disrespected. Like when I was growing up, we would always laugh and be like, that nigga over there got a steal me face. And what that means is he just had a face that you could just go punch. Some of these dudes, some women look at dudes like that too. And
most women do that, I've noticed, when they get in their feelings.
And some women look at dudes like, this nigga's corny. I'm not feeling him, right? So I think the issue is this the red pill world and this world and these disgruntled black men. When you go look at high school photos, they were socially awkward.
Nah, that's a diss. That's not what's happening, bro. But
let me tell you why. I was there, bro, and I did not realize that every dude wasn't getting girls, fam. If you was if you look, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? If your body count, if you got your way with women, you don't really sound like that. And I'm talking from a perspective. I know what it's like to take the bus, and I still got girls. I know what it's like to be flat broke, my nigga, and I still got girls, right?
Dude, I'm with you.
Right. So this is the thing. Like, who's creating the narrative? Because I'm a keep it real with you, bro. The dudes that's creating the narrative around for women are like silent around guys.
Nah, I disagree with that, bro. I disagree with that.
Okay, let's take the main one creating the narrative around women, right? Let's say Kevin Samuels. That nigga was a cheerleader.
Yeah, he was all that.
So I'm saying though, I'm talking about you played on the basketball team, you got girls in high school, right? You've been doing your thing with women, right? And I'm saying we got to go on an individual level. What is it that quote unquote black men are tired of? I'm talking about on an individual level, because here's the thing, right? I can remember 1992 Chronic album, bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks, right? Okay, look, I'll take it a step further. It's not no fun unless my homies can have some.
Right.
Right? Where the hoes at? Where's this? Where's that? Right?
Yeah.
Cameron said in a song, "We kill girls, rape them, and bury the skirt." That's what Cameron said in the song. Now, mind you, Shaw and Pepper at that same particular time, what was their song? What a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
PPG, yeah, no doubt. I understand.
Right? So I mean, because the thing is, this narrative that, oh, black women been doing this in media to black men, and that I'm almost 40. That's not true. Where? That
It's
isn't true.
convoluted. But what you just described was convoluted because that was propaganda. I was just talking to my homie about when Minister Society came out. You remember Brand Newbies when they dropped Grand Pooba and they came back with that track in 1993, How to Kill a Man Can't Understand. What he tell? Damn, I forgot what my man said. But anyway, when they dropped Grand Pooba, it was no more Everybody Loved the Sunshine. They flipped that shit and turned it into some gangster shit. I remember that happened in '93 when Minister Society came out. I was scratching my head like, this is not Brand Nubian. So I knew it was a flip, and I understand that being propaganda. So I'm not too anal on what happened to hip hop. I understand an attack.
But I'm asking, what is it that if things are coming to a head right now,
Yeah, for
what
sure.
is it that, and how long, what, because maybe I don't know, maybe I got a blind spot. What is it
Right.
that black men are so upset with black women over? Because
I get it.
maybe you could fill me in, because
Let me hit you with something.
shoot.
This is the hit. This is it. Okay. So I get your and this is where I agree with you. This is why I like you. I do follow a lot of your content. I do get the individualism. I think that's absolutely necessary. That's how I gravitated towards a lot of your your talking points, a lot of what you express. Where I'm at is I'm already hit. I've hit that individual point, but I have children. I'm surrounded by a lot of children. I'm surrounded by a lot of women, and I'm surrounded by a lot of children. I'm surrounded by a lot of elders. When you understand yourself and you get kind of like a grip about your soul purpose, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the first impulse that I have felt was to understand and do what I can for the whole, do what I can for my community, not my community, but do what I can for my tribe, my people, the people I know. That's an immediate incorporation of other people. And so what happens is after you've gotten your individualism solidified, you understand you don't need anything, and you have a solid base about the divinity in you. You only start to have stuff to give. You only contemplate what you can produce for the ones that you care about. And that is where I noticed the networking and the actual conglomerate being able to come in, because you can't do it by yourself. And the minute you can't do it by yourself, you start to see a broader picture where the individuals around you, the individuals even on the planet now with this whole called pandemic and pandemic, etc. Like we can keep going on and on with the dominoes, but you start to see that it's going to take an alliance or an agreement of people. This is only after you're solid in your individuality. I don't need shit. I got dough, I got what I need, I got my family, everything's secure. So I personally don't need anything. But I'm noticing that for the ones that I love, they need shit. It's like an automatic concern because you become an automatic uplifter. Because you understand yourself. You understand you've gotten what you need. You don't need nothing. So the minute you start saying, hey, I don't need anything, and you have so much to give, you immediately want to bring together the group. And that's like a stage of development. So that's the stage of development that I'm at. And when you hit stage number 2, after you're individual, after you know you're an individual great being and you got your individual thing, the second stage is how can you expand it for others to be as successful and as solid as you are. And that's where the we and us, or should I say the group thing, begin to set in from a greater perspective. Because the law of attraction, all the things that we study, the law of gravity brings that which is like unto itself is drawn. Eventually, it's not a forced situation to come together with niggas. You just automatically come together with people who think like you. When that starts to happen, that's what you see with the red pill. Because a lot of dudes have already been thinking that shit. A lot of dudes have already been arguing with black women. A lot of dudes have already been fussing with black women and have did all their little calculations, all their little math, and can't figure out why. And then when you look at black women, you put them on the spot, you see all this red pill stuff, you give black women the microphone, you let them talk, and you start scratching your head like, this is why niggas go through the shit they go through. Because when you start
Stop right there, just so because I want to know what are guys going through.
I don't. I mean, what they're going through is just basic dissatisfaction. Basic dissatisfaction. They're not getting the quote unquote respect, or they're not. Whatever they're going through, they're not getting the respect they want. They're not getting the peace they want.
So stop right there.
They're not getting all that stuff.
Okay, stop right there. If a dude, if a dude is not getting the respect that he wants, is that him or her?
That's him.
That's him. Okay.
Absolutely him.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
absolutely
let's take that out, right? Because
take her out.
let's take her out.
Bench.
So that means if this is a mass thing, so that means you have a generation of guys that have real severe confidence issues. Yes.
I can agree with that totally.
Okay. So I'm not personally going to be in a group of guys talking about women, because the thing about it is I thought everybody's issue was money. So if everybody's issue is money, then why are we talking about women? And the talking point that more black men are in the middle class, well, that shit don't matter because inflation is kicking in and the dollar has no value to it right now. So black men making $40,000 a year, that's not shit to brag about. That's a L for real, right? So I don't like
everybody, man.
But
everybody broke, including the roaches, man.
Right, but I'm saying
everybody gonna be broke. Go ahead.
Right, but I'm saying it's used as a talking point as if that is black men are in the middle class. Like there is no middle class. Right? So I get that. So the economic floor is changing. The thing about it is, man, is I've been to way too many funerals, and I know a lot of guys that have died at the hands of niggas. So when we have older men with the microphone talking, and you got the ears of men, we got to take the women out of it. And what does this life look like for these people that's transitioning from 21 years old to 25 years old to 30 years old to 40 years old, right? And I don't respect guys when they're talking, and they're talking like a child, and they're talking immature, and they're rating women, or because when we get off this computer, these niggas got real problems, and all this shit is entertainment. And at the end of the day, if this is the group that everyone says is losing, right? And when we look at the numbers in the competition game is losing, then the only conversation that we can have is a conversation about personal development, right? And any dudes that are complaining that they are not getting respected by women, well, these is not niggas that I would be around in the first place.
Here's the key, bro. I get that. What you said is legitimate. So this is why you see most of quote unquote red pill is talking to dudes about whatever they need to go. As far as talking about women, nigga, we always talk about women. Let's not front it. Whether it's barbershop, basketball court, wherever, we always talk about women. Unless you're special. Now, you could be special, but I'm not that special where I don't talk about women. I'm married and I still talk about women.
I didn't get my first bank account until I was 23 years old. Do you know why, bro? It's because in the barbershop, niggas was talking about women.
But you can't blame that on the barbershop.
No. What I'm gonna blame that on? I'm gonna blame that. No,
like they talk about everything in the barbershop. I go to the barbershop
they
now.
Didn't,
they talk about everything.
They ain't talk about life insurance in the barbershop. They ain't talk about. I'm talking about. So I'm just talking about the barbershops I was in, bro. And what they did was keep us in a second childhood, bro. The older niggas wasn't really OGs for real, because they wasn't preparing us for the world. And this was when you had an opportunity to talk with guys, right, and have guy conversation. And why am I 23 years old and I'm just now getting my first bank account, and I don't even know how to sign a check? And guess what? It wasn't a man that showed me that. It was a woman that got me my first bank account, and it was a woman that taught me how to sign a check, not a man.
Okay, I got you. Well, right? I got the absolute reverse to you, bro.
Not a man.
I still go in the barbershop. I hang around coaches that coach for NFL, coach for college. They talk about money all the time. I have my father in my life. He actually helped me out with money, and showed me how to use my hands. So I do have a different story than you, bro. So the way I look at men and manhood is different than how you look at men and manhood, if that's what you're saying, because I've had that for a portion of my life. And my father hadn't been in it so much because he's been in the military, so he's been all over the place. But in the latter portions of my years from 16 on up, he was a integral part of my life. So how I look at men and manhood is not in a disdain. I don't see that because I've seen great men, and I'm still surrounded by great men.
Okay.
So that's the declaration of my viewpoint. But aside from that, I just wanted to put a cap on why we're experiencing the red pill phenomenon now, because most of the red pill, they're still talking to men about men. From the Patrice O'Neal days, the conversation wasn't two women, it was two men about different shit. Their women are just now getting a whiff of it and are kind of pissed off about what they're hearing. And a lot of dudes who don't like it, because I guess, nobody's I hear a lot of guys talk, they talk, the ones that don't talk, the ones that talk down on the red pill, a lot of them looked at themselves as the only great guy. You know what I'm saying? Like they're the only man on the planet. Everybody else is shit. That's not the case. That shit been going on for a long time,
I
and it's got too
talk
much
down on the
momentum.
red pill, bro. I talk down on it is because I got PTSD from too many niggas that got murdered, bro.
I don't got that though.
You know what I'm saying? So
I got PTSD from bitches who done trash niggas.
I know too many young males that are dead. Like, and I never been to Iraq, and I never been to Afghanistan, and I just know too many guys that are shot out the game, right? And
I respect this.
So when I was growing up, Allen Iverson was my father, and rappers were my father, and guess what? That is the that and we're fronting now. That is the majority of the males. We're fronting like that's not the majority, and it is the majority in Chicago, in Jacksonville, Florida, in South Carolina, in Delaware, in Philly, in Boston, in the Bronx.
I'm actually in Carolina too, so I'm down here in these sticks and these woods. We just do it a little bit different, man. I ain't gonna front, man. We do a little bit different.
No, so what I'm saying is I would have been so different if when I heard men talk, it was preparing me for the next stages of my life. And what's happening is I'm listening to the red pill and I've heard everybody's chop. And I'm like, damn, you ain't giving these young niggas nothing for real. And guess what? Why is everyone like the prisoner acting like the prison is not a revolving door? Half these males been on probation and parole. Half these males some of these niggas gonna be dead soon. And they're gonna be dead because they don't got the answers, bro. These people don't even know how to get a car in their own name. It's in a chick's name. Everything is in a girl's name. Their whole livelihood is on a woman, bro.
That's crazy though. But you know what? See, it's the flip side to that. These women want to be in that type of position, bro.
Do they?
They want to be able, hell yeah, because they want to say, hey, I got the dough, and this is my call. You can't front like they don't get the juice from having that type of power. Don't be blind. Me, I'm not blind to that. I see it all day long. A lot of them shoot for the top of the dough just so they can say they can do this for a dude because they know they can snatch it back. That's a power position, which is cool, but this is what they're creating for themselves. Because if they want to get that dough, and then they say, okay, I got that dough, and then they want to get a man, what position will they play in that man's life? If they don't want to break bread with that dude to take care of him, take him out, or pay for his bills, and they want a guy that's better than her to have more money than her, then what she's going to have to do is put down, at some point, the standards and engage in a polygamous lifestyle, because all other women wanting that same guy that's better than her. Do you see the math on this? Because I put that in one of your chats. Do you see that eventually the women are asking for a polygamous lifestyle, but they're asking for a certain type of guy that's going to be able to provide in such a way that all of the other women want that guy. So they're going to have to come up off of this something to get what they're looking for if they want to be with a man. If they don't want to be with a man, then they can get the dough and do what they do.
You know, I'm gonna tell you here's the biggest secret. You know what women really want, bro.
What man women really want? Talk to me, bro, because I admit there were plenty of women too.
You ready for it?
Kick it.
An honest man.
I mean, now that's what I totally agree with that.
Yo, let me tell you something, bro.
That's why no, before you go on, I'm gonna throw this in. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna hear what you gotta say. Shoot. This is why women are liking Kevin Samuels. Because he's telling them straight up, bitch, you a 4, you a 6, you're not what you think you are. That's his honest opinion. I'm not agreeing with his opinion, but that's how he honestly feels, and that's why they keep calling in. But you go ahead.
That's not why they. Well, let me tell you why that. Let me tell you why they like Kevin.
No. I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is. I do the same thing. When I meet women, I tell them straight up. I tell them straight up, they love it. You can't deny that, bro. They feel the honesty and how he really speaks. That's why they keep calling in. They say that out their mouth.
The most honest man ever in the black community was a pimp. That was the most honest man.
I agree.
That was the most honest man, because he told a woman straight up what he was on, and that was it, right? He never lied, right?
For sure.
The most honest man is not a man that'll tell a woman about herself. The most honest man is a man that'll tell a woman about him.
That's true. That's what he's doing.
So listen. So I'll use my self example. Anything I talk about, I'm talking about my life. Right? I'm talking about my life. Right? So I don't never front about dough. I don't never front about nothing. I talk about my life, and I throw myself under the bus. Right? I'll say, man, I fucked up. Boom. That's my platform, right? I talk about my life. I'm being straight up 100. There's personal things though that I don't share, because I got a household and I don't want people in that business. But for the most part, I share my life. So what women want, there, some of these niggas don't got a pot to piss in, but guess what though? He's honest though.
I told you now we on the same page with that. And honesty, and guess what? Honesty is not always sweet. You feel me?
He's honest.
It's not always sweet.
Also, let me say real. This. One of the reasons why
before you go on, let's kick it. So in real honesty, if a woman is, let's just say if a black woman is, and you're being honest and you're saying, hey, look, sweetheart, everything's cool. I hear what you're saying, but you popping off at the golf right now and you sound kind of silly. That's just honesty. That's all that is. I've noticed something about that, and this is what's being understood about the red pill. What you just said was what the red pill actually brings niggas to. The problem is we're getting a social media reaction, but the very honesty that people, that dudes would actually, if dudes would actually put that to work, it would yield the results that you see Kevin Samuels getting, because it's still an honest perspective past her feelings. See, I'm telling you, man.
It's not but bro, it's first off, it's not necessarily an honest perspective. It's an opinion. Yeah. It's an opinion. It's an opinion, right?
Okay, well, hold on a minute. Honestly, is how you really feel about the situation. It could be. It's definitely an opinion.
Let me keep it. Let me keep it a buck, right? This is what it is. This is what it is. The reason why that shit is popping is because it takes some black women that a lot of these niggas can't get, and it brings them right down to the mob. Well, she's dumb as hell for calling. That's number one. Cause I'm look, think about it. Who's the target audience, my nigga? Cause I'm not the target audience. So what guy is the target, bro?
I don't know.
All right. So
anybody who's listening.
So but who's the target though?
Anybody that's listening, bro. She's not the first person to do this. I keep going back to Patrice. The Patrice eclipsed Kevin Samuels by 10.
But Patrice,
and doing it for the years.
Here's the thing. Patrice, he's a comedian. He was funny, but guess what though? Right? He was a big ass nigga, and that nigga wasn't my goals. He was a funny nigga. No, listen, this matters, bro. So look, when I'm listening to the nigga is taking women and feeding them through this filter of a mob, right? And they're that's a 4, that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 7, right? Then you go to these niggas' pages and see who the dudes are. Cause that's important. I hear you. Let me go check on you. Who are the dudes? And keep in mind, right? Keep in mind, there was dudes that you grew up with that was not having the same luck you was having with women, bro. And I
I do
didn't think
agree.
I didn't think about that shit until now. I didn't think about all the dudes, and there was a lot of them. They wasn't getting no action.
True.
None,
They still
right?
ain't getting
They
it.
ain't still ain't getting
Most
no
of the
action.
women repeat. Most of the women are. You notice this that most women are reproducing the same dude. We see it in our hoods. There's a dude that ain't shit that got like 5 baby mamas. Like he done skeeted in 5 bras, and after the first one, the other 4 knew he had children and knew he wasn't shit, and he still got his game in. Carry on. Keep going. We know these niggas. I know them. You go ahead. Keep going.
Right, but okay, so let me say something. Let me ask this though. If
But
if he's not shit, then why are niggas friends with him?
well, when I say he's not shit, I say he's not shit in the prospect of family, fatherhood, raising his children,
But
taking
then
care of.
but I would
But the
never
reason
be.
why niggas, I'll tell you why they're friends with him. I can tell you why it's not even friends. It's that we knew him, we grew up with him, and we understand them. So they are always, when we see them, they're just always in a space in your life. It's not like we cool with him. It's not like we not cool with him. It's that when we see him, it's like, okay, I know this dude because I didn't grow up with him when he was in the 4th grade. I know he was pulling girls' ponytail all year long, and we like, oh, girl don't like him because she's dissing him. But at the end of the year, they hold their hands on Fields Day, and you're like, damn, how can this bum nigga get this girl that they hated each
But
other all
but
year?
let's be clear though.
You know what I'm saying?
But think about it. Think about it though. If he's not shit, and he's not a good enough person for a woman to mate with, but niggas are his friend though.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not a good enough person for a woman to mate with, but he can be in a car with niggas though. So if he's not shit to
If
have
you're
a
taking him
baby,
to the store, like it's not like he's
no
banging.
no, my nigga. No.
No, I know what you're talking
So
about. He's
look,
not banging. We just know him. You know what I'm
no,
saying?
but
We
I'm
know
saying,
dudes like that.
but he has best friends. He has friends. So
His
if
crew is, yeah, he
so
got a
if
crew.
the so think about it though. If let's the Pookie and Ray Ray, like they like to call them, right?
Yeah, they
If
got a
the
crew.
if the dudes ain't if he ain't shit, and y'all say that the women are having babies with niggas that ain't shit, but yet
They enjoy it.
those same niggas that ain't shit have friends. So men are hanging with the niggas that are not shit.
This is what you're missing that I said earlier. Men and women are different. These dudes that are Pookies and Ray Rays, they are homies because we play football together. We play basketball together. We know nigga got a jump shot from the fucking foul line. We know he can fucking mash a nigga on the football field. We know him for what he did when we won state championships. He was a dude on the fucking outside linebacker mashing dude. So we know him from that. That's just men. Women have a whole nother ball game. You see what I'm saying? They see that dude and they're like, fuck it. His energy is whatever the fuck it is. And they opening their legs and they having babies after they know this shit already. One after another, after another, after another. And it's all good. I'm not dissing my man. I'm like, go ahead, get your fucking swerve on, bro. I'm not dissing none of them Pookies Ray Rays.
If you say
I was
that
kind of
women,
Pookie Ray Ray a little bit my damn self, but I'm not dissing.
So if men and women don't think the same, like you said,
You don't.
how does a woman know that he's not shit?
Because she don't know. She needs somebody to let her know that. Most of the women that them dudes get angles, I'm gonna keep it a buckets and chain. Most of them, they don't got nobody telling them how the game is played. They're just going off their feelings. They're going off of what they think this dude is, even though he got other babies. That's not what they thinking about. They looking at a whole nother picture than what we're seeing. They're looking at a whole maybe swag, maybe his confidence, maybe something. But whatever they're looking at makes them say, "Hey, come." They open their legs and they get that shit from that dude.
Think about it from this perspective. If the dude that is not shit has male friends that he's hanging with, if she uses that same judgment and has a baby with that same person, but she sees friends mobbing with him, other males. So clearly, okay. So
she needs somebody to tell her it's different.
I'm
mob with the dude. I'll tell you, I'll mob with the Pookie and Ray Ray because in the state championship, and I'm at cornerback. Pookie was at an outside linebacker, and the dude was coming my way, and I had to either go up or down. And motherfucking Pookie came and hooked me up where I was able to get the tackle.
Yeah, but I'm not having. Yeah, but I'm not.
Women don't play football, so they don't know that energy. They have a different energy.
Yeah, but playing. Okay, so playing a competitive sport with an individual and hanging with the individual, that's not the same thing.
It is, bro, because you're a team. You in the locker room together.
But you don't got to be in my car though, beloved.
Dressing up together.
But you don't got to be in my car though. I don't gotta.
You on the bus together,
my nigga.
Bro, you on the bus together at the game. You got to sit beside him on the bus.
My nigga.
He's not a bad dude to you.
But I'm saying you don't got to be in my car though.
Bro.
Look.
Like you don't know homies, man.
No. Listen.
You know these niggas.
Look, what I'm saying is, I'm looking at it. Look, I got sisters. I'm saying
I got daughters, bro.
So look. What I'm saying is, look, if we're saying that the women are opening their legs for niggas that ain't shit, right?
They
cool.
are doing that.
Okay, cool. But those same women that are opening their legs for niggas that ain't shit, he has homeboys.
Yeah.
So if the niggas can hang with him, and we don't say nothing about the dudes, why are we saying something about the women who we say are emotional and the guys are logical?
And I'll tell you why again. This is I'll tell you for the last time, and I'll just let you have your point. The last time is because we're different. Women can't bang with dudes how dudes bang with dudes. Dudes can't bang with women how women bang with women. We have to get this egalitarian feminism, we're all the same thing, out of our head. We're not the same, bro. We are different. I bang with them dudes because I know the space I can bang with them with. There's not a woman that can bang with the niggas that I fuck with and be safe. As in their character, personality, and emotions. Because we gonna fucking look for the hit. That's real. But that's goes back to elementary school days. Women look at what men do and think that shit is great and they want to do that shit and be that shit. But somebody needs to tell them, baby girl, they don't play like that. Get back in your lane because this is not the lane you play in. See, I can play in it because I know this nigga. I know how he functions. I've seen this nigga before. You don't know this shit. You're just looking at the Star-Spangled Banner because we're able to make what we look good, like in elementary school. When we was in elementary school, we made playing on the merry-go-round and swinging that shit around real hard look good. And they was like, well, let's play too. Then all of a sudden, when they get flung in the bushes, they want to tell the teacher. And we're like, damn, we didn't do nothing but play how we play. That's how it is. Women and men are not the same. And I think we really got to kill that shit because it's fucking us up. Women think they can come over in men's spaces and be men. We're at the time with this pandemic where women going to start getting the real reality that we're not the same. We're not the same. Women can't do what we do. And yes, Lord, we can't do what they do. I'm sure in elementary school, there were plenty of girls who were like, oh, you stink. Look at your shoes. They got shit about us too that they don't like. So it's not like a one up and one down. But we're different enough that we have to start respecting that shit and stop trying to blend it together. I see that with kids, man.
Okay.
We gotta
so
really
look, here's the thing.
Difference.
A guy spends most of his time around guys, right?
For sure.
All right. If he ain't shit, it's the guys that are around him responsibility to carve him and stand him upright. Yes or no?
Not really, bro.
Okay. So if so listen, this is the thing. If based on what you're saying and the guys and women don't think the same, what you're saying is the man got the drop on other men. He knows what time it is. So if guys will hang around a guy that ain't shit, why wouldn't a woman have a baby by a nigga that ain't shit? And guys put in work. Hold on. Guys put in work with dudes that ain't shit. Ride and smoke with niggas that ain't shit. Party with niggas that ain't shit. But the woman that has a baby by the nigga that ain't shit, we look at the woman, even though that dude spends all his time around other guys.
It's the mafia rule, man. Women stay in their place, bro. That's just what it is. They don't know what's going on. Like I said, they don't play football. They're not in the locker room. They don't shed the tears when you lose the worst game of the season. They don't shed the tears when you win the best game of the season. They're not in that space. That's an energy that women will never be able to get into. But they see it in the light, how it looks, and they think they want it. And so they go in there with the goofy goggles, and they get skeeted up. And then all of a sudden, niggas ain't shit. When really, they should have sit their ass down. Because plenty of people have told them that before.
But why would they?
Ever had a girl? Let me ask you something. Have you ever had to have to deal with a girl who had maybe 3 brothers, and you had to go through each gate to actually get to that girl? I did. Do you know how scary it was when I was young? I'm talking about maybe college days, about 19, 20. It was very scary because each individual brother was checking me as I got closer to the girl. And they were being honest with me, and they were being honest with her. So by the time I got to her, it was like, oh man, this is a whole nother dynamic now, because I had to prove myself. Those guys were doing that for her sister, but we spoke boy to boy, man to man, or male to male. That's how I was able to get through to these things. We have a different ball game, bro. Women and men, we're not the same.
Then if we have a different ball game, then the guys that are not shit or the Pookies or Ray Rays, how come men aren't dealing with those guys?
We don't have to deal with those
Why
guys
not?
because they're grown. Because they're for one, they're grown. Two, we are doing our own thing. This is what I said earlier. We starting to gravitate to people that identify with us. See, the Pook and Ray Rays are grown men. You can't really, to be honest, you can't walk up to no grown man.
But
and tell
does
him
Pook? But I'm asking you this, bro.
I'm telling you.
But does those individuals, do they hang out with other guys?
Of course, they got their crew.
Okay. All right. So listen what I'm saying.
Right.
If the man is logical and we don't think the same and the guys are
Right.
sharp and stuff, all that, right? Shouldn't the guy know better than the woman to hang out with niggas that ain't shit?
Of course.
But okay.
Of course.
All right. So
but but hanging out is come on, Ken, man. I don't know if you've been actually all right. Dude, you know dudes that play a portion of function in the life you know. I know them dudes. I don't trust them. We're not hanging out. But when they come around, there's no smoke because they've never done nothing to me. So if the motherfucker need a ride to the store, or the nigga need to borrow a buck or two, or if he just want to fucking chat and drink or smoke or whatever, it could be possibility that I might do that one time because I know this dude. It's not no smoke. See, that's the difference between men and women. We don't have to have all that drama in how we deal. And we don't have to get all in each other's lives where I gotta tell a nigga about himself. He's grown. How we know each other is how we know each other.
But okay, so this is okay. So just what I'm saying though. If we say men are the leaders and men are logical, then how is the emotional person that's not the leader supposed to know better with better discernment with a man, and the men don't have that same standard for the men?
You're still missing it, bro.
No,
we have that same standard, man. We do. The thing, I just said it. When it comes to doing the work to move to a greater level, to move to a greater point in life, when it comes to doing that type of work, we don't deal with Pookies and Ray Rays. But Pookies and Ray
That's
Rays
not true, bro.
Around.
That's not true.
I mean,
that's not true.
Okay, so now you about to prove my point now. So now you about to say we do deal with them. It's a position in people's life, man. You know how it goes, man. Everybody can't be in the inner circle. You got layers to this thing. And there's always some dudes that's on the fourth or fifth ring of the fucking layer. And you don't have to diss them because that's how they function in the fifth ring of the layer. But if a woman comes up, say for instance, you have a child or you have a daughter, and she's like, hey, look, I'm interested in so-and-so. And this nigga is on the fifth ring. Oh, baby girl, you might as well get that out your head. Don't even fuck with this right here. Because she's closer to the center. But you don't go out there and be like, "Hey, Pookie Ray Ray," you don't go out there.
My thing is gonna begin and end with those that have dominion and leadership. That's where I'm a begin and end. I'm a man. Yeah. I'm a man too, right? And I'm telling you that I done hung with homies that wasn't about shit. It's times in my life I ain't been about shit and whatever, right? But check it out. If a woman has a baby by me and I'm not shit, how can somebody turn around and be like, yeah, you should have picked better. This nigga ain't shit. But then if she turn around and be like, but he's your homeboy though.
Because it's different, bro.
It's not though, fam. It's not though.
Girls.
No, listen what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, look, hold on. Let me say this. Look, you teach the women not with your mouth. You teach people leadership is not I was just going through the principles. Is you got to be the genuine article of what what you're talking about. Show me the right way. So if you hang with niggas that ain't shit, and I wind up having a baby by a nigga that ain't shit, how are we not the same?
Nigga, we not the same because we ain't about to be fucking because we dudes. That's
But
why
you
we want
shouldn't
the
even
same.
be in. But okay, the nigga that ain't shit
That's not
shouldn't even.
happening, bro.
But
We're
he
not even
shouldn't
about to
even
get into
be.
the intimate
But
spaces.
if he's
When
not
you
shit,
start
my
crossing,
G. If he's
let me
not
say, I
shit,
heard you. I heard you out. So when you start crossing space with intimate stuff, talking about sex, that's not the same, bro. That's not the same. They got to be. That's a whole other energy. They're not coming in playing football. They're not coming in playing basketball. They're not coming in shooting guns. They're not coming in with that energy. They're coming in with an intimate energy. Dudes ain't fucking intimate like that with each other, dog. Unless they're on some gay shit. So it's a different energy. You can't keep bringing men and women together in mind because we think totally different. A woman would do some shit to a dude.
I don't
like,
deal with none of that, bro. I deal with righteousness. So there
Dude,
is
man.
no. I deal with concepts, bro. I deal with concepts, and what I'm saying is like this. Cool. Yeah. The
So
men.
you X'd out all fuck niggas out your life.
Who, me? Yeah. As of right now, yeah.
Yeah, you ain't got no haircut from a nigga that wasn't shit.
No. That's
You
providing
ain't got
us.
a haircut.
No. Hold on. No. I'm talking about. See, if you cut my hair and you're a fuck nigga, how do I know that? How do I
I
know
don't know.
that? No, this is what
You
I'm
don't ever
saying.
know.
No, listen what I'm saying. I don't have that kind of stuff in my life, but there's times where I did have that stuff in my life, right? And what I'm saying is look, birds of a feather flock together. And I'm not talking about no women if we're the so-called leaders. So the leadership, it don't roll like that, my nigga. I deal with ultimate accountability. And what I'm saying is this is like, yo, you keep your circle clean. You keep your circle clean on all fucking sides. So that means if you know this nigga's not shit, why is he in your car? Why is he at your crib? Why is you smoking with this nigga? Why is you drinking with this? Let me tell you something, bro. I will never in my life hang with a nigga that don't take care of his kids. Ever.
See, now, I got
Ever.
you, man. But
Check it out. Check it out.
you missing it,
But
man. I think you're missing the boat, bro.
but
I respect what you're saying, but I think you're missing
what?
the
No,
boat.
the boat is same
I think you're
same.
missing the boat.
Is an accountability for all perspective. And what I'm saying
Dude,
is, if you're gonna apply the concepts of that we don't think the same, then you have to put all of the pressure back on the male and take it off
I
the
take the
pussy.
pressure. I totally agree. I'm a fan of putting the pressure on men because I don't even think women have the ability to hang in it, to be honest with you. So the pressure is all on us. They need to be in their place because when it comes to accountability and responsibility, they start moving and squirming. It's uncomfortable for them. It's uncomfortable for us as men, but we have more resolve than they do. So yes, I do put the accountability on men. That's why I say what I say. Like they have to, at some point in time, also understand that accountability is on men and listen to them when we explain to them what's happening. But generally, what's happening is they're not listening to dudes. So they get out there and they jump in the water thinking they can do what we do, and then when they find out the water's too deep, they start crying like, "Look what you did to me." It doesn't work like that.
Be specific. When you saying thinking they could do what we do, what do you mean by that?
Well, just the example we just talked about. When they see, so if I walk up to a dude that got 4 different baby mamas, and I did this here just the other day. I know the dude. I walked up, gave him that. We had good energy because he never did anything to me. I had no reason to disrespect him. It was just, hey, shake hands, handshake, what's up, what's up. Just saying if hypothetically, if a woman is looking like, oh shit, this dude right here shaking this guy's hand, I know he got 4 baby mamas. Let me go over there and get in his face like I'm like how I just got in his face. She's out of place. She just seeing me bang with a dude. She don't know it. She just want to be in that energy. Back to the elementary school days. A lot of times women are inspired by men because of what we do, and they want to be what we are, and they can't hold it because we have a different energy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We can do things that they can't. It's like an adult and a child. When an adult lights up a cigarette or goes and buy a beer or something like that, and that child is 15, he can't buy a beer because he's not in the same space. Likewise, with women, they can't do what we do because they're not in the same space. Just like when we were kids, they couldn't do what we did. When they tried to do what we did, we got in trouble, we got fucked with. They didn't have a joyous time because we're different. I see that now with my children and the children they play with. Boys and girls, naturally, they'll separate from each other, and then they'll come back together for a short period of time, and then they'll separate again. Because naturally, we're not the same. We don't think the same.
So how do men think?
I mean, that's a broad perspective, but on different subjects, we don't think the same. So, men in general, we like, okay, fuck it. If it has to be done, let's get it done. If you're working on a car, you got the wrench, you bust your knuckles, it's bleeding, you might fucking lick your fingers, you might be like, okay, well, fuck it, and you'll go back and work at it. Women, man, they bust their knuckles and fingernails. Oh my goodness, my fingernail's broken. 5 hours later, I just broke my fingernail. They do different shit. Okay. They don't think like how we think. They don't think to get the job done.
But give me like specifics though. Like
that's a general.
Like give me specific when you say men think this way. Give me a specific.
I'll give you a specific. Okay. I'll give you a specific. Something recently that happened. 2 children I'm watching. One had a video game and the other didn't want to play it. Excuse me, the other wanted to play it and one didn't want to play it. So the woman, the female, the leader of the situation that stepped in and said, hey, why are you not playing this game, etc., saw one child as bad and the other as good. Hey, you need to give him back his game. That's how she saw it. When I came in the situation, I'm like, hold a minute for a second. Hey, bro, this is this young man's game. You just can't take his game. That's what I told the one that was the assailant, the one that trespassed. Hey, you can't take his game. Then I looked at the individual who had the game. I said, hey, look, this fella right here, this is your game. This fella here just wants to play it for a little while. You can let him play it for 5 minutes, and then let it, and he'll give it back. And I'll sit here and watch and make sure he gives you back after 5 minutes. And I looked at him and I said, do you agree? Is that cool? I'll talk to the one fella who wanted the video game, who wanted to take it. I talked to the other fella who had the video game, who didn't want to take it. Everything went smooth. But when a woman approaches the situation, she's looking for the right person or the wrong person. Me, I'm not even seeing right or wrong. Yeah, that's what happened.
No, that's what happened with that specific individual.
Well, you asked for a
No. What I'm asking you is give me specifically the way a man thinks. When you're saying that you gave because you're lumping things and saying men and women don't think the same, and I'm saying okay, give me exclusive. What is an exclusive thought process framework of men?
I can't do that, bro. I can't. That's too long, man. We ain't got time for that. We ain't got time for that. But you know, we don't think the same. We don't look at situations.
Okay, so let me ask this.
That's one example.
Okay, so does the average man? Can the average man outthink, or does the average man think like Hillary Clinton?
Nah, Hillary Clinton's trash. What you mean? The average man don't think like that.
No.
Trash, she's garbage. So whatever, fuck her. Like, whatever.
No.
I'm just saying.
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is no.
Okay.
And rightfully so.
Okay. So if you take the average man and swap and put him in Hillary Clinton's position, can he do the job?
Probably not like Hillary, because Hillary had to do whatever she had to do to be what she is.
Oh, okay. So
she had to do whatever she had to do. Whatever baby she had to kill or some shit. Well, I don't know what the fuck she do.
But no,
like I don't know what she do.
No. But the main thing is,
if you want to do hypothetical, I don't know what the niggas do.
Okay.
All kind of shit.
The main thing is she understands government.
She understands gangsterism, from my understanding.
Oh, okay. So does the average?
Like, I don't know government. Like whoever just kill a nigga that don't do what you say do. That's what she understands. Some MS-13 shit. Like I don't know Hillary. I don't know what the fuck she knows.
But for the most part, she's very well read, though. Yes.
I won't even agree with that shit. I think she doofus. I mean, I personally think she goofy. Like I can't.
That's your personal things. What I'm saying is
your personal thing is that she's great.
I didn't say she was great. But hold on, I didn't say she was great. I never gave my personal. This is a fact that she is very well read in her field. This is a fact. And but here's the thing, though. And she's in a field with who? Men or women?
Both. She's in a field, but predominantly dominated by men.
Okay. All right. So what I'm trying to figure out is, I'm just going off what you're saying. You're saying men and women, we don't think the same. Okay, cool. So I'm trying to get a framework of a specific, because what you're giving me, that's a talking point. Men and women do this, that's a generalization. It's
general. Okay. Yeah, it's a generalization.
Okay, so what I'm asking is a specific.
I gave you my personal example. I don't know how else to do it.
You said you gave me an example of a situation you were in.
Yeah, my personal example.
So all right, so do you think that all men are gonna think like you?
Not all. But the majority, if they saw it, they would understand it. Guaranteed that. The majority, if they saw how the transaction went, I'm willing to put money that 90% of would understand it. And I'm willing to put money that 40% of women would probably understand.
You just throwing them numbers out, bro.
I mean, I got no choice. What else can I do, man?
You throwing them numbers out. Okay, so okay.
I can't do nothing else.
All right, so just so I'm clear, so are you saying that the male is going to think in a way to make things work better? Are you saying that?
Man, the man, yes, indeed. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so
the male is on the path of manhood? Absolutely, man.
Okay, so the male. All right, so that's what you're saying. You're saying that the man is going to think in a way to make things operate better. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if that's the case, and the men are going to think in a way that operate better, then niggas that ain't shit wouldn't even be in the picture nowhere, because the men that think in ways to operate things better know that this motherfucker is a cancer and he is not a good look for this environment. Correct?
Right.
Okay. So hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. So let me finish. So if the man thinks in a way to make things operate better, right? Then we look at the woman and say, you needed to pick better. But then if the woman turned around and be like, okay, listen, what am I picking from? Because it's a lot of them. So where are the men that are focused on making shit operate better? Why y'all don't deal with that individual right there so we can have better outcomes?
We do. This is what you're missing, bro. The dynamics of life works that way. You have layers to things. You have atoms that have layers. Motherfucker that's on the outside ring is just on the outside ring. You can't get mad at a dude that ain't never crossed you. You can't get pissed off at a dude that ain't never fucked up shit personally for you. And if they're buying your book, buying your CD, buying your jewelry, buying your clothes, he could be a fuck nigga, but he just put money in your pocket. Why is you gonna walk up to him and start fucking with him? Let him sit on ring number 8 and ring 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You function with them. That's how it functions, bro. You know that's how atoms move. You have ionic bonds and covalent bonds. You have things that you share, and you have things you just have to take from a motherfucker. That's life, man. You know these principles. That's how we live. But when the woman comes in, she has to understand her place. She doesn't have the functionality to deal with ring number 8 like you do. Because you had to deal with that shit.
Okay, so
you had to work to get to where you are. She's just a beautiful woman, or if she worked to get where she was, she would respect you even greater just because of the path you took.
Oh, okay, cool.
The truth of the matter is that's how life functions, bro. You don't go around get pissed off at niggas just because they do fuck shit. That's their world. That's their life. They have a journey to travel. But they don't have to get close to your circle.
Okay, all right. So let me ask specific, right? The specific. So when you say, because you mentioned a few times her place, what is what is the woman's place?
Not the man's. Simple as that. Whatever men do, she need to go ahead and do what women do. Get up out of that shit because it's too hot. It's not what she really wants to be and do. Because of me, you know how it is. And if dudes get together and talk and start getting swift with the tongue, it's gonna be hands, guns, and it might get deadly. That woman get in that space thinking shit sweet. We have to automatically start thinking back to the universal order and shit. Be like, damn, I can't crack a fucking skull. Even though she's trying to bring that same fucking energy. So she need to be up out of that fucking space. Because she can't handle these motherfucking hands. You feel me? That's the shit we dealing with now. That's why red pill is all over the fucking place. Because they stepping in shit like wahoo wahoo, and pretty soon shit gonna be coming to the grill. And I hate to say it, and I don't want to see it, but this is the tree they barking up.
Okay, so
that's why red pill is so strong.
Okay, so I'm talking specifically, bro.
Oh, come on, bro.
Come on, bro. You're not actually answering my question. You're saying if we get in a fight right now and men start getting it on.
Example, bro.
No, I'm just saying though, that's not a specific. So okay, so if we're not fighting, what is her place?
Oh, when we're not fighting?
Yeah, what is the woman's place?
Still not the man's. Simple as that. Sometimes you can find out what things are by finding out what things aren't. In her place, she ain't no dude. She need to get up out of there. Get up out of there swiftly. Just like if I was to walk into a section of women Nigga, I'm not about to go in there trying to be like, oh my God, girl, look at your nails and your hair. Fuck out of here. I'm not about to do that. That's not my place or my space. But we don't have the same reciprocity when it comes to women because they want to get up in there and be like, wahoo, 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 this shit looks sweet. Nah, baby girl, you gotta have a seat, baby. It don't function like that. Shit get hot over here.
Okay. So, all right. So the question I'm asking you is specifically, right? So specifically, what is the woman's place?
Not the man's. So that's a broad category. Whatever you can think of, eat that. Period. Whatever you think of, because I can go on for days. How much time you got?
A lot. So I'm up.
Okay, so this is a 2-month conversation.
All right. So give me the woman's place.
2 months conversation.
All right. So I'm asking.
2-month conversation.
So I mean, so they say explain it to me as if I was a child. Like, what would you say to a child? What is a woman's place?
Okay, I'll tell you like this, right? I'll tell you like I told my son, man. Hey, look here, man. You can't play with your sister like that. Why, Dad? Because she's a girl. Well, what does that mean? She's not as rough as you are. She doesn't understand what you understand. And if you play with her like that, you will hurt her in such a way that I might have to send you to your room. Because you have to start respecting the differences, young man. So when you see a young woman and she has to have all these fucking groceries, or she needs the door held open for her, you hold the door open for her because she's not no fucking dude. You help her with her bags. You see an old lady, you help her get across that street because she's not no dude. You do things for women because they are what they are, young man. Do not mistake that they're like you. Because if you mistake that they're like you will trespass over her energy. So if I have to tell you like that, Mr. Brisbane, that's what it is. Let them have their space.
So, okay.
Get them out of yours.
Okay, so everything that I think I'm hearing when I'm asking what a woman's place is, you go into a physical component.
That's one aspect, absolutely. Okay. That's one aspect. Okay. That's one major aspect, because physical, you can put your finger on it, because it's physical. So let's deal with something simple. It goes beyond that, of course. But physical, you can put your finger on it. Yeah, for sure. You see what it is. You see her struggling trying to pick up a 4-way lug wrench and put a tire on the thing, and she's like, oh, sweating, and a baby in the back seat. Come on, man. She don't need to be doing that type of shit. But if she wanna be wahoo, then hey, you better get yourself a fucking pipe wrench, baby girl. I'll let you later. You see where I'm coming from? Like, motherfuckers be asking for shit they don't want. Shit ain't sweet, bro.
Okay. So, all right. Would you say that you don't have a clear definition of what a woman's place is? A clear definition. Because
babies. I mean, let's go ahead and break it down to the absolute biology.
Please, yeah.
They have babies, we don't. They got an opening, a hole. We ain't got that same hole. So how far do I need to go, bro? I ain't got to get that.
But I'm talking about her. I'm talking about her place now. All right. So now you said about something about a wrench. Now there are women that are mechanics. You mentioned about scuffles and shit. Now there are women that bust heats, and there are women that fight. So I'm saying though. Okay. So
there are dudes that put on nails. There are dudes that put on purple hair. There are dudes that do gay shit. Yeah.
Right. No, but I'm talking about is like a specific. Okay. Boom. Right there. That's a woman's place. A specific place that's not interchangeable. Like, boom, that's a woman's place. Go ahead.
You ready?
Shoot.
You ready?
Shoot.
When she's having sex.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't care. I've been with my man 19. With my wife 19 years. We've had sex a lot. Okay. And never has she grown a penis and fucked, quote unquote, my vagina. That shit ain't never switched. So it's a one-way street according to nature.
Okay, so that's
all this wahoo shit I don't know nothing about.
Okay, but what's the place though? Like, what is her place though?
Well, what do you mean when you say place? Like, what's in your mind? Because I don't know where to point the target. Give me
no, I'm asking you because you said you referenced stay in a woman's place.
Okay, I just gave so many examples.
That they weren't though.
Hold a minute. I'm not hitting the target. So can you give me A, B, C, or D so I can pick from multiple choice? Because obviously what I'm saying ain't hitting your target. Give me 4 of your target. That way I can be precise.
Okay,
give me A, B, C, or D. And I'll tell you what I play this out of A, B, C, or D.
All right, so look. place is based on your ability and what you do or don't do.
I'm asking you, could you give me A, B, C, or D?
I just told. So I no.
Is that A?
No. Listen, a individual's place is going to be based on what they do.
Is that A?
I don't know. No, that's specific.
Oh, you're just saying as a statement. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a specific. What you do.
Go ahead. Okay, well, okay. Well,
so what you do is going to set the tone of your place.
I get that too.
Right.
Absolutely.
All right. So listen, a woman that don't do shit and a man that don't do shit are in the same place. They don't do shit.
Pretty much.
Now, someone in my chat, I keep dropping a link for them. They say a woman is a man's helpmeet. Help him do what?
Whatever the fuck he's doing, if she chose him. Period. Enough of the yipping yapping, bro. If she chose him, whatever he's doing, if he's skinning a pine tree every Wednesday, she need to be right there like, hey, baby, you missed that side of the fucking pine tree. Because she chose to be with that nigga. If he up there digging up ant mounds, she need to be like, hey, yo, you missed the hill over here, baby. Whatever the fuck she chose, if she chose this motherfucker, fuck with that motherfucker.
And help and help him do whatever he doing.
If he digging up ant mounds, nigga, she need to be right there with a fucking spade and be like, okay, baby, we missed one.
And just help him do
whatever the fuck he doing. Cause she banging with that nigga. Cause she opened up her divinity to that motherfucker when she opened up her goddamn leg.
Okay.
Bang with that nigga. Period.
All right. So
like we got all this him in the home.
So I'm asking you, okay.
Cut that shit short and go straight to the meat. Man.
Okay. So do you suggest that for your shorties too? Whatever the man.
Oh man, I suggest that for my look. Yeah, I talk to my daughter right now. She ain't, but I'm not even gonna tell her. Hey, she's young. I'm already talking to her. I'm already talking. Little cousins, I'm little boys. I'm already talking to them because if we don't do it, the motherfucking MTV or VH1, BET, they motherfuckers gonna give them bullshit.
So do you? So would you encourage the women and young girls that you know that whatever the man is doing to help him do that?
This is what I'll say, hey, look, baby, you chose this nigga right here. This is the one you chose. You want to open your legs to this dude right here. This is your guy. Get your ass on with this motherfucker.
So go down. So whatever this man decides to do, go down that path.
Look here. You chose to open your legs to him. You go with that shit. Now, if he going in some way, you think it's sabotage, and you feel like he can push you. Well, I mean, push you if you feel like it. But if you talking to me and you chose this motherfucker, you gonna have to deal with that. Period. If she's have a volition and a choice, she has to deal with that. See, this is the problem that I think we have with black women now. The accountability factor to the choices they're making. They want to make choices, but they don't want to deal with the consequences. That's a problem. Because if you put it all on the men, which is what I agree with, then they have a place to hush and do what they're told. Because if they go south, they're not going to stand up and say, hey, look, I fucked it up. See, what you're doing is advocating for women to be absolved of accountability, which is fine. Absolve them of their accountability. But I want to reflect how much power they don't have. Do you understand?
No. I'm not. Everybody got to look at themselves in the mirror. But what
So when she decides to open up her divinity to whatever nigga she decides, she need to get her ass on that way. Fuck that. But he ain't about to be playing this game.
Okay, but if I'm her advisor,
get her ass on. That's your guy, girl. You want to be pregnant by this dude? You think he fucking super whatever swag you? Get your ass on over there.
Okay, follow so look, so let's walk it back just a little bit. I'm saying would the help me. Yeah. So we're encouraging the woman to help this nigga do whatever.
Open her divinity up.
No. I'm saying even if he's going down the wrong path, we encourage that.
Well, if she's going down the wrong path, if he's going down the wrong path, then at that point, she got a parachute, she need to pull it. That's still going to be on her. Like, but if it's coming to me and this is where they want to make the decision, I'm like, get your ass on. Like, you're making a decision, sweetheart. You're saying after whatever guidance I've given or whatever I've said, I'm like, look, man, whatever. And she still wants to ride that back of the motorcycle with this motherfucker. I'm saluting. And I might give her a fucking Coca-Cola and tell her, hey, man, you'll get thirsty. Drink that shit with that nigga. Don't come back crying when shit don't go right.
Now, before the crying, I'm talking about the advisory part. I'm not.
I'm saying, but you said if it goes south, so
Right.
that's
If it's
what I'm saying.
no, because what I'm trying to get a clear understanding is when we're talking about the woman being the help me, should she continue? You said help him do whatever. So I'm trying to. Okay, so I'm trying to find out where does she not? Does she stop?
I don't know. I mean, that's the point. I don't. Now, what you asking, I don't know whatever it could be. If it's super bad, then she could be like Harley Quinn, the Joker's wife or whatever. Like, I don't know what they could be. They could be Bonnie and Clyde. They could turn into two fucking diabolical motherfuckers. I don't know. But if she decided, tear her ass on. Like, get your ass on with the motherfucker you lay down with. Because you decided to do this shit with this nigga. Ain't no tears for you, baby girl. The fuck? Unless you telling me, oh my God, you don't have a will and nigga just sweep your ass in the carpet, then if that's the case, then you really need to listen to a motherfucker. And never fucking choose on your goddamn own because you can't make right fucking choices. The fuck? This ain't no fucking cater shit no more, man. This shit real out here in the field, baby.
Okay, so so what I'm kind of lost in is you said many times that men and women don't think the same, right? So how is the woman, based on what you're saying, if she doesn't think like a man, how is she going to be able to have that type of discernment if she does not think like a man?
Okay, so here now you talking red pill Kevin Samuel stuff. This is how she does it. Listen to guidance from her father or her brothers or her uncles. Just like I told you, I had to go through 3 gates of niggas to get to this girl. Each gate I went through, those guys were advising her about me. That's how it's done. Women don't think like men, so they need the guard and protection of men. The most unprotected women, of course, are black women, but it's not their physical bodies that's not protected, it's their fucking minds, because they don't think like men. Okay. When their emotions get engaged, they don't eclipse those levels, because at the point where their emotions get engaged, look, if a woman does not like the number 4, 2 plus 2 is going to be a sunny day on Thursday when the wind is going northeast at 5 miles per hour, because she don't like the number 4. That's just how they are. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's how they function because they don't like what they hear. Okay,
I just want to be clear.
Somebody needs to be able to bring them up out of that shit as they move, bro.
I just want to be clear. So the woman is listening to men. Now I just want to set a stage real quick. So listen to the men
that care about her.
Okay, that
the
care.
The ones that are not trying to fuck her. The ones that are not trying to fuck her. The father, or uncle, or cousin, brother, whatever. So somebody's not trying to fuck her.
Do the men have to be righteous men?
Absolutely, man.
Okay, so
that's what the word man is. That's what the word man is. Like, man is another level of being.
Okay, so let's be clear then. It can't just be any brother or any uncle, right? But we have to be clear because we're talking in front of people, right? So we can't be vague and talk in a way that people need understanding, right? Okay, so the women the women that is listening to men, they do have to be a man of certain character, because just because she has a father, that don't mean he stands on his square, right? He can be an imbecile, right?
Yes, they are, but enough of the male bashing, because that's what the whole
there is no such thing as a male bashing. I don't
got time for that shit.
No.
Care about that, bro.
I'm being bro.
You being honest?
Okay, so there's no males that are imbeciles. The truth.
Yes,
that's the truth.
Plenty,
okay, so what I'm asking is.
So let's just talk about them then. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking is because you're setting the tone that men and women think different. Okay, cool. So what I'm trying to gather is, man, it's a lot of shit that goes into the woman to make these decisions, and she, according to what you're saying, is not the sharper of the two. But but it's weird to me though, because I'm gonna tell you how I grew up. I grew up in a hoods, right, with all dudes, right, and I've been to prison before, right, and for some reason, what you're talking about, I did not see.
Well, I got a whole different perspective.
Okay. I'm just saying, and guess what? Here's the interesting thing about when I left one hood and I went to another hood. It was the same shit. And it was the
I have a
same
totally
shit.
different
Now,
perspective.
okay, so this is the thing. You know how they be like, how come these good cops ain't ain't start chopping it up with the bad cops? Cool.
They do.
Cool. Why the good cops ain't stopping the bad cops, right? Okay, cool.
Mhm.
So these good niggas, these good men, right?
Mhm.
These men in the lodge, these men that have renowned understanding.
Mhm.
Isn't it their job to raise the men that don't have understanding? Or no?
Yes.
It is. Okay. Okay. All right. So
Everybody is every man that come through gonna be worthy? No.
okay, hold on. So come
You know
on,
what?
bro.
You just mentioned something that's facts. Some people get turned away at the door.
Okay. So this is the thing. So look at what you're saying. So if men are turning other men away, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, okay. So are the men that are turning men away, are those men teaching women the kind of men to turn away? Keep it a stack.
Yes.
They are?
Yeah, by turning them over. Yes, exactly. If they sit there and watch and be like, okay, I'm gonna see if this nigga gonna walk in that lodge. I'm gonna see if they gonna let him walk in that door. Oh, he got turned around. They learned something that day, didn't they? Everybody don't get in. If they watching, if they observing, they seeing, oh shit, he came to the door. He knocked 3 times. His ass got to turn the fuck around. Yeah, if they looking, they gonna see that. But you're talking about the closer to the nucleus. That's why I told you there's layers to this shit. Everybody ain't gonna get into the heart and soul of the thing, man. Some people just gonna be on the outside ring. You have to accept that reality because you deal with chemistry and molecules every day. That's how life is. Solar systems function that way. Everything ain't close to the sun. Some shit gotta be way the fuck out there, and it's fine out there. But if motherfuckers want to get in, and he's quote unquote trying to figure out, then it's your obligation to tell her, man, don't fuck with Pluto out there. Pluto's on ring number 9. You need to fuck with somebody that's inside the fucking asteroid belt. Come fuck with, Mars or Earth or Venus or Mercury. Don't fuck with shit out there past the asteroid belt. That's what the fuck we supposed to be doing. But don't mean that Pluto don't need to go around the fucking sun. Pluto need to go around the sun too. But that nigga need to go around the sun way the fuck out there.
I mean, this
is life, bro.
Okay, I'm just a little, I'm just confused.
I know, because you don't want to admit it, bro. But just
what is it that I'm trying to put what you're saying in a righteous place.
Okay. Again.
And listen, a righteous place, it don't matter about no balls and vagina. It's all about principles, bro.
I get that. And that's ultimately what it is.
Okay.
I agree.
So
but balls and vaginas will come in because that's what men and women do.
So I'm trying to put it in a righteous space. And what I'm saying is righteous men are righteous men teaching women to be righteous. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Look, and it's chain of command. In the military, right? Whoever is the leader, if the leader passes a message to a 10-man unit, and if that message gets to the 10th man and the 10th man got it wrong, whose fault is it? Is it the 10th man's or is it the leader?
If that leader don't cut his ass off,
it's the leader's fault, bro. If that mission goes wrong, because we gotta, because guess what? When I'm talking, I need this message to get to that 10th man exactly how I said it. And if the now listen, if the 4th man got it wrong and the 7th man fuck it up, it's not them that's got to stand for this. It's me. Now, this is what I'm saying. Now, if the group of guys are saying, you know what, I'm not leaders. Cool. I'm not leaders. But listen, yo, bro, leadership ain't pretty. It's ugly. Okay, so look.
That's why I said women need to get up out of the certain spaces, bro.
How?
Because the shit ain't sweet. The fuck?
But
shit hot, man. That's what I mean when I say it's hot. But carry on. Shit hot, man. Leadership is hot. It's not cute. It's hot. You stand in that fucking seat, you gonna feel fire. It's hot, bro. The sun, that shit hot when you're in the middle, man. And women, they don't got it, bro. They don't got it to stand in that heat like that. If they do, I mean, don't get me wrong. You might have a 1 or 2 that have to do what they gotta do. But in general, it's too hot for them in that fucking spot, man. They just like the way it looks because we make it look good.
Who?
Period.
Who?
We make it look good, but this shit hot, bro. It's hot. And you'll feel that energy if you have to lead something, man.
I don't see anyone making it look good though, bro.
Man, they trying to be make it look good. When you see the suits, when you see, everybody giving attention, that's what women like. They like the attention of the leader. They like how he looks up there. Oh my God. And they want to feel that energy. But you gotta be able to hold that shit. You can't be crying. You don't need no hugs up there. Leaders don't need no hugs in public. The fuck?
But
like it's hot.
Okay.
That's what I mean by women staying in their place. The women need hugs.
Do they
cry sometimes, bro?
Right. So do these niggas. I'm saying.
I mean, that's them niggas. I'm talking about real dudes. We ain't got to keep bringing up.
Okay. So look. Okay, cool. So So
if we can talk about fuck niggas all day.
Okay, no. Okay.
Big niggas out here be scratching their ass.
Okay, do this. Do this. Okay, so do this.
We can talk about fuck niggas all day.
Okay, my nigga. So if you talking about real dudes, why you not talking about real women?
Okay, so let's have a conversation about real women.
So no, this is what I'm saying though. If you don't want me to have a language of fuck niggas and shit like that, cool. If when you're talking about a certain type of guy, then how come you're not talking about a certain type of woman? Because the woman that you keep talking about is the weakest common denominator of them.
Okay, so let's talk about great women. I'm gonna tell you about this is great women to me. Great women to me are women who understand how to use their mouth. They understand how to talk. They don't be yapping all the time. Not only that, a great woman understands her place. She's not in there trying to dig up shit that she can't handle, particularly things that men can handle. She's not trying to show her ego off like, look, I can do this too. I don't need this, blah, blah, blah. She ain't trying to do none of that. And if she do get the bag or if she do get the degree, she ain't trying to wave that shit in nobody's face like, look at me, nigga. Fuck. The woman
but you keep talking about.
No, I'm getting. Give me a minute. So this woman I'm talking about is a woman that carries her femininity with pride. Watch this. You don't like that, but I'm gonna say it anyway. She carries her femininity with pride.
Why wouldn't like that?
Go ahead. Because she walks delicate. She smiles. She holds herself with great demure. She definitely says yes, thank you, no sir. Yes,
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, bro.
What is the oldest book on femininity you have written by a woman?
None. Zero.
Okay, so then what you're talking about? Hold on. This is important though because let me just give you a background about me. Right, I'm into paleontology. I'm into archaeology. I'm into the sciences. Right, the talking points are cool, but let's get into. Can we get into any archaeology or anthropology about any of the stuff we're talking about? So what you just said right now, that had nothing to do with a woman. That had everything to do with what a man wants a woman to be.
Absolutely.
So look, so what I'm saying is, listen. You said a woman is this in her feminine, right? That's coming out the mind of a dude. What I'm asking you is show me the oldest book you have of a woman describing this shit with themselves, not from the mind of a man, from the mind of women. What's the oldest book you have for that?
This shit don't exist, bro.
Okay, so we're just making this shit up as we go?
Not quite. We have different roles, bro. They don't even do this type of shit. Your argument is like the WNBA argument, bro.
What's that?
Your argument is like the WNBA argument. Your argument is like women need to get into STEM. Your argument is that argument. They're not choosing to do certain things that's already available to them. They're not choosing to fucking get into STEM. The WNBA is not. Women don't support the WNBA.
I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing.
I'm with you, bro. It don't exist because they don't do that type of stuff.
Okay, so all right, so we already know that history records Queen and Zinga and shit like that. We already know that, right? So so did women write in ancient times?
I'm sure they did.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, because I think that's an important thing for a person that is saying what femininity is. That means we're not studying this shit,
dude. You want to talk, okay, so let's go to Kama Sutra. We can go to Kama Sutra, we can go to the Geisha principle, we can go to all these different civilizations where women pass down their own principles to their daughter. We just don't like to talk about it. Mothers have always told their daughters they need to do this, they need to do that, learn to sew, learn to cook, take care of them, learn to heal, learn to take care of the children, learn to solve them. They have always passed that on down from woman to woman. They've done that. They just ain't write the shit down for the most part. That's just how they function. They always pass down their jewels and their keys to keep the family and the lineage strong and prosperous.
Okay,
That's what they do.
Okay, so cool. So based on that, now I'm gonna ask you, can you give me an ancient tribe that passed down oral traditions of the concepts of femininity that you were talking about?
An ancient tribe that passed down oral tradition? Yeah, sure. I mean, you can go to biblical concepts. It's not in the book though, but they passed that shit on. I mean, you have a bat mitzvah where, the females had their own ceremonies and rites of passage for their daughters. And when their daughters got to a certain age, they taught them how to establish and take care of their families. That shit is facts. And it wasn't none of that wahoo shit we dealing with right now. I just want to throw that in there because ain't no nigga scared of that shit no more. So it's none of that wahoo shit. They showed them how to take care of their families, how to take care of their children, how to take care of their men, and they showed them how to keep the continuity of their genealogy and their bloodline strong. They did that shit. I'm down here in the South. Grandmoms and they did that shit down here. Even though it wasn't always perfect, they did that shit down here too. I've seen it. Real rap, bro. They did that shit. They passed that shit on. I feel you, but
I'm asking
what it is, man.
But I'm asking for a marker. Like I'm asking for a.
You might not get that, bro. What's the marker in any book that tells a person how to take a shit? Some things just ain't written down. I read the Bible, Quran, and all these ancient books, the Tao Te Ching, fucking Lao Tzu shit. I read all that. Ain't none of them say, hey, you white from the front to the back.
Okay, so what I'm okay.
They don't write down every fucking thing. Some things are just what they are, man.
Okay. So what I'm at. Okay. So would you agree that what we're calling femininity is not being created by women, it's being created by men?
Wrong. I would say men are writing and documenting the expressions that women do. And for the most part, when things were great, women co-signed on that. I don't have this feminist idea where men have been beat women upside the damn head all these years. That's bullshit. Straight up. So I don't have that. So that ain't gonna never fly in my book. I'm not gonna say men hadn't had a bad time when they were suppressing women, but generally when men were suppressing women, the men of the group were also suppressed too. So it's not a situation where men just beating on women's head. Whoever got conquered, got conquered. But the idea that men are just beating women upside the head, that's that fucking feminism shit, bro. I keep that shit to the trash, man.
No, but it is a fact that as societies and cultures were crafted, there's people that don't have input.
What you're missing is they did have input, but they didn't have input like men. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to still bring women over to men's spaces.
No.
They don't do what we do.
No. Look.
They don't do what we do, bro.
Look. Okay. Do you study?
They don't do it.
Do you study indigenous cultures?
I have, yes, sir.
Do you study the Pawnee? Do you study the Sioux?
I heard about those.
Okay. So the Pawnee and the Sioux, the women have input, bro.
They still have input now. They had input then.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if you are creating the literature, if you are creating the sciences, and you're excluding other people, and other people don't have, it's the same way African American history, my nigga. If a whole society is developed and you're excluded from the development, what it looks like is you have a place. Now, what you're saying about the women, this is the same thing they said about black men. Know your place.
Well, I mean,
hold on.
Places are God's. I mean,
hold on. The Negro in America was told to know his place.
And that's a factual statement.
Okay, so back then I would have been like, well, goddamn, what is his place specifically, right?
On top of every fucking thing. So let's just make it simple.
But that's not how it was used. It was used.
I know that's not how it was used. That's the same argument we having, bro.
Right. It was used.
Like, we can go all day with this. We can go all day with the veiled talking points. That's cool. It's cool.
Okay.
Reaching back into 2,000 years ago.
But we can do that. Okay. So, but
I'm make a veiled point.
So, but I'm saying though, when I'm asking you for specific things, when I'm asking you for specifics, When I'm asking you, hey, all right, you mentioned femininity. I'm like, okay, I'm a student. Cool. Point me into the right direction. Can you point me to an indigenous tribe that will mirror what you're saying? Can you put me into ancient documents that are mirroring what you're saying? Or are we just making the shit up as we go?
Bro, it doesn't even matter. See, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you what makes it messed up, because you can always flip flop a point. I'm gonna say this: it don't even matter. We think that ancient peoples or what they wrote is what dictated how people live. I think it's the exact reverse. I think people lived and made the ancient culture. See, it came up from the bottom up. So because people lived that way, they wrote about it that way. Not that they wrote about it and then people started living that way. Difference. Because I heard the dissertation you had about Hammurabi. Hammurabi wasn't making people do it. People were already moving that way. And they saw that, oh man, this is more successful to move that way. Remember the fucking the Homo sapien overtook Neanderthals because they created a division of labor and they found it was more economical to have women do what women do and men do what men do, and all of a sudden be able to take over Neanderthals and all these other races of humanoid people? That's because you do it from the core of your being. Then you write about the shit.
But that's not actually true about Hammurabi, though.
I mean, I'm just saying, bro, I'm using it as a small example. I'm saying we live it first and then we write about it later. That's how that's how it works. Because when I gave you an example about when we were children, and I'm dealing with children all the time in an organic fashion, not in a school fashion, I'm looking at them exist amongst each other freely. They do that naturally. It's not something I'm making the children. I'm not making the boys play with the girls. They do it naturally. And then when shit get all squirrely, they separate themselves. Because the girls don't like the heat that the boys bring, and the boys don't like the femininity or the girly that the girls bring. They just naturally separate. Get a bunch of children around you and then let them play. Get them jump ropes, frisbees, balls, and all that, and watch what they do. So we're trying to make this thing convoluted as if we're not natural creatures. Come on, man. Watch children. They do it naturally if you let them be free. So we get adults and we trying to make all these different points to feel egotistical. Man, fuck that. Baby girl, get in your spot.
Oh, okay, so here's the thing about observation, though, right? So when you observe it, when you observe something, it's you're also able to observe something from a bias. You know that, right?
I mean, of course, that's going to be that.
All right. So
I have room for that.
Okay, so I'm saying though, are we observing to understand, or are we observing to put something on it? Because if you already have your way that you think about it, you're gonna miss and read what you're looking at. And
Well, I mean,
here I'm saying though, so when you're looking at situations and you already have in your mind, boys this, girls this, it's already gonna look a certain type of way. Instead of looking, I'm an ability person and a skill person. I look at that's how you build society. You build society off skill, right? That's how you build a society, off who is better at shit. That's how you build a culture, not off personality, not off talking points, right? The brightest and smartest, right? The most skillful people do that. The smartest people do that, right? The most handy people do that. Period. That's how you build. Right? So what I'm saying is when we're saying a person's place, now we got to be super like because I'll be like, okay, I just asked for specifics. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean, someone's place? Because
I'll tell you what. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead,
yeah, when we're talking about a person's place, right? Because the Negro, I'm just saying, like, you, this is something that you should be related to, right? The black male specifically was told by other males, boy, know your place. Okay, what did that mean?
In the context, now we're talking about context, which goes to these degrees again. In the context, it was a dismissal is a dismissive connotation in that context. But the statement is still true. You can always flip a context. But in that context, coming from whomever that said, boy, know your place. If he's saying it with a tone like, boy, know your place, or if he's coming like, hey, boy, man, know your place. That's a different context based on tone and inflection. Come on, man, we know the science of conversation. We know the science of conversation. We got skills. You got skills. It ain't that funky, dog. It's simple. So what I'm saying is the simplicity of which is why I use the example of children. I'm not going in and fucking with them. I'm letting them do what they do because I'm running the experiment. Like, what's really going to happen? There's all this male and female stuff. Watch the children. They will naturally show you how shit functions. They will naturally show you how we separate and come together, then separate, then come together. And who gets to crying, who gets to whining, who gets to mad, who gets frustrated, who gets aggressive, who gets passive. You see all that shit. I come from a generation where girls got their ass beat too. Fuck that. I grew up with mamas, grandmamas, teachers, male people. If girls was out of pocket, they got their ass beat too. That's the generation I come from. So this new shit where women ain't gonna get touched because I don't know nothing about that. It's that new AI shit. I don't know nothing about that. You know what I mean? I come from a school. If you fuck up, baby girl, just like that dude, a dude used to pull the hand back, expose them underhand of them knuckles, and rap. Your ass gonna whine and get your ass in the back of the goddamn plants. Male or female. If you fuck up, you fuck up. I don't know this new shit that these motherfuckers doing. The fuck? You gotta have your shit A1, bro.
So to sum it up, what would you say your final position is? How to sum that up?
My final position would be this. It's going down for the crown right now. Go ahead and pull your bootstraps up. Get your fucking strap going. Stand in your energy, stand in your light. And everybody gonna have to deal with it when you show up at the game, baby. They're gonna have to deal with what you are. And all of you men out here who listen, young men, get up on your manhood. Them bras just gonna have to deal with it. If they don't like it, they gotta skedaddle. Period. We ain't no more pandering. We ain't playing that no more. It is what it is because it's about to go down for the crown. All this whiny stuff that we doing and boys and male, we ain't got time for none of that no more, baby girl. If you with it, bring your ass on. If not, skedaddle. We ain't about to hem and haw no more. We ain't yapping no more. And if you don't like the fact that you gotta sit down or make a sandwich or whatever you gotta function in my life, then you gotta go find yourself another dude. You gotta find yourself another dude because we ain't about to sit here and talk about this shit. I want a motherfucking sandwich. You don't like it? Bye. We ain't about to have the conversation no more. Fuck that. Baby girl, what you gonna do? Beat my ass? No, you're not. So you better make a choice and get your ass on. I love you. Bye. The fuck? They're not the prize like that to be pandering to because they don't function that way. Fuck that. I don't know what this new shit is, bro. And it's real out here, man. These babies need somebody to be able to bang for them, man. Fuck that. I ain't with it.
That's
no more yapping, man.
That's your position, man. Make that sandwich, huh?
Yeah, man. For real. If I want a sandwich, baby girl, I like when you. Matter of fact, I might put a spoon on the floor just so you can bend over so I can see that ass a little bit. I like you sexy. The fuck you mean? What you mean? I can be intimate in any kind of way with you, baby girl. I like you for what you are for me, baby. All this shit with society got, you gotta go marry them. If you don't fuck with me, you gonna fuck with me my way. And I love you any way you go.
Okay.
Fuck.
All right.
Ain't nobody intimidated by nothing no more, bro. He's doing this shit for real.
Okay.
And I've been married over almost 20 years now.
Congratulations, bro.
Yeah, man.
Shout
and
out to you.
I still be free to do what I do, man. And it's funny because females feel that energy. Like we talking dude to dude, like if we was on the basketball court. That's what the conversation we had just now. A lot of women don't know we talk like this as dude. But they feel it when you out in public. Like they feel a different energy about a dude who's stronger in his quote unquote masculine, which I know you don't like that, but they feel that shit, bro. They know it's a level of safety or a level of knowledge that you have that you radiate.
It's not that I don't. It's not that I don't like. It's just people make the shit up as they go. It's very subjective.
I get you. I got you, bro. But I'm just saying, man. Like I don't have a problem using terms like masculine. Like I don't care about women crying about that.
I'm big on words. That's all it is.
I got you. Like for instance, man, you know, if you ever talk, I did this with my wife a while ago, and I'm just saying this, and I'm gonna be off, man. We've been yapping it for a minute. Me and my wife used to get in arguments a couple hours ago, and I said, okay, baby, I want to solve it the way you want to solve it, and you gonna solve it the way I want to solve it. And I said, okay. She did her thing. I said, we call it. So she did her thing. Her thing was the yapping, talking, feel shit. I said, all right, come on, let's arm wrestle. Which solution you think occurred quickest?
Tell me.
Arm wrestling.
Okay.
Because you can't beat me. See, this is a problem. Because we want to eliminate that universal principle, but you can't. So you have to deal with it. Now it's my job to be righteous It's my job to not take advantage of the situation. That's what builds my virtue towards my divinity. But baby girl, don't get it twisted. You ain't me. I love you, but you're not me. That's the dialogue we need to be having.
Okay. I'm picking.
Bro, I ain't gonna hold you up, bro.
I'm picking.
I appreciate you, man.
Hey, yo, appreciate the dialogue, man. We wrapped it up. My guy.
No, man. You're a good dude, man. Appreciate you, man.
All right, for sure. Peace. All right. It's a nigga position. And make him a sandwich. I'm wide awake for some reason, so I'm entertaining. Like, I see a lot of guys in the chat. I'm shooting that link out. Come chop it up. Or call in. If you can't click the link, call in. Now I'm wired. Now I want to talk now. I'm curious. Now I want to talk. I'm dropping the link in the chat. I'm wide awake now. Now I'm relevant. I want to talk now. Who gonna call in? It's a lot of dudes saying this, that, and the third. Let's talk. I just have questions. I'm up now. Like I said, make him a sandwich. I'm curious. I want to know the place, and I'm just, if we're talking leadership, right? If we're talking leadership, then like what does that look like? You know what I'm saying? And that's a tough one, man, because if you are saying that you are the leaders, if you saying I'm the leader, right, by nature, then you gotta die on that hill. There is no sliding it to the side and say, oh no, the women. Got the Bay in the building. Yo, what's happening?
Ken Brisbane.
What it do?
What's the deal? You live,
I'm live, man. Talk to me.
Oh man, shit! I was just listening to you trying to chop it up with your boy, man. He was kind of had a thick skin. He didn't really want to get off the square too much, man. He's a short guy. He had a lot of valid points, man. I see you was trying to get to him, man. He didn't have no buzz though. When you all ears and all mouths, man, all mouths and no ears, ain't gonna be no growth, man.
I got okay. Shoot. What you got on the topic? So I don't know how long you've been here, but I did a whole build, and the topic today was 10 secrets for a guy to find a good shorty. But it kind of morphed into some other things. Now I got a question, right? My question to you is,
talk to me. I talk back.
What is leadership?
Leadership is just being able to pick a direction, stay the course, and man, if you take anybody with you, man, you know what I'm saying, try to give it to them is really verbatim the way you see it if you can, you know what I mean, and from time to time, even taking suggestions, man, because you can't play what is it, omnipotent, all knowing, all the time. But leading is being able to, take that step, take that responsibility, man. Care for who's up under you, where you believing in, where you going. You know what I'm saying? And man, not being afraid to know you don't know it all necessarily. You may know where you're going. I'm not saying I'm not gonna limit anybody else's knowledge, but you might need every leader got good counsel around them. You know what I'm saying? So being able to make that move, make that decision, make that being determined, and being able to stay the course and take people with you, take responsibility, care for the people that you're taking wherever you're going, and man, the determination to get there. In a nutshell.
Okay, I got a question for you. Okay, my question for you is, what is a woman's place?
Shit, man, her place in a relationship? Or her place where?
What's her place? What's
on Earth? She the mother of the Earth and the universe in just general terms, But specifically in the relationship, or what is you talking?
What's
In the
okay?
business world,
Let,
in
no, let me
American society.
let me chunk it down. What's
Yeah.
a black woman's place with a black man? What's a woman's place? What's the black
Shit.
woman's place? Where does she belong?
Man, right on this side, you know, wherever she need to be, beside him, in front of him, behind him, on top of him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you're in a relationship, it's both persons' responsibility to make the shit work and to get where you're going. So a woman's place is a man's place as well. Any person's place in a fucking relationship is to make the shit work. Is to, you know, like me and a woman, we get down together, right? We going somewhere, right? It's her job to do whatever she can do, whatever it is, which includes keeping me from fucking up, keeping me going in the same direction. You know what I'm saying? To you know, ensure that we get where we going. So, you know, and bring everything she got to the table that she can offer to get us there. In my opinion.
Okay, all right, and I'm gonna ask you this: drop some game for the women. Tell the women how they can pick better men, because I hear men tell women they need to choose better. All right, cool. How can women choose better?
Man, watch what's coming out of these niggas' mouth, and if they actions fit they words, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you gotta have a model, whatever it may be. It could be Malcolm X, shit, Denzel Washington. Some of these characters may be fictitious, you know, mythological or whatever. But shit, have a standard. You know what I'm saying? And but really, you know, every man ain't gonna be, you know, king. I got it all. But if your man can do what he say and say what he do, that's a start. You know what I'm saying? When niggas start drifting from what they saying and what they doing, that's a bad sign.
Okay.
So you want a motherfucker that respect himself, which means he's gonna respect you and others as well. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna give a motherfucker all the respect they deserve. You know what I'm saying? You come at me with it, I'm gonna come at you with it. So that should be the same way in a relationship with a man and a woman as well. So if a nigga start just disrespecting you for no good reason, just because he thinks he, you know, can, that's a bad sign.
Okay.
You know, so.
All right. Okay. All right, man.
Basic shit.
I appreciate you, man. I got a shorty on the line. I'm gonna pick her brain real quick. I appreciate you, bro.
Even though I don't want to say one thing.
Shoot.
Even though I don't always agree with everything you be talking about.
Okay.
Stick to a square, and at least you out there trying to make, you know what I'm saying, communicating with the people, man. So
my dude,
can't be mad at that.
For sure. Peace.
All right, brother.
My dude. All right. Jackie, what's good? Talk to me.
Hey Ken, what's up? I'm not American. I just want to put this out there first.
Okay.
I'm from South America. The country is called Guyana.
I know that country. Okay, what's happening?
I'm all right. I'm up. I'm folding some clothes.
Okay. All right. Okay. We chatting on the late night. What's good? Have you been here from the beginning, or you came in late?
I came in probably an hour ago.
Oh, you came an hour ago. Okay. All right. So
yeah.
The topic was 10 secrets for black men to find the right woman, where I gave out 10 ideals. Did you catch that?
I didn't catch the ideals, but I catch a lot of your videos. So I think I have a general understanding of what you think.
Okay. So
a general understanding.
What do you think about I think his name was Jason, the last gentleman.
Yeah.
What do you think about the things that he was saying?
The guy before me?
Yeah. Well, the first guy that I was talking
the previous
to.
guy. Okay.
Yeah.
I think he was very out of pocket. He was being very emotional about the topic because you wanted specific experiences. He did not. He talked about personal opinions, which are not, facts. And it was really emotional. I couldn't really understand what he was talking about. What was the point he was trying to make? And you brought up a very good point about males and men in a previous video, and women and girls. I always tell people I am not a girl, I'm a woman by experience. So I'm not going to think the same way as a biological woman, as a, biologically female, as I will when I make decisions as a woman.
Right. Right. Okay. I was asking him specific. So
Yeah,
I asked him what is a specific, it was a woman's place. So I'm gonna
yeah,
ask you what is
yeah.
specific to you a man's place.
I think to be supportive. And as you said, many people throw this word around, a leader. Leadership, as you pointed out in a previous video, is not a natural trait. It's something that has to be learned. So, is from the get go, is he even committed to learning that
Yeah.
trait?
Hmm.
At the beginning, does he find it valuable to learn those traits? In a relationship context, because you could have leadership over your workplace, your environment around you, but in the home, it's different. That's
Well,
something that in most cases, has to be modeled. You can learn it, but it'll take some time.
well, just from the guy's POV, leadership is super scary, especially especially if it's placed on you and you don't want it, right? And
Yeah,
because it's all eyes on you, right?
yeah,
And it is very scary, especially
yeah.
if you weren't groomed for it, and it's placed on you and it's
It
lights
is.
camera action. And I think that women make the mistake of
Yeah,
assuming that a guy is that.
I made
So
that mistake too. So yeah, you're right.
we all do though, because we're born and we get these ideals, but we don't break down what words mean. It's like if we just say, "Oh, a man is supposed to protect and
Yeah.
provide." I'm like, where do we get that from? Because providing is
Where
a
does
skill.
that come from at
Protection,
all?
where does that come from? Like, and a woman is this. A woman is a nurturer. Well, that's my mother wasn't a nurturer, right? So
Right.
that's not true. Like that's not true. That's a skill that has to be
Mine
learned,
was not.
right?
I'm
So
naturally nurturing. My mother was not naturally nurturing. She was naturally a leader. She was in the army for 19 years. When she would stand to take pictures, her arms are at her side. She's a very organized person, to the script. So for him to come out there and say that, oh, men are this and women are this, the roles can be interchanged. It depends on your experience in life. You know, it depends on your natural propensities. Like in my mother's case, as I said, she reminds me everything of a soldier. She commits to it. So for me to say, oh, she
one
just
sec,
has to
Jackie.
be
Stay.
nurturing.
One sec.
What's up,
Stay.
kid?
I'm gonna answer it.
I've been rocking with you
Okay.
for a while, man, from Hopkinsville, man.
Oh,
But
oh,
this little topic right here, this ain't
ho-
written in no book. And as a black culture, we don't read books.
hold on, bro.
We all
Mm.
don't
Hold on.
read books.
Hold on.
This shit ain't no book.
Hold on, bro. I just wanted to pick up for you. Hold on 1 second. Hold that thought. Okay, continue to Jack.
Yeah, we don't read
Yeah,
books,
none
doc.
of these things that I'm talking about were in a book. I'm talking about experiences, and I'm not in America. I'm in a third world
Yeah, you
country
made a mistake
Hold on, bro.
on the
Hold on.
northeastern
Hold on, bro. Hold
coast
on
of
one sec.
South America. We are a developing nation, and our ethics are different. We view family differently. Family is very
I
important
was
in our
tough.
country. We have different access to resource. I can't say we have the same access because through the government, we are allowed to have land and people farm together. It's a common practice at home to build a family. We live in extensive families mostly. So we have a different culture,
It
but at
don't
the
even
same
occur
time,
to us.
it's the same goal to,
Well, yeah, but
create.
we don't do that. We don't do that over here. Y'all do that over there. It's just not the
Okay,
same.
hold on, Jackie.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm a black
Okay.
woman. None of my parents are mixed. So I weighed in the conversation because I have a different experience, a different black experience. So for you to
Yeah,
just label and
yeah. A lot of
bundle
our
everybody into one thing,
have
what
those
happens to
experiences,
me? What about my
but that
experience?
shit ain't
Okay,
happening in
hold
our
on. Oh,
culture.
hold on, Jackie. Okay. What are you saying, bro? What are you saying?
Man, everything, Ken, you read a lot of books, and I already know you just studied and got your degrees and shit and done all that. But at the end of the day, dog, motherfuckers is not living that shit. And that shit be getting hard like a motherfucker. Ain't no motherfucker hurt. None of motherfucker have problems with women or none of that. But it's just everybody is wrong and they do what they want to do. And they make mistakes because they male.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's a fact.
So, therefore, you don't make mistakes in a woman's place. It's behind the man making sure everything
Behind?
goes. You don't
I don't agree
nothing
with that at all about the behind concept. Like, it's diminishing because, as I said, you're lumping everybody into one box to say that men are naturally this way and women are naturally that way. That's not true.
Oh, okay. All right. So go continue what you said, Jackie. Hold on, bro. Let her finish.
It's not true. As I said, I had a different experience growing up here. There's certain cultures we experience the same as you guys. With single parent households and these different things. But I've seen the skills that my mother had. I learned a lot of my skills from her.
Hold on, bro.
She is not a great cook. She's not the most endearing person. She's a hard worker. She built her own home at a certain age, and she did so many things. So for people to say she has to be delicate, she was a soldier in the army. She couldn't be delicate. She is a medical professional right now. She works very hard in a medical field, and you don't have the chance to be feminine and all of these things, but you get the job done.
Okay. All right. So what was you saying, bro? Go ahead.
Because a woman shouldn't have took a man's job.
She didn't.
A woman
it wasn't like she just said, "Hey, I want a man's job." She had children to take care of.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you. Okay, go ahead, bro. I'm interested in what you're saying. What are you saying?
Yeah, because women today start to act like more like men, and we collide with being a team, and therefore it breaks the chain of command to where we can't even be a team because you're trying to do my job and not your job. So therefore,
but she wasn't trying. It was the cards that she had. She had 4 kids. At a certain age, and she had to take care of her children.
Women have to be the man and the woman because it's a shortage on. Really, I ain't gonna keep it real. It's a shortage on good men.
Okay, all right.
So it's like there's a shortage on that everybody ain't good. The man is supposed to go out to work. The woman is supposed to clean the house.
But it doesn't happen like that. Supposed to does not mean anything.
Without a man, there is no life. Women can be living the earth more. It's more women on earth than it is men. But without a man's sperm, a woman, you do not even get to have babies.
Okay. So but why? Okay, why would you allow it to leave your body to go into a female's body? She bears these kids. She has a choice what to do with them and the life that she is going to give to them because you're not in the picture. And then women need to do this and women need to do that.
They're not going to school. We're homeschooling them.
Well, I went to school. My mother's schooled all of us.
The Board of Education is not learning the kids nothing. They learn more about watching the male go out and do something like work a tractor, work something, do something.
I didn't see that in my life, but I learned from watching my mother hustle.
Okay, time out. All right, time out. All right, so hold on, Jackie, one sec. All right, so bro, so you said I'm gonna just and then I'm gonna come to you, Jackie. I want to ask you a question. Sure. So you said that the women are taking the men's jobs, yes?
They don't supposed to.
Or how are they getting it?
Because they act it out of order.
Okay, so where's the men?
They falling off. I gotta keep that real.
Okay, so
falling off.
Oh, okay. So then there's another way.
Women are naturally born. They stimulus of the brain is already more mature than ours. You learn faster than men, but they trying to act as men. Is what I'm saying, Ken.
How? Give me an example. How are women trying to act?
Because it all started with that one commercial. I can do better. I can do what you can do better. Man, now you don't even supposed to. I mean, you maybe can, but it's not even your lane. Stay in your lane.
But who decides what my lane is when I have a series of options in front of me and I have to choose the one to keep, my kids fed, a roof over our head? Should I choose the most delicate option and not feed my family?
You just back it. The man is supposed to do that. Now, if you can't find a man,
so if he's not there, what do we do?
You got to do what you got to do, but that's your fault.
Exactly.
Failure.
Wait, okay, what?
It's your fault.
It's her. It's her fault.
So
for
it's
what?
always the woman's fault when a relationship fails.
For choosing that man that wasn't never suitable or brought.
So how do you think she gets to this point where she makes this bad choice?
Okay, Jack, hold on, bro. Hold on. I got a question. So, Jackie, in your country, what is the mating process between men and women? Like, how does that?
Typical, same thing. It's the same thing, you know. Typically, we take, you take your partner home. Well, that was mostly during my mother's time. You know, you take your partner home. They have to meet your parents. They have to co-sign on them, and you either move out, or sometimes, a lot of times, we build right at our family home. We have land. You'd build on the land, and you raise your kids there. Generally, but it doesn't always work out for everyone that way.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let her finish, bro.
And 90 acres.
Hold on, bro. Go ahead. I'm gonna come right to you, fam.
Yeah,
go ahead,
that's
Jack.
how typically, we raise families here. As I said, it's a small country, so people are very community oriented. So in the community that I'm currently in, a lot of people are related, and there's probably, I would say, 2,000 people. I don't know, something about that around that area. A lot of us are related. I have aunts around the corner, and grandmother and cousins, and everybody lives like this. So we build with this mindset. I'm not saying that every mom and dad and stays together, but the family is still at the forefront of everything that we do, because we have to think like this in order to survive. As I said, we're a developing nation.
Okay. So, bro, what's your name, fam? I didn't get your name.
Montreal Kendrick, bro. We've been rocking for a while.
Okay, what's good, fam?
Kentucky.
What's good, bro? Okay, so question. So you said the women, they're failures.
No, if you get into a relationship, just like divorce, you cannot remarry. It's only one. It's no failure here. It's not that you can go.
It's not about failure.
Man or the next woman and do better than what you tried to do with your house, because you're probably not. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, you stick with what you got going on and you make it work. Only time can tell. Who said we was gonna die tomorrow? People said we ain't promised tomorrow. You can promise your tomorrow if you do what you're supposed to do and go home and go to bed.
Okay, so
but that thinking is not taking everything into consideration.
Into the doctor.
So okay, so all right, so just quick. So you said that the women are acting like men. Yes, you said that.
Yeah, they acting more like men today.
Okay,
especially then I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna put it in the Black American, because I ain't nothing about me African.
Okay. So the
Black American culture, the women in that culture are acting more like men.
Okay.
Than doing what a woman is supposed to do for their family. That's why there's so many baby daddies and there's so much going on and all that. No, you do not, like I told you, dog, I know the pimp game. It's not pimping and whoring been almost dead. You know what I'm saying? It's renegades out here, madams and all that. No, we're not doing no choosing up. You don't get no chance to choose up. You don't get no chance to remarry. That is straight. We ain't never. I don't want to get into biblical sense because everybody don't have the same religion. So therefore, I don't want to scream out heaven and hell, because you do not get to repent. You do not get no forgiveness. No, you get thrown out to the streets, to the wolves.
Damn. Okay, so I'm with it. All right, bet. Damn. So if the women are acting like men, are the men acting like men?
I suppose some of them acting like women, baby. I gotta keep it real with you. Shit, that's all I can do. That's all I know how to do is keep it.
No, for sure. Keep it 100, because this is the thing. If the women are acting like men, what are the men doing?
Yeah, great question.
I ain't gonna say majority. I say some of them, and that's the fault of the individual for choosing up and not checking backgrounds on how people was raised. You know what I'm saying? Or checking to see if I'm coming from a man perspective, because I can't speak on no woman because I'm not that. I am a man. So therefore, I can only speak on men. You can't ask me about no woman because I'm not that.
Which
I have a mother
gotcha.
and I have a father, but I can only speak on the men. I can't speak on the women. Ken, you can't ask me that.
No. What I'm asking you is I'm asking you to speak on what you were saying about, you said the women are acting like men. So now I want you to speak on.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
How are
what you
men acting?
in the Black American community. Most of the women are trying to do more than what the man is supposed to be doing, which knock him straight off his square. So you shouldn't even gap with that type of woman, because we're talking about relationships. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, ain't no divorcee.
Wow.
You don't supposed to be divorced. You do not supposed to have 3 to 4 baby daddies.
Okay.
You're not
Okay. So
supposed to be a
time out.
baby mama.
Okay. Time out. Time out. Okay. So no. Look, I mean, because man, I want to get understanding. So if the women are acting like men, what are the men doing at the same time?
A lot of them acting like they mothers, man.
Okay.
Don't
Oh,
talk
okay.
slow to me, Ken. Like, don't try to slow me down because I'm already there.
No, I'm I'm asking for understanding. I want to get clear. If
You should already have it, Ken. You older than me.
am I? How old are you?
35.
Okay. So all right, cool. So what I'm saying is,
I know
look,
how old you are, kid. Like I said, I've been following you. We've been rocking you. We've been rocking for a while.
my dude.
But you got
Okay.
a few followers.
All right, for sure. So what I'm saying is, boom. If the women are acting like men, then what are the men doing? Where are the men when the women are acting like men? Where
I
are the men?
just told you it's a percentage. It's a 360 percentage. It's acting like women.
So if most of the women are acting like men, then that means most of the men have to be acting like women. So
Right.
I think as men
No,
are
not most of the men. The women will destroy a man by acting like them and not letting them. Not. It's called a team when you're in a relationship. It's a team. A woman's position, if you want me to speed things up, is to be the man's backbone, not beside him. You hold his back up, and you don't get another chance to go do that for another man.
Why? Who stops me? Who's stopping me?
You do
Who's
not get
stopping
that
women from doing that?
Either you do it right here or it's over for you.
Like, that isn't reality. Women get remarried all the time.
Yes, that's all I know is reality. I don't know how to talk or make shit up or speak in, because everything ain't in no book, Ken.
I
I
lived a full
it's
life, bro. I'm no, I be
I
out,
know it, and
I
I
be
know it,
outside,
and
my
I
G.
know it. But
Okay,
you
so
be sometimes, Ken, you be talking slow, dog. Like, but I feel what you got going, but you be just like talking a little behind.
behind what?
You know what I'm saying? Just trying to get perspectives, I guess. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because I done lived a decent little life, but I still got shit I got to work on. But at the end of the day, if you want to say, if I don't want to say this, like I said, ain't no second chances.
What does
That's
that
an
mean?
opinion. It's not a fact, you know.
I done did all that. It really, at the end of the day, it's really not no second chance. You can't continue to fail. Failure out in front grades and that shit was embarrassing. Do you want to be embarrassing? No. Everybody want to get rich before they go. That's the whole goal. And then raise a family or whatever that, if that's what you want to do. Because I like money and I don't like nobody in my pocket. But I have one child, and I'm teaching him now. He's 7 to get his own money because I'm not going to be here to give you. I'm going to leave you something, just like my daddy left me something. I don't have to really work. I don't pay rent. But I want to do better than this. I will sell this one day.
Right. So okay, what's your position though? What's your actual position?
My position is leading, Ken. I'm leading.
You leading my Jude. Okay, for sure. Okay. So and what
Yeah.
and what you're saying is boom, as you're leading, the woman should be
Pushing
in your back, the backbone.
So
the
what if I
back
have more
lead.
skills than you?
Push my lead. Don't try to
Why
get
do
on
I need to be? Why should a
you got a
woman who
back.
has more skills than you in the workplace be in the back?
Oh,
One of you.
oh, okay, she had an interesting question for you. Go ahead. Peep her question that she has for you. Go ahead,
I'm
Jackie.
listening. I'm listening.
I said that what if a woman has more skills in the workplace, the work market than you? Is she supposed to still be in the back? For example, me. I'm an artist. I'm a visual artist. I'm a musician. I'm a
No,
songwriter.
you don't. Okay,
No,
okay.
let me finish.
Your field.
Um,
I'm
I
already there.
also
I'm already there.
I
That is
play
your
music as
field.
well. Um, I have
Now,
worked
if your
public
field,
relations and
okay,
marketing and all of
Okay,
these different things. Now, if I encounter someone and they don't have as many skills in the workforce as me, and I'm out earning them, am I supposed to, leave my role and just settle for somebody else, or what am I supposed to do if
I'm
I'm the
pretty
one
sure you
with
can
the
do.
marketable
Yes,
skills?
yes, I heard you. I'm pretty sure you can do your profession, what you're good at anywhere. Therefore, if you're making more money in your field than I am, then you break bread.
what you mean? Okay, tell her what you mean by
I
that.
don't get that.
By breaking bread is what you do not need it all. You put like some of your earnings into my profession.
For why? Why?
What do you mean why?
I mean, why? It's one question.
Because we are a team and you are not the head.
I'm not the head, but I'm making bank, sir.
So,
So I'm obviously the head.
but
I
that's not
get
the
to make a lot of decisions regarding the
Hold
finances
on.
because
it's
I'm
not
making most of the finances. So how am I not the
okay,
head?
Hold on, Jackie.
okay.
Go
I
go.
understand that,
Okay, go ahead.
and that is true.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
What you saying?
Yeah, I understand that in your field, it's bringing in more financial stability into the house, but you're not the head, so therefore you
Why?
give me some of your
Am I
earnings.
just intrinsically not the head, or do I just need to abdicate my throne and step down just to make him
No, you don't
give him
step
that?
down.
If I have to give you the position, right? Is
Yeah,
it really your
you help
position?
my position. No, that's what you are do. You help my position grow. You keep doing what you're doing, but you help my position and what I'm
No,
doing and what I got going on. You help
no.
that grow.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's okay. So that's your position, bro. So boom. If she's making bank, right? So she's making
Yeah,
the bank. So she fund what you got popping. Is that what you're saying?
that's her position.
That's her position.
She
All
do
right.
not try to step in front of me just because she's making more money. Now I cannot
But
not
it
her
doesn't mean I'm stepping in
and
front of you. I'm asking, how do you
asking
navigate
Hold on,
those
Jackie.
waters when there's a
I'm gonna come.
power
Hold on,
shift?
Jackie. I'm gonna
Yeah, go
come
ahead.
right to you so you can explain that. All right. Finish what you were saying, bro. So your position is boom. She make the bank. Then she come in.
and that's what we're talking about, but that's not necessarily true in all situations. But it may be true. That could be true. That her profession is bringing more ends into the home. So she take some of her ends and put it into my profession and help build it because I am the head as
Okay.
the man.
Okay. Hold that thought. Okay. So I'm gonna ask her. So don't interrupt her. I want to see what she thinks about that. All right. Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah.
About what? Go ahead. Repeat the question for
All
me.
right. So what? All right. So the play is even though you making bank, you're going to be putting the money into his shit and getting it off the ground and getting it popping because he's the head. That's what he
You
said.
don't get that kind of support because you're some sort of vague, loose head, whatever that means. You don't get that support just because you think you're the head. You get that support because I want to do that. It has
Mm.
to be my decision.
You
You
got
have
to
to
want to do that.
earn that
You got to want to do that.
from me, from
Don't want to
trust
do it.
and
Hold on. Y'all
partnership.
both talking.
It's
Hold
not
on.
just giving to
Mhm.
you.
Yes, you can continue.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm saying that you don't just earn that because you believe that you're the head. That is something that I have to decide based on, the strength of our partnership, this, our connection, the trust that we have with each other. I don't mind pouring into somebody else, but that has to be my decision. Who cares about if you think you're a quote unquote head? What does that mean to me? How can I quantify that? How can that bring results in my life if you are the head? How can that guarantee me that it'll add more value to my life than what I can add to my life by myself?
Well, then you need to be by yourself, Jackie, because you don't want
I
to be
don't.
part.
Just because I want you to, explain to me what does being the head mean for me, doesn't mean I have to be by myself.
Well, basically, if we've been together, I got history with you, and you trust me, and we got something really going.
Right.
So
Now you're talking. You're
me.
bringing values into the conversation, and values is what we need to discuss when we're choosing partners. Values that match our values or complement my values.
Why are we in the same?
You can't just say you're the head. What
All right,
values do you have?
all right, okay. All right, boom. So boom, I'm gonna hop in real quick. So I think what this comes down to is like this. Look, is what Jackie is saying is boom. If she does that, it's her choice, right? Now, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think the issue is, and you tell me what you think about this, bro. Is men are assuming the head just because of a body part with nothing
Yeah.
underneath them, right? So tell me,
you talking too slow, kid.
Tell me.
Okay, then it goes for the ones that just because they got a ding-a-ling, that they assume they the head. No, you have to act the part.
Yeah, got dogs.
Your woman, the one that chose you to be with you, should be the one. If she bringing in most of the money, Ken, she should be goddamn helping what you got going. Then if she feel like that ain't gonna help nothing, why is she with you? Just for sex?
All right. So what? So so what? I want to know the head. What makes the man the head? What are the? Can you be specific?
The man has always been.
Can you be specific?
That is specific. The man has always been. The man, is the one that goes to work. The man is the one with the muscles. The woman is the one that knows how to cook. The woman knows how to clean. The man know how to change tire. The man know how to tighten bolts. The man is the strong one. The man is the one that does everything. The man is the one that's to protect the house. Cool. The man is the one that's supposed to provide. Cool. But in certain situations, in certain fields, your woman might be making more money than you. Now that is nothing wrong, but you gotta make a choice if you want to be on this team or not, or you can go choose somebody else. Now, would that make everything right?
Now I got a question for you. So based on everything you said, then what makes the man the head of other men too? If those same characteristics that you said,
I don't got nothing to do with other men.
I'm asking.
I didn't raise them.
But I'm asking I'm trying to. I'm trying to.
I don't have nothing to do with other men.
No, I'm trying to get a specific. How do men with that are with each other establish leadership? If we're talking about the man is just stronger than the woman, and that is the reason he's the head, then how do men lead other men?
It's hard. It's hard for men to lead other men because it's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You have to play your part and make yourself a boss. You have to come up from the ground and work your position. You cannot skip levels, Ken. Come on now. You know this. You're trying to. I don't know what. Sometimes I be thinking that you talk slow, but I'll be respecting what you do. But sometimes you talk slow, dog. You
might be listening slow, bro. That might be your ear. You might be listening to slow. What I'm asking,
I got that problem.
Okay, so look, what I'm asking is cool because what I'm saying is, if I can lead a woman, shouldn't that translate to other dudes too? Shouldn't I be a leader, period, or does it just? Because if I'm the head, then I'm the head everywhere, or not?
It's hard. It's hard to get other men to follow because there comes that they get to feeling some type of way about you knowing or you being able to do what they should have thought of, like the chess. It's a game. It's not checkers. It's chess. And on the chessboard, you gotta play your position. I don't have no problem with following, because one day I'm gonna step my game up. Look at LeBron James right now. He's a billionaire, 36 years old. Can you, about at his age, do you have $1 billion? What did he do? Shit, it's sometimes you have to have a king, and one day you might get the throne. If you work hard and do what you're supposed to do and have a strong woman behind you, you might get the throne. Or you get inherited. You inherit stuff.
Okay.
Everybody don't have to work. If you got children and you got kids and they have to go to work, I think that's a failure. Everybody do got to work, but see, don't let me contradict myself, because I kind of do that a lot too. But at the end of the day, if you got children and you had kids, they should not have to work so hard, because the money has already been made.
Okay. All right. I got you. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down, man. So boom.
Yeah, because I'm already there.
Got you. Okay, I'm with you.
But in my culture, I can't speak on her culture, because different cultures don't allow women nor men to do certain things, like the Christians and all that other religion and all that, and then they say this and that. I don't think if you ain't got no money, then life is horrible. That's hell. When you're rich, you speak on that. Heaven on earth. That's what we want.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Okay. I'm just in the leadership thing. So I just wanted to get some clear things about
but you can't lead nothing if you don't have no followers, Ken.
No. What I'm saying is like this: is if the man is the head, because what you're talking to women, and a lot of women now are struggling with that idea of men being the head just cause. So I'm trying to get some understanding, and people get some understanding. Like,
let me let you understand, if they're struggling with that, they still need an ass whooping from their mama or they did.
Is it that? My nigga, like, is it that? Because as we get older,
they still need an ass whooping. They doing what their mama or their auntie or their favorite cousin as a female done, and didn't get them nowhere. So what the hell they think is gonna get them?
Okay.
Failure is not an option.
That's not true. That's not true. I don't live a life like any of the other women in my family. So
okay.
Well, I'm 31. I don't have kids. I have my own career. Nothing. I'm an artist. Nobody. Everyone else in my family are laborers. People who work in the labor force.
What about a man? Do you have a man?
And why is that essential to complete my picture at this moment?
It's really not, but I think it is. But if that's the way you choose to live your life, then you have.
It's not always about me seeing great candidates and then choosing to not be with any of them. Sometimes I'm just not at that place in my life.
Jackie, we're talking about relationships. You don't even have one.
Yeah, but does that mean that I'm not eligible of being in a relationship? So because you're not in one?
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. You can't really get in this topic.
Why? Because I've never been in relationships before, because I'm not currently in one. All of my experience goes out the door. You have a very black and white thinking, and things are not always black or white. There's a huge area of shade of gray.
So so my G, so what you were saying, how does that work in your system, in what you got going on now? Like, teach me something.
Which one? What specify?
Like, basically what you was talking about, she take the money and you use it for what you got with your campaign. Like, how does that work in your personal life?
That everything, okay, with that being said right there, that everything will not go according to plan, but we stay at it as a team.
For sure.
We do not, you done fucked up some money, or not really fucked it up, but shit just didn't go according to plan. That don't mean I run and go get a new woman.
For sure. I got you. You married?
You see what I'm saying? And that don't mean that I discredit my woman for trying her part, because it takes.
Are you married?
I don't got time. Everybody, it goes back to everybody say they're not promised tomorrow. If your health is
Are you
good,
married though?
and you leave people alone and you take your ass to bed, when you get through with your business, then your ass will wake the fuck up every
I
morning
got you.
and get straight back to it.
Man.
And get straight back to it until it works. Look at Kanye West.
I got you. I'm picking.
See what I'm saying?
So I'm no okay. So what you're saying to me is working in your personal life. That's what you're saying.
Oh, it's going to. I'm gonna force it, or I'm gonna throw a motherfucker to the wolves.
No, is it working right now?
Semi.
Okay, for sure. I mean,
yeah, I can't. Yeah, it ain't totally all the way in order. I keep that real.
That's for sure.
It ain't totally in order because of the culture I'm in. That the women feel like they just got so many tries. I'm 35 years old. I done had I don't even know how many goddamn women because they think just because they run to the next and then 3 months later here they go hollering about they miss me. Shit, fuck you mean? I'm still here in the same goddamn house. You done went somewhere else and thought the other grass was greener on the other side, and it still wasn't. But right now it's on the move, and I still got time. I don't have much time because I don't know how long I'm gonna live. Or I don't want to live too long where somebody gonna be sticking their hand up my ass. When you gotta wipe me, I want you to go and put a pillow on my face because I don't want nobody hand up my ass.
For sure, I got you, my nigga. Okay, all right, okay. So, but man, give me a final thought.
I just think, as my final thought, you feel me? Like, get with one team. Don't be like LeBron and jump ship. Okay. You feel me? Because that day and age, I mean, if that's what you want to do, you can do that because everybody is grown. You do what you want to do. So therefore, you find the right one just ready to goddamn sit down with you and get to it and build and get some millions to leave behind, man. That's all I got to say.
My nigga.
You feel me?
For sure, bro. Appreciate your call, my guy.
Already, I had to hit you up. I was watching. I couldn't take it no more.
All right. My nigga, free. You know what I'm saying? For sure. All right. Jackie, appreciate you. Give me a final thought, love.
Yeah, man. I just want to first of all big you up. I started listening to you. My ex-boyfriend's brother was listening to you in the background, and you were talking mad shit, and I was like, "Who is that?" And I followed you, and you literally disturbed my mind. Everything that I thought was true, you turned it upside down, and I'm so happy you did because you have so much knowledge, and I think a lot of people take it for granted because of the way you put it across, but that's on purpose. So big up yourself for that. You did a great job. Great work.
Man, I appreciate you. Thanks for the love, man. I appreciate that. And let me say this to you too. I appreciate dreamers, right? I appreciate most people right now are going to have dogmas. You know what I mean? But the world is changing and it's changing fast. And what I'm gonna say to you is in South America, do your thing. Do your thing. And as an artist, you know that you're creating these pictures, you're creating these magnum opuses, right? So create that shit, and your life is gonna look however you want it, yo. And as long as you can live with however the consequences are for whatever you paint, then I say go for that shit. You know what I mean?
Oh man, thank you so much. Coming from you, I'm a huge fan, so thank you so much. I just want to let people know about this topic about Black men and Black women. I've been on YouTube and consuming a lot of the information. Listen, everyone makes mistake when we makes mistakes. When we get into this dating game, it's not always you don't always know what to do. You don't always know what you're doing, so you make mistakes. You get better at it. But I think if you focus on improving yourself, being the best, committing and really being honest with yourself that you are at the top of your game or you're doing your best, then you should seek out a partner, not to complete you, not with talking points, but based on somebody who matches you and they complement you. And you can work regardless of what other people think, because the success of your relationship is based on the two of you. You know what I
Man,
mean? So that's all
I
I wanted to
appreciate
say.
it. Jackie with the final thought. Appreciate you, beloved.
You're welcome. Take care,
All right,
Ken.
for sure.
Bye.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Interesting. All right. Line is open. Interesting. All right. Cool. Line is open. I'm here for it. It's a little away from my original topic of, you know what I'm saying, what I had. You got to rewind to the beginning, but you know what I mean. Is if you got something to say, I'm game. I just want to ask questions. I just want to listen, and you know what I mean. So I put the call in number in the chat. And if you want to come on, click the link. This is interesting. I just want to ask questions. All right. Call in. He said, "Man, sock it to his pocket. He don't give it." That man said he don't give a damn. You making that money? Put the money into his administration. Line is open. Somebody was asking me to call in. Line is open. There's a link. I'm wide awake for some reason. It's fucking 2 a.m, but I'm game. What's good? Somebody click the link. I want to know a woman's place. I want to. This is interesting to me. Everybody got a perspective, you know what I mean? So I'm with it. What do y'all think? You could come online. You don't got to be on camera. You could just talk. Uh, Fly to If we don't got nobody, I'm gonna keep it pushing. Somebody was asking for the link. She said, "Gonna have women out here fighting to break bread with no teeth with the F." Quiet. Are we good? I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna drop it one more time. That's the link. Uh-oh. Yo. Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well.
What's going on? Talk to me.
Hello? How are you? I'm fine. How are you?
Can wait, turn that down in the back real quick so I can hear you.
Well,
Okay, go ahead.
go ahead and give me a question and I'll give you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. All right. So I got a question. So have you been following the conversation?
I have.
All right. So what is a woman's place?
Oh, well, she definitely is supposed to stand beside and behind her man for whatever his direction is leading. She's supposed to be his support system. She's supposed to be everything for him. But, you know, women know their place with men. The problem is these men are not being men. Like, we know what to do. If you're ready, like, we're right behind you. Like, let's do it.
What's
you know, so it's just that I think that's like the big disconnect. It's like there's a lot of women out here that are ready, been ready, tried it, they've done all this stuff. They've done 50-50s, they've done everything. They've been cuddling men, and it really needs to stop. Like, you guys just need to, not you, I actually commend you, but some of these men, like, they just need to stop. Like, just knock it off. Like, we all have the same story. I'm talking about sorority sisters, aunties, like cousins. Like, everybody has the same story. Like, we know you. We raised you. You're our family. Like, we know what we're talking about. And it's just like they won't even, like, accept anything that we say. Like, just listen to the women. Like, we're telling you. Like, and it's like you can sit up there and you can, like, try to tell women what they should do or how they should feel, but that's like manipulation. That's crazy. Like, why not just listen and try to do better?
Okay. All right. So I got a question for you. So what do you say to the men that, have these concerns with women and these gripes with women, and men say, you know what, man, we're just now speaking up now, and women don't like what they're hearing? What do you say to that?
First I would say, if they're really serious and that's what they want, then they can get it. Then go get it and do it correctly, and don't play games, and just go get it. It's really not that hard. Like, you've been maintaining this whole time, running through everybody, right? So obviously women are with it, right? So if that's what you want, then go get it. And tell me the question again, because I got a little.
Okay, no, okay. So
the second part.
Okay, so what basically, you got men that are saying, this is what they want, right? I'm a paraphrase some of the things that I hear from men. They're saying, yo, this is what they want. For a long time, they have been silent about men having standards and expectations. Like, basically, women aren't the only one to have expectations. Men have those expectations too. And you see the rise of male spaces. Guys are talking, right? This is what I'm listening to them say. And what they're saying is now that men have standards, it's a problem. Now that men are talking, it's a problem. What do you say to that?
Well, absolutely. Everyone should have standards, and everyone does have standards. So that's fine. However, I feel like it's a generation of men that have failed, that are trying to preach to the younger generation that don't even have anything to do with it. The younger generation, if they don't have kids and they're in college or they just go to school, they're like online pumping this up, and it has nothing to do with them. So, honestly, I don't know. That's all I have for that one.
Okay. So if you had the loudspeaker, you got the teleprompter, and every man in America could hear you, you would say what?
I would say just love us right.
Love us right.
Love us right.
Man, I mean, damn, that's a bomb right there. You got anything else? No, I mean, look, I mean, shit, that love us right. That's your final answer?
Yeah, I feel like women cuddle men too much. I can't even believe like men are on like the internet like complaining about what women do. And I don't know what kind of like what class of men this is or what class of women this is, but in the real world, like, women are just out there getting played. They don't have no idea, like, they're just getting played. And it's just like, that's like everyone's story. And it's just like they try to get on the internet and act like women did something to them, and they didn't. Like, we ain't did nothing to you but like cuddle you and accept you and take your bullshit, until it was just too much, and now it's a problem. Like, I don't know no woman that even gave up after like 3 incidents that she should have gave up ever. So it's like, is this time to just like put our foot down and just, I think that like these ladies need to go celibate. because I think that you guys are entitled. It's too easy for you. It's too much access, and you don't appreciate it anymore. You know, you shouldn't even have had access to it unless you were married. So it's just like, it's a whole, like, it's a lot.
I mean, women played a role in that access, though. You know, right?
I get that, but you know, there's like you're married, like there's a certain kind of chemistry that is there when a woman likes you back, and men know that because I have, you know, I ain't liked everybody. Like, I've had arrangements, so they know the fucking difference. Like, just like, unless you just like really in la la land, like you don't know the difference.
Okay, so I'll say that to this though: is sex is a primal thing, though. So, I've had sex with women that likes me, and I didn't necessarily like what we were doing. Right.
Right.
So it got to be a mutual thing, right? I got to like her like she likes me. Um, that's an important thing because sex is it's a primal thing, right? It's what the animals do. It's what we do, right? It's a primal thing. So I think we can. I'm a like if I like her back and she likes me the same, then the electricity is different, right? Electricity is different.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, but
It is.
but this the thing about it is I don't think women want to go celibate though. I think women like sex just like men like sex. I think the issue too is what are the expectations when we're getting in a relationship? Both men and women, in my opinion, have this fantasy thing of relationships as what are we doing this for? And that's why I say that it's important to find people in your purpose because you get in a relationship so people could assist you in the purpose. Especially coming from the urban environment, it's like the relationship and being married is this ultimate fucking goal out independent of life and it has nothing to do with that shit. So you got life, you got death, and you got this dash in the middle. What are you going to do with the time? And you find people along the way to assist you on the journey. That's all this shit is about. It's a journey. But we look at relationships as this thing. It's like, oh my God, I got played. What were we in it for anyway? Are we in it because we like each other or are we in it because you got a purpose, I got a purpose? And I want to assist you in that. And along the way, there were gonna come feelings and shit like that. But I think the issue is these we watch TV and Disney and we get in these relationships and things happen in them. Humans are in the relationship. And it's human in the relationship. And people's world falls apart. Oh my God, I can't believe she did this. I can't believe he did this. It ain't that it's not that serious. And I think we put too much on it, right? Life plays us, period. We get played just living life, right? And relationships don't work. They're designed like that not to work because it's not everything ain't forever. You get a little piece from each person that you meet in life. Sometimes you sleep with them, sometimes you don't. And at the end of the day, it's just for the individual story. What do you think about that?
You know what? That's some real stuff because it is like that. And that's how everybody's functioning now because ain't nobody in relationships. So they need to just like knock it off. And you know, it's naive to think that women are sitting around waiting on this prince to come through. They're taken care of. They're fine.
Yeah, and
trust me, they're good by somebody.
Yeah, and
you know, so but they shouldn't accept that. And it's like I think it's coming down to it to get focused. They shouldn't accept that anymore.
I mean, look, I always say this: life don't remember husbands and wives. History don't remember husbands and wives. History remembers people that make things. History remembers people that like create something. and it seems like this is the highest people's creativity is extending relationships, and that is it, and nothing else. And I'm like, yo, the end justifies the means. The relationship is so you can make things right. The person that you get with is there to assist you to do something, but the relationship is not the something. And that's the problem. Like the relationship is the ultimate thing. And and men or women are being judged by their ability to have a relationship. But history don't remember that though. History knows Einstein for E equals MC squared. History knows Andrew Carnegie for steel. History knows John Rockefeller for Standard Oil. Right? History knows Joan of Arc for the sacrifice and getting burned at the stake. History knows Sojourner Truth for pushing back on societal norms. Were these people married? No one cares. You only care about what they wrote, what they created, and what they did. Straight up.
I get it, but you got to put God first. So all those people don't matter. Like you have to do it the right way. So to do it the right way, you need to be together. You need to have a relationship. You need to get married. You need to build a legacy together. Like it's like let's get back to what our parents did. Like where I don't understand what's going on.
I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm gonna tell you a secret. If that was the way, right, and that the functionality of that was really that popping, then how come people abandoned the shit the first chance they could get? So when we talk, when we don't,
it's like what I said earlier about access. These women are just too accessible. I wouldn't want to, do it either. Like it's just too much. So it's like we need to calm it down a little bit, just a little bit. It's just too accessible. But however, I do, I have a network of people that they're getting married. They had to hold it off for Corona. But I mean, a lot of people. It's been a lot of weddings in my life in the last 10 years. Like I don't spend a lot of money on weddings, and it's just like so. It's just kind of strange. All of a sudden, these demons come out with all this drama. It's just very strange, and I think something spiritual is going on. And I think that if everybody really just dig deep inside, they'll see that. And everybody just needs to do what they need to do. I don't think there's nothing wrong with women. The men, it just depends on where they are. It just depends on where they are. Even if a woman is a stripper for the right person, she will sit her ass down. So there's no way. You just can't judge the woman like that. If you worship and pay or prefer a certain woman. So, I don't know.
Got you. Final thought?
Well, that'll be all. And it was nice talking to you.
I appreciate you, love.
All right. You guys have a good night.
You too. Somebody was dialing in before. Shout out to the young lady that just called. Somebody would just call before. Call back. So she said, bring back that old school love that our grandparents had. Somebody called before. She said, bring back that old school love that our grandparents used to have. Okay, for sure. I'm interested in reading them old people's journals though. I'm really not a picture kind of guy, right? Pictures, looking at pictures. You talk to me.
Yo, what's up, Cambillions, man?
What's happening?
I'm all right. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Chop it up. What you got for me, bro?
Yeah, I got a chance to listen to the last caller. I don't know when the conversation started or how it started, but I got to listen to, like, I want to say about like 10 or less minutes of it. It was interesting, to say the least.
Okay.
Yeah, it was interesting. My take on it is, I think we are at a transitional stage in society, in modern society or Western society, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'd rather go with the term modern society because it's a thing that's probably subtly taking place in the East as well. I think we're going through a transition stage, whereas the woman has been liberated within the last, I would say, since the beginning of the industrial period. So within the last 60 to 50 years, she's been liberated by technology. And that is what we're not factoring in, and it's hard for both males and females to adjust to in this day and time, because we still want to live by the old hypergamous hierarchy type of matriarchy way of living, because that's our wiring as mammals. So it's like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, between our wiring as mammals and the fact that wiring as mammals does not reflect our reality in terms of necessity. So I'll give you an example, right? The reason why, this traditional belief that man is the head, the woman is the, helpmate and this and that, and the woman needs the man to survive and all that, comes from the fact that when a woman got pregnant, she is completely vulnerable. When a woman is pregnant, she can't even tie her shoe once she gets to the to the last trimester, when she getting close to giving birth. She can't even tie her shoe. She can't do nothing. So she's looking for the man who is the best, who would be the best provider, because she knows that's who's going to get her pregnant and who's going to be the one. She's looking for the man with leadership skills, because that's going to be the one who is literally who's literally responsible for her well-being, like 100%. She can't go and hunt. She can't go gather food. She can't go do nothing. In the times like that. But now we live in modern day time. It ain't that no more, because the technology that men have created actually is what liberated women. Another example is like women are under the concept that their liberation came from them campaigning for it. But no, the liberation of women came from the technology and the innovation that men created for them to be liberated. And that's what we not understanding. Like, example, the tampon was created by an Indian man. The tampon was a huge liberation for women. Different things that help with birthing babies, things like that. You still there, Cam?
I'm listening. Go ahead, cook.
Yeah, things like that. Like the birth, the infant death rate, as far as women giving birth to babies and stuff like that, has significantly dropped over time because of men. These majority of men, it's a majority male field as far as being a doctor and stuff like that. They created through just development a more efficient process for women to give birth and not die, and not have the baby die. Men did that. Men liberated women through the technology and the innovation that men created. That's what liberated women, and we stuck in a hard place as a society, because we not really understanding that we've moved on to a stage where hypergamy is no longer the highest thing to pay attention to. You know, on both sides, we're both paying attention to it. The man, he got to look for the most feminine woman with, with the big hips. She's gonna give birth. It's easier to give birth with the big hips. That's why we like fat asses, round hips, big breasts. She be able to feed them babies. So that's what we looking towards. Man, she looking for the strong man, intelligent man, this and that. Have money and resources. Hypergamy. All of that was for the baby's survival, to create an optimal human being. Even the looks is for an optimal human being. She don't want a guy who's short and this and that, because now that genes is going to be spread to the child, and the child might not have a quality life as a short nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So all of those things are factored in, and all of that stuff was predicated on survival back in those days. I'm talking about maybe 100,000 years ago, or whatever the case may be. I'm not really good on the time thing. All of that was predicated on the survival, and that's no longer a thing because of the advancements that men have created to liberate women. But women just don't realize that it's men that created this situation for women.
Okay, I'm gonna push back a little bit. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, shouldn't it be men? So I'm gonna just go with what you said. Shouldn't men be the ones to liberate women when we look at devastating wars that have occurred throughout humanity, and because of those wars, it put women socially in the position that they were in? So shouldn't men undo a lot of the shit that they did, right?
Yes, but it's a gradual process, and I think that's what's occurring. I think that's what's happening. Because most men don't think like that last caller. He's an anomaly. Most men don't think like.
In terms of what?
He's with his rudimentary, A and B, this or that, matriarchal, it's my way or the highway mentality. Most men don't think like him. As far as modern men, most men of today's society who are functioning members of the society don't think like him.
Okay.
Who are the upper mobile of society that keeps society going? The men who do not think like him. He doesn't represent the upper mobile man.
Okay. All right. So, but the question though, if when we look at global wars, when one culture took over another culture, and
Yes,
in taking over that culture, uh, um, things were imposed on men, women, and children, right? So,
yes, sir.
Shouldn't men be the ones that would liberate the women if it's the wars of men that put women in that situation?
Yes, but okay, let's dive in a little deeper. Let's look at World War II, right? This was actually what brought women into the workforce, if I'm not correct, right?
Yeah, but that's they were already in a position, right? So you have technological wars where, okay, let's just take Cortez or Cortez or Pizarro. Let's take the conquistadors going to Central South America and Southwest America, right? Let's take them. They sacked Incas and Aztecs, right? They destroyed their entire civilization. So people that were once of Toltec traditions are now on conquistador traditions, right? So those women in that region for the last 500-600 years have been living a totally way of life based on the people of the culture losing a war, right? So the same happened with Babylonian wars. The same happened with Greece conquering other civilizations. Even Shaka Zulu forging his empire, right? You go to war with people and other people take on your customs, right? So only thing we're doing technically is restoring balance and order how it was. there's a huge Go ahead.
But life don't work like that. That's not how when a group of people are conquered, that's not how it works. The women miscegenate into that the men who conquered that area, that region, that society, that's more realistic to how that works. That's hypergamy. That's a higher collective form of hypergamy, where it's more on a mass level. It's not on an individual level, but that's still hypergamy. But those women will miscegenate into the culture and procreate into the culture of the men who conquered the men that they were with.
For sure, but what I'm saying is, would they have naturally done that?
Yes.
They would have?
Yes. Because of hypergamy, yes.
Okay, so
the woman will always go to if a man is available to her with more resources, especially in dire needs,
okay,
or in the less conducive situation,
okay, cool.
She will go with them.
You ever been to Skid Row in LA?
No, I haven't. No. I've been to LA though, but I have not been to Skid Row.
Have you seen Skid Row?
No, I have not.
Right. Okay.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Yes, sir.
You ever been to Portland, Oregon?
No, sir.
All right. So these are real homeless capitals, right? And there's dudes out there, and you know what they got with them?
They got a woman.
They got a woman. Right. So that, and now keep in mind, the majority of the world has been poor. Right. So when we look at anthropology and we start peeling back the layers of the world, how it looked originally, I'm curious to see the hypergamous narrative when the world was poor. Also, we have to, are we talking about society post the three dominant world religions, post Judaism, pre-Judaism, pre-Christianity, and pre-Islam? Because that matters, right? So you don't see a lot of these behaviors when the deity systems was different. You only see these behaviors when people have lost wars. When people have lost wars, they do specific behavior.
Been there. The system is very primal. It's based on survival. It's based on being able to eat and have shelter and be able for your offspring, your children to survive. I think it's always been a thing. And the example you gave, with all due respect, you've enlightened me on a lot of things, Cam, but I probably had to disagree with you on the example you gave.
Okay, shoot.
Those women are getting what they're equal to. Those men that are on Skid Row and all fucked up on drugs, they woman is the same thing. They're living that lifestyle together. So that is you got to remember, hypergamy don't just mean because you're a woman you get a millionaire man. Hypergamy means whatever type of woman you are, based on a lot of different criteria, is the type of man that would potentially be available to you.
Okay, so
I mean,
all right, so let's.
I don't think that was a good example.
Okay, there's a great example because all right, you got, if you really look at it, is people have been on the same level for a long time. People been on the same level a long time. The Western capitalism has brought nations out of poverty, bro. Right? This is a new phenomenon. Right? The entire world has been pretty much living the same damn life for thousands of years, bro. And what we're doing is, if we talk about Egypt, or we talk about Greece, or we talk about ancient Spain, we're talking about dynastic families. But we're not talking about people that left, the common man and woman that left journals. The common man and woman was poor. What hypergamy? They're poor. Who the poor people wasn't mating up the social ladder. The majority of the people was poor.
Well, there's an element. I guess you could say at what level of hypergamy. There's an element to that. It's like if I'm a a shepherd, right? And this other guy here, he's a baker. He's a baker, right? Because we talk about in that time, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to kind of give the occupations of that time. I'm a shepherd. The other guy, he's a baker, right? So I'm a shepherd. I ain't really got too much like that. I only got my sheep, and I sleep outside with my sheep, and I ain't really got much like that. But the baker, he has a home because he needs some type of shelter to bake the bread, and the bread might even be a more lucrative business that bring him more money. Both of them are poor to the king and to the upper, nobles and all of that, or whatever you want to call it back then. Both of them are poor, but on the level of poverty, the woman, if she, meets the standards of she being the top tier within that poverty, right? She will choose the baker. So you just have to zoom into it and see there is hypergamy within that. There's always hypergamy. She's going to choose the baker, but they're both poor. I mean, it's not like they live in a significantly different life in terms of luxury. They're not experiencing no luxury or nothing like that, but they, it's one of them got a better situation.
Okay. Here's my ace in the hole. Women are not hypergamous, men are. Let me tell you why. What you were just saying, women didn't, if we're talking in the last 2,000 years with feudalistic societies, women didn't choose their husbands. Their fathers chose the husbands for the woman. So
that is correct.
So what we always attribute to women, it's actually guys. Let me tell you something, bro. Do you know every time I pull up in a fly ass car, it's guys that want to fuck my car. When you look at niggas with money, look at the dudes around them. Oh yeah, big bro. Oh yeah, big bro. It's the dudes trying to get around the dude. Right? So just to prove let's really analyze the hypergamous situation. A woman will give up her position if a dude make her feel a certain type of way. A dude, the hypergamous is is opportunist, right? That's the way dudes think. It's dudes that get under dudes with shit. I'm from the bottom. Girls didn't move like that, bro. It was only like a select few, but the majority just wanted somebody to fuck with. And that's 100, and it's like that now because if the women are truly hypergamous, they wouldn't have the babies by the niggas they have the babies with, bro. If that was their biological urge, if that was a biological urge, if that was a biological functioning like a menstrual cycle, that's not.
Mm-hmm.
These are dudes. The dudes is hypergamous. The dudes be on niggas with more shit. The dudes be on dudes with the car. The dudes be on dudes with the money. The dudes be.
So let me ask you this. No, didn't mean to interrupt you, but let me ask you this. Do you think that a man with $1 billion can get any woman he wants?
No.
Regardless of how he looks, whether he's short, fat, whatever.
No.
A man with $1 million can't get any woman he wants.
No, he can't. He could get a lot of women.
$1 billion.
No.
He can't. Not. I'm not even talking about a lot. I'm talking about the one he wants.
Can he get the one he wants?
Yeah, whichever one he wants.
You gotta be specific. Who's the person? You gotta be specific.
So in terms of it doesn't matter who the person is. He can have her.
But you can't frame an argument like that. Who's the person? We gotta create a real scenario. Who's the person?
Any woman that is making less than, they say what, 6 figures, 100,000 is where wealth starts or whatever. So let's say any woman who is making under 6 figures and he's a billionaire, which is majority, is 70% of the women in society is making less than 6 figures, or at least in American society, right? 70% is making less than that. So he can get any woman out of that demographic.
No, he could get any man he wants. Men think like that. So let me tell you. So I had to learn about money later, bro. I didn't have to learn about girls. I've been getting girls since I was 5 and 6 years old, bro. And I'm not a late bloomer. I be outside, right? And I put the baddest ones on their back. And what I'm telling you is when I was putting the baddest ones on their back, I was at my brokest. That's
Can
no
you explain?
that oh yeah, that's no cap. Okay, I'll explain. I got more money being smart. I got more women being smart than I ever did with money. So now if you want to say that intelligence, I would argue more that women mate based off intelligence more than they do more quicker than money. The dudes that are saying this that about women and money are late bloomers with women. They just now became out of
Yeah,
their
but
ugly duckers.
the nerd ain't getting no woman. He's smart as hell.
Huh?
The nerd, the typical, quintessential nerd, he ain't getting no women, but he's
Are you
smart as
crazy?
hell.
Are you serious? The nerd is not getting girls. Yes, the nerd is getting girls. Yo, the average white dude, looking white dude, has a chick. The average, now, if you are a grotesque person, you know what I mean. I don't think no one wants to mate with the guy that you know what I mean laughs and he, you know what I'm saying, sounds like Steve Urkel or whatever. But socially awkward guys be with socially awkward girls, man. Like
Right.
getting girls is easy, but the thing is, what's interesting to me is that the dudes these narratives about women are created by men.
No, it's got a sense of science to it.
Does
It's a
it?
sense of. So you telling me hypergamy is not real at all in terms of the female
Which
having it
female?
or
Which female?
participating?
And where in history do we see this?
It was needed to survive.
In what I'm trying to.
When a woman, okay, when a woman is pregnant and she know, okay, even before she gets pregnant, she knows she's trying to get pregnant.
Mhm.
She's trying to have children. So that puts her in the most vulnerable state when she's in that position.
The reason
And
why I say what culture are we talking about? Because let's say we're talking about like the Sioux or Pawnee tribes where every man mated with every woman and nobody knew who the baby belonged to. Right. So when you're talking about these things, you're talking about the rise of agriculture, the rise of monogamy, the rise of things like that, the rise of private property.
yes, but that's what created modern society is that system. The system that you just mentioned before is not a system that can thrive. That's not a system that's based on multiplying. That's not a system that's based on a society continuing to level up. The
That's a
other one is
that's a European perspective to look at other people's culture.
I just
That's a,
don't
that
see that as
that's
a
a that these were thriving cultures before they met better technology. These are people that had entire ways of life, whole systems of government. They just met the gun.
you think it's just that?
Yeah, we met better technology and disease. There's a good book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. Guns, Germs, and Steel. Right? So when you meet people that have better technology than you lose. But I think to say that their culture is not a level up, or of course we're Americans. We're gonna look at it as that view. But that is a Eurocentric way of looking at things from like just imagine a Jesuit or a missionary looking at other people's culture a particular way and saying, and that ain't nah. That's what you did to a people that had civilization, and that was their way of life. Now, the thing about it is, it makes sense that when every man was mating with every woman and they didn't know who the babies was, that means the child belonged to everybody. There was no private property. No one owned the land.
Right. I guess so. Then it just depends on where some societies are. The object is the highest axiology, right? The object, that's Western society. But in societies that you're talking about, more Eastern societies and stuff, the relationship is the highest.
Right. Yeah. The people was the highest. Right. The people was the highest. Right. So like
Right.
like Pizarro and Cortez, bro. They brought they. I mean, it's an ill thing when you look at it, but they brought down the Aztec civilization for one reason and one reason only: for gold.
Okay.
For that's what it was about. And we got to keep in mind, like, we're in an. I mean, I'm American. Don't get it twisted. However, I'm in a paradigm of thinking, of seeing the world. This is the only way we know to see the world, but this is the only way to see the world. And this isn't how it hasn't always been. And even the ideals of hypergamy, like, it's not women talking about this, it's guys. And then when I look at the dudes that are talking like this, I'm like, these weren't guys that, based on their life, have been historically successful with women. But I'm telling you, bro, just go outside. Look who's more hypergamous, the guys or the girls. Look who's really calling niggas big bro. Look who's jumping under niggas because dude got money or he's the dude. Look, is it women or is it guys? It's the dudes.
I think in African American culture, as far as the counterproductive culture and the lack of leadership within the men, yeah, I think you could say that in Black American counterproductive culture.
White dudes do the same thing, yo. White dudes is looking for big homies too. White dudes is looking for big bro too. It's the same thing. It's very interesting. I think it's important that we let women tell their own story, right? Because that's not what my experience is with women. And again, I got more access with women being smart than I ever did with money. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I appreciate your call, bro. I'm gonna take this call. They've been calling for a second. I appreciate you.
Okay, for sure. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yo, what's going on? What's happening?
I'm saying, hey, I appreciate your call, bro. I'm gonna take this call.
Hey, yo, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing tonight, King?
What's going on
this morning?
Hey, turn that down in the background. What's going on, bro?
What's going on? What's happening?
Yes, sir. You answered that fast too.
What's up with you?
Man. I just want to say, before the last chick that called in, before she got away, hopefully she still listens. I hope she find the man that she's looking for to be that backbone. Because us as men, we need that, man. She sounds very beautiful inside and outside.
Damn. Okay, hold on. Well, let me put it in for you then, man. Hey, I don't even remember her name. Hey, baby girl, what's your name, fam?
What's my name?
Yeah.
My name Chico. They call me Chico.
All right, hey, baby girl, look, the one that called from the California area code, I think it was.
No, look, I wasn't really trying to make.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Hopefully she's listening.
Okay, gotcha. I was about to put it in for you.
Good. I don't need the back game.
Okay, gotcha. I was about to put it in for you. Now, what's happening?
So, I can't believe you up, man. I'm in Florida. Tampa, Florida is what? 5:56 in the morning, and I'm
on West Coast time, man. I'm just kicking it, bro. Just bugging out.
So what time is it over there?
2, almost 3 o'clock.
Thank you for being up, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and get into it.
Okay.
I'm glad you up.
Okay.
You said you feeling good and you ain't sleepy today. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, just chopping it up. What's on your mind, though, bro?
And I don't know if you know me, but I even cash after you a couple of times. I'm the one that always says black ignorance. I mean, black, what you say?
Black arrogance.
Black arrogance.
Yeah,
I always cashed after you and kept saying that. I'm MBT.
My dude, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate your support.
MBT 813 Tampa. I always cash out to a couple. That ain't been much, but I got to get back on it and send you some more
My
because I've been
appreciate you.
slacking a little bit.
It's all good, bro.
Okay.
That's appreciate you.
I just want to ask you. I have a couple questions. I want to ask you, what do you feel about religion? Because I'm a street dude like you, and I've been in the streets, and I was in a relationship for like 18 years, and I was a street dude. I was running the streets. I was that dude on the rims. I was that guy, man. Everybody was talking. I was the guy. Like probably the same way you are, because I know that, you know what I'm saying? I know you're a cool dude. So once I became a little conscious, it seems like I want to get your take. What do you think about it? Because when I became conscious, when I began to get my own business, and when I began to think differently, so I used to run the streets, sell drugs, mess with different women, just running the streets. My woman loved me then. Their mom loved me. Everybody loved it. When I came conscious and started thinking differently, not listening to the crazy music, not eating the same foods, and just learning me, it just seemed like they hated me, and I'm a whole different person. I'm crazy now. I just want to get your take on that. Yeah, that's how I feel.
It's new, bro. I think at first we all are a little afraid of something new. You know what I mean? And a lot of times we get a lot of support in our old lives, right? We get tons of support in our old lives, and we don't get the same. Yeah, we don't get the same support in our new lives, and that's because sometimes people don't know how things look, right? And this new you is a threat to people's position, because as long as you run in the streets, and as long as you doing this, and as long as you're actually moving backwards, they got a place. So long, right? You might be being frivolous with your money, you might be looking out, and as long as you on one, shit, you a personal ATM. You know what I'm saying? So
you ain't lying. You right about that.
You know what I mean? But here's the thing, though. With every level up that we do, there comes sacrifice.
Yes, sir.
Right? So every level up, whatever it is, every time we take a step forward, we got to give something up. Now, how bad do we want to move forward? Because everybody can't go.
Man, it seemed like I had to give up my kids too, bro. My kids think I'm crazy, only because my daughter, she's about to turn 15. She thinks I'm crazy because I'm trying to teach her about Africa. I'm not trying to change her religion. I'm trying to tell her to study where we came from. It's crazy to me, man.
I say this with that is just my suggestion and my advice. If you're getting pushback in that, I say just show up as daddy first. You got a long time to teach her about that kind of stuff. Just show up as daddy, and you know what I mean. And what I mean by that is give her the aux cord. You know what I mean? Listen to music that she listened to. Try to see why she like what she like. You know what I mean? Talk about her friends. Get her to talk. You know what I'm saying? And trust me, that the history and that ain't going nowhere, right? And the kids now, especially at 15, they different, man. They
think I'm crazy.
Yeah,
just like her mom.
See, they not like us, right? They different, and it's a good different, right? They're already born knowing certain things. So
you're right too. I mean to cut you off, because you're like, I don't want to eat your foods. I don't want to listen to your music. I don't want to. She don't want to do nothing I want to do. So you absolutely right. I got to kind of slide in there and do the things that she likes. Sorry about that.
Is your job to figure out what her level is, because she the child, right? The world is new to her. It's old to you.
Yes, sir.
And I think we as parents, because I'm a parent too, and sometimes we can make the mistake of trying to take these ideals and trying to plug them into our kids, and that might not be their lane. Like your daughter might not be you. She might be good in religion. This is the thing, because at the end of the day, it's about quality of life, and it. What's the point of finding out information if it don't make our life better? So now we're just running around debating people, right? It's about quality of life. So if what we're learning, if it doesn't do anything for the with our day to day, then what's the point? So if man, listen, if Jesus makes somebody sleep better at night and it makes them whole, I'm with that. I ain't gotta agree. I'm about a person's life. And the thing is, your child might not believe what you believe, but whatever is going to make her successful in life, what is going to make her successful, what is going to make her productive, what is going to make her competent, what is going to make her be able to stand on her own too if something happens to you in life, right? I think that's the most important thing. You know what I mean? So I think that it's important really to more focus on being daddy instead of being professor. And then when she comes to you with questions, dad, and she's curious, hey dad, remember one time you, because that's what they do. She's gonna come to you, dad, remember one time you were saying this, or dad, remember you told me about this.
But I really didn't feel like, excuse me, I really didn't feel like religion and belief are the same lane. Like I feel like in order for us to go somewhere as African American that we are, I feel like we should know our history. And I never tried to change her religion to tell her what she believes in. All I try to do is to tell them where we come from and our people, how much more that we had besides slavery. And that's all I never tried to change what she believes in.
Look, peep though. So all right, so let's just take African American history for a second. The best that Black Americans have ever done is when they was in the church. It doesn't matter if what they believe is not real or not. It doesn't matter. What are they doing with what they believe in? They built towns, they built inventions. Marcus Garvey was a religious man. Malcolm X was a religious man. Paul Robeson was a religious man. Josephine Baker was a religious man. Every African American icon, they were religious people. They weren't in the pyramids or none of that. And no shade to that. But I'm saying that what makes a belief is important, man. Belief is important, and it does not matter if it's true. It matters if the belief can get you up and inspire you. And I'm saying that if it comes at the expense of being a daddy, it ain't worth it, bro.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
You broke that down pretty good.
Bro, it ain't worth it. I don't give
a. It's for the better.
Man, listen.
Because I think religion is good, but just people that don't follow the religion. Like Muhammad Ali said, every religion has good, but it's just people that just don't follow. If people were living like the so-called Jesus, it'll be a better place. But they study the word and don't follow it.
Bro, you got a daughter that's 15, and these are important years. You know what I mean? You can't have no days off. So I say, what makes you whole, you know what I mean? Put that in your back pocket and just be daddy. Just show up goofy, playful. Trust me, when she ready to have questions about that, she'll ask you.
I'm kind of in a tough spot because I'm going through a breakup and
why
it's
y'all
hard for me to get in touch with them.
Why y'all breaking
she don't
up?
Answer the phone.
Why y'all breaking up?
Why we?
Yeah, why you breaking up? You breaking up with her mama?
Yeah, we've been broke up for a while now, man. It's been 5 years, but it just seems like yesterday. But these years been going so fast.
Why y'all break up for?
Like I told you, when I went to changing for the better, to me, it seemed like they started hating me. When she complained about me always being in the streets getting money, and I need to get a job, I went and got a job, and then she went to questioning me. Well, how you got money for this? It just basically, man, when I started to learn how to love myself, that's when it seems like we got farther away. I'm not saying that I was a perfect dude and I did everything, because I did a lot of things. But I was willing to be there for the kids. It's not only her. I have a younger son who's 8. Well, he just turned 9 like 2 days ago. So so now when I try to call, I'm calling, getting no answers, and now so it's tough for me.
You fought for your family?
I'm still here, willing to work things out with her, with the mom, just for them.
Have you fought for your family?
You have to explain to me what you mean by fight. I through the court systems, or
No. Look, this the thing, because
she put me on child support too. It's tough, man. I'm not the type of dude that's complaining, man. I haven't had my license in a long time again, but it's all good. I'm willing to go through whatever. I go through this 5 times if I have to for my kids.
Look, because you got a daughter that's 15.
I'm trying to get there, Ken. I can't get there. I don't know what she do, bro. The mom when she became a woman, if you know what I mean, and she started her what women do when they get a certain age, they have start having their this cycle. The mom questioned it and asked me if she didn't think I wanted to know that. That's how weird she thinks, man. It's just
now remember, right? So some way
I want to know everything.
Okay, so look, so this the thing, bro. So sometimes we gotta dig in our bag and we get crafty, right? Because this is a woman that I'm sure you told her you loved before, and y'all laid down and y'all made children, right?
I still love this woman, bro.
Okay, so cool. So the thing about it is you gotta fight for your family. It ain't about personality. It ain't about who's right, who's wrong. We both hurt each other. We both made mistakes. And I'm saying this because you got a 15-year-old daughter, and these are real delicate ages right here.
These 15 and 9 years old, boy.
But I'm really focusing on the 15, right? You still got a little time with the 9. I'm really focusing on that 15 because because these are prime years. So you got to get creative, and you got to figure out how you and her mom can get on one accord for the big picture, for the big picture. That's what it's about.
Too, Ken.
It's for the big picture.
You know how to pep up a big step, bro.
Man, I mean, because
get your ass back
man,
on.
this is real. It's not about y'all. It's not about that. We all hurt each other. We wrong. Let's try to get a fresh start, because again, there was a time where that was your best friend. That had to be. Y'all had 2 babies. So that was a time. The love is still there. It's just underneath, hurt and pain, and we all just, we play these games with each other. But
the only way I have access to my daughter, excuse me for cutting you off, is through Cash App. Maybe I can leave her a message. I don't even know if she gets it. It's really hard for me, Ken.
Look, So let me put it to this. You gotta go hard.
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if she gets it, because I sent the message, but it said not accepting. So I guess she never accepted the money or something. I'm not sure.
You gotta go hard. You gotta go hard. You gotta go hard in this space. Okay, put it like this. Let me flip it around.
Go ahead, Ken.
All right. I'm gonna give it to you. What would you do, right, if a nigga in the street try to play you, throw dirt on your name, robbed you, right, put you in a bad position? Now, don't answer that question. Just think about how hard you would go to make that right. Right?
If he robbed me and put me on dick, I'm on dick again.
Yeah, if a dude in the street stepped on your toes, robbed you, fucked up your name, made you look bad out in the street, right? Now,
what would I do to him?
You already know what you would do to him. You already know what you would do with him.
So, I know what I would have did to him back in the days, but right now,
no. But what I'm saying is the mindset. You would have been relentless to make that right, because that's your name.
Yes, sir.
Right? You're not gonna let that man play with you, and you got to jump on that, because the streets talk. All right, cool.
Yes, sir.
And what I'm saying, for your family, the fight is 10 times that.
You're right, man. I can't say that you're wrong, but I mean, I can't. I've been fighting, and I'm still fighting.
It don't stop, bro. It don't.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
listen.
sir.
And listen.
I'm not gonna
And
stop.
look.
It's not in my DNA. What? It's not in my DNA. To me, the family structure is like, it runs through. If you had a good, your family has a good family. I think that runs through the family. I just can't do it. I have to be there for my kids. I just love my kids, man. Just
Man, and look, just the thing. Whether it works out with you and the mom or not, your children have to know that you fought regardless.
You're right too.
As long as they know that, because then guess what? It goes.
Like, damn, daddy killed himself trying to.
Man, it goes back on the mom, right? Now if she puts up a blockage between you and the children will see that. Then that becomes her accountability. But you don't make it on you. You let your babies know, especially your daughter that's 15. You let her know that, put it like this, the way that she see you fight for her, that's how she gonna interpret every relationship with men. And she's gonna go into every relationship with other men like, yo, my daddy fought for me. My daddy fought for me even if my mom put up any difficulty. So you need that. You need that on your mind frame. That, and it's what is called is advocacy. And when children don't feel advocacy and no one fighting for them, they grow up with low self-esteem. They put themselves in abusive situation because nobody never came for them. If they know that, if she knows that her father will break down a brick wall for her, fight a bear for her, shoot concrete for her, if she knows that, bruh, then you're developing her psychology. Don't worry about the pushback from the mom if that happens. Your daughter needs to know that, look, my dad fought for me no matter what. Period.
I'm gonna start working that early in the morning as soon as I get up. Even if she don't answer the phone or something, or I'm gonna just leave a message or something. I don't know.
Man, fight for your family, bro. And then you get up every day, fight for your family. Get up every day, fight for your family, no matter what.
Because I had fell off a little bit. I was like, I'm gonna just let it go a little bit. You're absolutely right. I can't just let it go.
Don't let it go. Your daughter 15, and you know what it looked like outside for them girls, them ages, bro.
It's not that I was letting it go, like let them go. It's just like the situation I was in. It's just been tough. I was just falling back. Sometimes I think you need to fall back, but I appreciate you.
You can't fall back. You can't fall back. You're your daughter 15.
My kids.
You can't fall back. Your daughter 15.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
You're absolutely right. And I'm totally like, I feel ashamed up here. I feel like I did. I feel like I'm a poor excuse of a dad for kind of slacking a little bit, even letting off the pedal a little bit. How dare me? You know what I'm
saying? Don't man, you ain't even got time to judge yourself, bro. You gotta take that time to implement a plan on, you know what, fighting for your little ones. You know what I'm saying? And don't, and it's the thing, bro. Players fuck up. Geniuses ask question. You know what I'm saying? But correction exposes character. And we all slip and fall, bro. We all young niggas out here with no daddies, with no uncles, with no grandfathers, creating families. We don't be knowing what the fuck we be doing. You know what I'm saying? And niggas that came before us failed us. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter what no one else think. Like, we self-made out here. Don't nobody know the pain and shit we come through, or how you pick yourself up from the mud when don't nobody hand you nothing. So you ain't got time to judge yourself. It is what it is.
It, man. It's crazy because I feel like I'm just having a regular conversation with you. Like, I'm not even online right now. Like, you my homie. Like, I know you. I don't even know you.
Nigga, I am the homie.
And I want to finish the conversation, even though I don't want to jump off the conversation fast about my kids. But I love my fucking daughter, my son. I have another son too, which just joined the military. That's another story. He's 21. He's beautiful. But I don't want to get stuck on that. Thank you, Ken. You killed that. I'm talking about, thank you so much. You kicked me in my ass. I got to step my game up. I'm going to do that. You always do that, man. You good at that, man. I appreciate you, man. That's why I fuck with you.
For sure, bro.
You always put a little pep in my step. Now, my next question is, it said, I wrote it down. Okay. Okay, conscious. investing. You know, I just want to say to the younger people out there that could be watching or something, what I think that we need to do. Well, first of all, I just want to say, like the chick called earlier. I don't want to be on too much longer. That's feel like I'm taking up everybody's time. But I feel like these dudes that are talking about women online, man, that's just disgusting, Ken. What's going on?
Wait. Hey, bro, I can't let you do that, bro. Just worry about your shorties. Don't fuck these niggas. Don't worry about what these niggas is doing.
It just sounds when I was waiting for the call and I'm just hearing these guys talk about women. It's disgusting. I don't do it. I can't do it.
That's a hill they gotta die on.
I don't listen to that shit. All these dudes, these Samuel Jackson's dudes, and I do not click on their videos, but all the stuff that other people talking about, I don't let that shit enter my body. When people talking about shit, I intentionally don't see what they're talking about to stay out that shit.
Right.
I'm not a gospel type of dude. I don't sit around talking about women, dog. We both into this, and we both got to get ourselves out 50-50. Both go both ways, no matter what, bro.
Look. Fuck them niggas, bro. Worry about your next play with your situation.
That's
you know what I'm saying? Don't even guard your ears and your eyes. Filter that shit out. Act like that shit don't even exist.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like tunnel vision, my nigga. These niggas don't even exist. Let them be weird. Let them do whatever they want. You have tunnel vision and get your fam back, bro, and make that shit right. This other shit, that shit to be here. Make that shit right first, though.
I appreciate that, man.
My nigga,
I'm gonna get right to it too, man.
For sure,
yeah, Ken, thank you so much, and I'm gonna keep sending you some money, man.
For sure, bro.
I'm gonna cash out, man. You deserve that, for real, straight up.
My nigga, I appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, for sure.
Thank you.
Peace.
All right,
there was a 678 number that was calling me. I'll take a couple more or one or that call right there. It was a 678 number. You can hit back right now. Damn. We put in some hours. Shout out to that brother. You know what I mean? Shit happens, yo. We slip and fall, man. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? We create these families, we get in these relationships, and we like, you know, and we ain't even got nobody to come and holler at and even talk to about shit. So shout out to him because I understand. Like you just dust yourself off. Sometimes you got egg on your face. You know what I mean? Sometimes you fuck up. You know what I'm saying? You know, dust yourself off. You get back in the race. And no judgment though. Like too many times shit happens to people and we just be like this. Like, come on, man. You know what I mean? We all a work in progress. And you know what I'm saying? What's your life look like behind the scenes? What's your life like? You know what I mean? What people say about you behind the scenes. Right? Yo, what's happening?
Hey.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. Talk to me. What's up?
Oh my goodness, I've been waiting for forever.
What's happening?
Oh man, so I definitely have been watching the show from the start, and it's been a great conversation. And you know, when the calls started coming in, you know, it just went all the way to the left for me.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, to me it kind of highlights the point you had about the humanitarian piece. And because that was just kind of what I continued to think about as, you know, the men were expressing themselves. And, you know, in you know, with the humanitarian piece, what also comes to mind to me was, you know, based on what I was hearing from the men callers, is that there is a very large piece of dissociation that's at play. And obviously it's been going around for some time, but it seems like the dissociation is becoming, that gap is becoming wider and wider.
What do you mean by that?
It just seems like, just in general, Black men as the collective is so far removed from the Black woman, and children, really, for the most part, as if we have not been side by side throughout this whole Black experience. Like we wasn't on the bottom of those slave boats either. Like we were also not on the plantation in chains, and like we wasn't out on the fields next to them from day one. And it's quite damn near unbelievable at this point in 2021, because it's kind of like, the question that I would have is, what type of experience that Black men really think that we are having as women. And that's kind of why it puts me to the mind of the point you made about the humanitarian part of it, because it's like there's no association at all. And it's kind of like we are a totally different species. But yet we were chained to you the whole time. We never missed a day of the Black experience. We're in the hoods too. We're in the slums too. We are on every level that you have been on since the beginning of time. And the dissociation for me is just unreal.
Okay, so here's the thing though. When you mention the things about the chains, you haven't though, and let me tell you why. I'm 37, right? So I didn't have those chains. So my personal experiences is growing up with my mom and my sisters, seeing them what they went through, right? And I think one of the things we make is we overlap our personal lives with human history. And we weren't on slave boats together. I'd never experienced that. Like we technically weren't. So we need a different connection. And and that's the issue, is for a long time that story put people together. That story won't work no more. It needs something else. You genuinely have to like somebody now. You genuinely have to want to be with somebody now. It can't be because of our chains. That can't be the reason why we're in the same room with each other. That can't be our common bond, that this slavery experience. What do I do with that? Like, what does that even do with romance? That doesn't mean that I'm attracted to you and you're attracted to me because these people were in chains. That's their story, right? And that's not my story, and that's not gonna make me and a woman be on the same page either, right? Do you know what my story is? My story is I live in America right now in a digital age, and the time is changing, and the money is funny, right? There's social things that are changing. Technology is changing things. There's political unrest, social unrest. There's rumors of war around the planet. We have bombs that can blow us all off the map. People are traveling to space. I mean, in California, if you make $120,000, I consider low income. That's my story.
Right. Well, the whole, I know that there's been some, debates and discrepancies over time in regards to how, certain people made it to this particular landmass, whether it did or didn't happen, those type of conversations. can go either way. Some people subscribe to that theory, others do not. Either way is fine with me. I guess my overall point is, for some reason, Black men seem to have the perception as though they are telling women things or informing women about certain things that we are also not aware of, as if we have not been a part of some of the same cycles, just as being human beings, and that's kind of what I mostly have been hearing in relation to some of the phone calls that's been coming in, and it's just like, we're not a different species, women go through things too, women are, human too. And, none of that is ever taken into consideration in regards to, because even, it was mentioned a few times, during the show about, a woman's place and this and that. And that should be totally determined up to that particular woman, just like whatever a man's place may or may not be. And it's just that, I don't think that the conversations are coming from a place of understanding at all. And it's just, this show has definitely been a true eye opener, and also a learning opportunity as well, because the disconnect is strong.
I'm gonna tell you a secret. People will never understand each other, and people will always be disconnected when they can't agree on an open enemy.
Right. Mm-hmm.
If there's no open enemy, people will never come together. The problem is, well, not the problem, but the issue is Black men and women don't know that they're free.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is right now. And both are adjusting to this newfound freedom. Both sides are adjusting with it, right? So the issues that Black men and women have, they have them issues because they have time on their hands, right?
Yeah, but see, even just kind of observing how the men were interacting with you as another man on your platform that you set up to even have this dialogue, and just kind of looking at the levels that they went to try to discredit what you were saying, knowing that you were 100% accurate to fit their narrative that, women are the reason, shit has gone to hell. And so it kind of puts me in the thought process of, if they are going to this extent with you as a man, as a grown man, and as the initiator of this show and this topic, which is why they're all here in the first place, then you could just imagine what takes place when there is the man and woman exchange going on. It's probably 10 times worse than when they're dealing with the woman and having certain exchanges, because they're already coming through the door with women are less than right off the bat, just kind of based on, private parts. And to witness them even do that with another man who they know, because they know, is very disingenuous, and is very telling in regards to what women are having to deal with on a regular basis and on a consistent basis. Because if they're coming into your house trying to manipulate you, in a sense, as another man, and this is your shit, what are they really doing to us who they already have in their mind that we're lesser than?
Okay, so look, I mean, it's like this. The gentleman that came on, even if we disagree, they're individuals, right? So that's fine. I can handle it, right? Now, what they do in their private matter with the women in their life, right? The women in our life are also grown. So they can choose to engage with these men or not, right? Because everybody's an individual, right? I don't mind. And I'm open for individuality, and I'm open for debate, and we don't have to agree. And I'm accepting of people's individuality. So whoever calls and they have a position and that's their position, I ask questions, I push back, but they're individuals. But I will say this though, for any woman that doesn't like the position that a man has, the way that you attack that is the source of the man's position. So, men around the world, their position towards women is biblically based. So, if you're going to push back on it, then you don't push back on the individual. You push back on the source of what's making the individual think like that. And if women are not prepared to burn the Bible or rewrite it, change the Quran, if you're not willing to recreate these documents that are 2,000 years old, then there's no reason to have a discrepancy with the men, because the source of many of their ideals is that. So if it's foolish to be have an issue with the men. If anything, you have to start with the source and the origin of why they're thinking like that. And if in it, and that's where you start, because the pen is mightier than the sword. So if women want to change their position in the world, you have to write your way out of it.
Correct. And you know, as time goes on, I think we are starting to see that you know, women come to that realization as women are getting into more areas that were not accessible at one point, and you know, really trying to cover that ground to where, you know, we can change things on that particular level as a whole. And, you know, there has been some progress over time, and, you know, I'm sure progress, you know, will continue. But, you know, it was just really the manipulation for me, because it wasn't a matter of, you know, this is just what I feel about the situation versus, okay, this is what Ken feels about the situation. It was literally just, it was just toxic. And you know, and I just thought that was just very eye-opening, that would be the type of, you know, position a man would come into another situation that another man, you know, arranged, so that we can all get involved in the conversation and all try to have a better, you know, level of understanding. I just personally, and I understand what you're saying, you know, because for one, out of all of us here, I would say you're clearly the professional, and that's fine. And you know, it was just, I personally just thought it was disrespectful, but I understand the position that you took in the matter, because you are the host, and you know, this is how you're conducting the show. So it wasn't nothing for you to, you know, be up in arms about, because again, you know what this is because you started it. But you know, just from, you know, an audience member, I thought that was extremely out of pocket, because, you know, red pill also popped up here throughout the dialogue, and I don't see these guys doing that on these other channels. I don't, you know, guys participate in certain shows and in different conversations and debates, and they stick to the script, and that's usually how it goes. So I just thought it was disrespectful because I don't see those tactics being conducted in other places where men are saying, okay, these are men's spaces where men, come together and just kind of air out different grievances. And so I just don't know where the thought process came from in terms of they want to try it with Ken. I just personally thought that was disrespectful, but I understand the position you took towards it.
I appreciate you, beloved. I appreciate your concern. I appreciate your call. Thank you for rocking up, staying up late with me. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me. Have a good night.
No doubt. Peace.
Okay.
All right. Take a man. If you've been rocking with me for 6 hours, man, shout out to you. That's what's up. I didn't know he was gonna go this long, but duty calls, right? So the call-in number right there, if anybody want to call in, or you can click the link. There was a few other people that hit me. The line is open right now. Take a yo, holla.
Hello.
What's happening?
Yeah. So I was listening earlier, and I just joined back in, and I was kind of listening to the lady, but it was a point God made earlier. I had wanted to touch on about I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my thoughts together, but well, let me say this first. I feel like a lot of the questions people been like the whole topic with the difference between men and women and how men can better understand women. And a guy earlier, he had said something like women want that power, that position to be able to have over a man. Of course, everybody want money. Everybody want that power. Everybody, that's kind of the thing in today's society. But this is just my personal feelings. I'm speaking from feelings, though. I feel like a lot of women want just a man who can be confident in himself and his masculinity. Like, I'm just speaking off the type of men I've dealt with. And me personally, I'm very self-aware. Like, I don't blame anybody for stuff that I go through. I know that 90% of the things I go through is me, and the choices I choose to make. Now, it's up to me to do better, and I think a lot of people don't have that kind of accountability or self-awareness to just be honest with themselves about why they go through stuff. Like, I know people grow up in certain neighborhoods and like environmental factors, like the stuff that you go through as a child does affect you when you get older and certain things you might do as an adult. And I feel like a lot of people don't realize your childhood also affects your relationships when it comes to like intimacy and how you deal with your partner. And you said something too. A lot of people have biblically based ideas. Like, a lot of people do stuff based off of how they were taught. A lot of people I knew grew up in church, and so when you grow up as a child, that's what you know. That's kind of what you go back to. That's even like a saying in the Bible: you teach a child up in the way it's supposed to go, they will never depart from it. That type of thing. But yeah, like for sure though, the accountability part, where I feel like a lot of people don't take accountability for themselves, and the things that happen to them. And another thing, a lot of people speak on this whole situation. Like, I feel like it's more of an individual thing. Like, I see the issue that's being brought up, but then again, you can't speak as though it's a like you can't speak as though it's like something you can apply to everybody, because everybody's different. Like, I know people who grew up in the hood and grew up around violence, but they weren't attracted to that. But then I also know a lot of people who are influenced by peer pressure. They grew up in the hood, they grew up around stuff, and they were influenced by it. They don't know no better because of whatever reason. Everybody's mind is different, and you really just don't know what's going through somebody else's head. Regardless of anything, you don't know what's going through somebody else's head. All we can do is look at people patterns, or try to use psychology to figure people out, but you really don't know for sure. People surprise me every day. But I think when it comes to men and women per se, and men always got that cliche where men say women ain't shit, women say men ain't shit. But well, like, let's talk about like really dig deep and say like why, or what's really going on, not as a whole, but with yourself as a person, for you to be feeling this way. And then two, the thing is a lot of people complain about the stuff that they go through, but they do nothing to change their situation. A lot of people complain about the people they deal with, but they choose to keep dealing with it. And at that point, I don't feel sorry for you. And even for myself, because I deal with things myself. But I talk to myself a lot, and I always tell myself, like, man, if you're not going to change it, or you're not going to do nothing about it, well, just shut up complaining about it. And I know some stuff be easier said than done, but I honestly don't see why. And I'm going to just say, I'm going to speak on our black people. I don't see why black men and women complain so much about stuff that they doing nothing to help, or everybody want to act like they so, they in it, like everybody just nowadays acts so damn selfish. Like, people, act like they really want to help, but then when it comes time to do better, be better, grow, like, where is everybody at then? You got somebody over here doing good for the community, no get no support, but let somebody go say, oh, they about to fight, or they about to jack, or it's about to be some kind of mess, drama, anything. Everybody running to, like, man, everybody complaining about something they not gonna do nothing about.
Oh man.
Continue to complain about women ain't shit. But what are you doing? Not you, but I'm speaking in general. What are you doing as a man to help change that? Instead of complaining about women ain't shit, why not try to help women be better, and vice versa? Women complaining about men ain't shit, but not doing nothing to help, or enabling, or just anything. Like, man, what's the purpose of constantly complaining and pointing fingers and blaming, pointing fingers, victim blaming, and being a victim, or just anything like that? That's something I want to know too.
Well, I'll say this, beloved. I'll say that people can't fix things because they don't know how. And people in pain, they're in personal pain, they're in everyday pain, and people don't know what to do. And this is what happens when you give people paintbrushes and they don't know what to do with the paintbrushes. And society has basically put power in people's hands right now, and the people are turning on each other because they got space and they got free time, and they don't know what to do with the power. And that's all it is. But it's a process, right? And the after a while, the youngsters are watching us. They'll have answers. We might not have the answers. They will have the answers, though. You're right. So we're melting down in front of them, and they'll pick up the pieces, right? That's how it goes. But we're in a.
Ideally, we would think that's how it goes, but do it really go like that, or is it
It
just a
does.
forever cycle?
No, it does, because we picked up the pieces from people that came before us,
Yeah.
right? We picked up
You know,
we picked up the pieces, right? we know more than people from the past. Their lives look different. They did more with less, but we have more experiences than them. We've been more places. We've seen more things. We've had more stimulus, right? So each generation picks up where the last one left off. It's pros and cons with everything, though. But the thing about it is, people, they're not doing what you suggested, or what you're talking about, is because they don't know how. So right now, it's just a powder keg that's just on fire. But it'll level out eventually. Everybody's still adjusting to this internet thing, and you got people from Miami talking to people from California, and people from California talking to people from England, and it's so new. And we're just getting this technology in our hands, and this new found individual power, and people really don't know what to do with it. But just working out the tweaks, and that's all it is. So it'll level out, but at first it's an eyesore. That's what it is. But it'll eventually level out. You know what I mean? You got a final thought?
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, that was pretty much it.
Oh
Yeah.
man, well, I definitely appreciate you rocking with me on the late night. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, peace. All right, I'll take one or two more. What's good? Or I'll shut it down. And we did the damn thing tonight, y'all. Coin gang, blah blah. Put the That's the number. Or if you wanna, call in, and it's thundering too. Mm. If you want to call in, there's the number or there's the link. If not, let me know, and we can wrap it up. You know what I mean? But if you just came onto the call, be sure to go back to the very, very beginning of the video so you can find the 10 secrets for a black man to find the right woman. And that's where a lot of the conversation actually stems from, what was happening in the beginning. So if you want to, get familiar, get caught up, man, just go back to the beginning. And if you've been here with me for 7 hours, oh, another one, let's do it. What's happening? Holla.
Hi, Ken. This is Jay.
What's up with you, Jay?
I'm good. I'm good. I wanted to call in and first of all say that I'm a huge fan of yours. I bought your book and I've sold into your ministry, and it's amazing. But I wanted to definitely kind of chime in on the topic of how men and women in the now phase can really elevate as far as like having these pertinent conversations, because we are off.
Okay,
We're
shoot.
very off.
I'm listening. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay. So I'm 38 and I'm a single mom. I have one daughter from a previous marriage. And I'm looking at the scope of where we are, the state of our relationships, the state of our communication. And I do think that we do have a tendency to really stay in the past and harbor on the past, the patriarchy, the submission conversations. And I think men are just frustrated, which is, I totally understand from a standpoint of, you know, we used to, stay home and cook, clean. And I think our moms, our grandmothers really instilled in the black daughters to, go to college and, do what you need to do and, get a job, make some money, and I think that they taught us based on what they went through in their marriages and their relationships. And I don't know if the men really caught up to the new woman, if you will. And I'm only speaking from a place of I have a business and it's thriving. And it's sometimes it's hard to meet men that understand the personal accountability I have for myself and my daughter. And I think they get frustrated about that.
Okay, I got a question for you. So, what is the new woman? What does she look like?
Oh wow, that's a great question. And when I say the new woman, I guess in the sense of the new black woman, the new black woman is a quote unquote hustler. I hate to use that word, but I don't know what other word to really utilize. But she is a woman who's a go-getter, and she's working. She's making her own money. And I'm saying for the most part, per the statistics that say that Black women are the fastest growing entrepreneurs in the United States. And we're head down. We're trying to make it happen and many of us, unfortunately, are single mothers as well. So the fathers where the men are not stepping up, we're kind of filling in the gaps, unfortunately. Not all of us, but many of us.
Okay, so now I got you on the hot seat. If that's the new woman, then what is the new man?
Well, that's something I don't know. I don't know if I know what the new man is. I think the new man is someone who understands his place. And when I say his place, I mean from a place of I love the alpha energy. I love a man that takes charge. And I think that the new man really understands his place of leadership, his place of providing, his place of going after what his dreams and goals are. And if he is desiring a woman of that same level, and when I say the same level, that means to be able to understand that if he has a woman that is also a go-getter, not just in terms of monetary, but she has a sense of wisdom that she can provide to him and to help him up-level his empire. I don't think there's anything wrong with having that mindset. Whereas I think some of the men are trying to catch up and they're frustrated with Black women now. Now, while I do agree that we do have, we're snarky sometimes, we're snappy, but I think it's just because we're kind of tired of tolerating the foolishness. And we do sometimes hold our men accountable in some aspects, but I think the new man should or is someone who is listening to his own inner man and the God in him and going after his dreams and goals as well.
Okay, I'm gonna give you something from the chat. Somebody said, brother said that women want a docile warrior. Now, why do you think that a lot of Black men have these sentiments, right? These ideals. Women want a docile woman. A lot of men are stating their concerns or what they want. They want something in return now. They feel like they haven't been heard. This is not my personal position. This is what they're saying right now. They feel like they haven't been heard, and now that they're talking now, they feel like women have a issue that men are finally speaking up. What do you say to that?
Okay. So even the fact that you said that men feel like they're not being heard bothers me. Why do they feel like they're not being heard? They're supposed to be the dominant force. They're supposed, quote unquote, they're supposed to step up and allow us. The reason why we're not hearing is because we working. We're trying to pick up the pieces. So if they're upset that we're not listening because we don't have a lot of time to talk. I don't know if you caught that. So we're not emotionally secured, and we're not emotionally secure. We're not finding the financial security. And when you say that they want something in return, what is that?
Okay, so I'm gonna give you the talking points from their godfather. Okay. Feminine, fit, what is it? Feminine, fit, cooperative, submissive. This is the talk. Yeah, this is their godfather. This not my godfather is Marlon Brando.
Okay.
That's the only godfather that I know is Michael Corleone. No, I'm fucking around. But yeah, this their godfather. So that's what they said: friendly, fit, feminine, and curvy. That's what they're saying. This is, and it seems like a lot of men are on the same page with that, right? So, what is that juvenile? Is it because this is what men are saying they want? So what do you do with that?
I first of all, they are absolutely 100%. You can definitely have preferences. I do agree with the feminine piece. I do feel that women can lead and be empowered in their femininity, because I've been able to do the work to do that myself. I am dating a man that appreciates my femininity, but he also appreciates my drive, because he's also driven as well. But from men who want that, you have to also look at, there are many feminine women, many women who are very cooperative. But you have to understand that we are only going to respond to a masculine energy that allows us to relax in our femininity. If you don't have your crap together, I can't help you.
Okay, so all right. So from your POV, what does masculine energy feel like for the women that are listening that maybe have never felt it before? What does it feel like?
For me, from an actual masculine energetic standpoint, from what I'm looking for is, first of all, financial security. Number two, emotional security. To be able to be encouraging and supportive, but at the same time, I can relax with him. And when I say relax, that means I can be a woman, I can be a lady, I can be in my sophisticated self. But he has a persona and a presence that allows, it is not domineering in terms of, like, it's not controlling, it's not manipulative, it's none of that. It's more of power, and it's more of making me feel like I'm heard and making me feel secure. Because women, it is natural for us to be nurturing. It's natural for us. So we're gonna look out for you. We're gonna have your back regardless if you have ours. So if men are frustrated that women are not that, then they gotta turn right around and look at themselves and say, why are women reacting this way towards me?
Okay, so what you are talking about, that you've that feeling, all right, so say it's a dude that's like, you know what, I want to be that. From a woman's perspective, just, you can't tell him all the way because that's work he got to do for himself. But from a woman's perspective, for guys that want to be what you're described, to get someone like you, give them a few pointers on what that looks like.
I have probably one statement: make me feel secure.
Dot dot dot.
That's it.
Make you feel secure. Okay. Now, just like a lot of girls seeing their grandmothers and moms do a certain thing, a lot of boys seeing their uncles and their dads and guys, older dudes, do a certain kind of thing, and they don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I think you have a generational gap of people. What they're doing is judging. They're judging these people instead of, and they shouldn't, but they are. And they're saying, the girls are saying, I don't want to be like my grandmother. And the guys are like, man, shit, I'm not working no 3 jobs, man, doing all that shit. Doing all for what? And I'm just telling you what guys say. I'm not doing all that for some pussy. You know what I mean? What am I, for what? Right? So you have a generational thing, right? So how do you, from your perspective, what do you do with that when you got 2 generations that are, genders that are looking at people that came before them in judgment, and they don't want to show up for none of that shit?
Well, if that's the case, and if we have a generation, which I do agree with you, Ken, that we have women who are growing up. Like, I have a daughter, so she's learning from me. Like, oh my gosh, my mom is, she's gunning in business. She's doing this, she's doing that. But at the same time, you have the younger boys that are following up after the men who are complaining about the women. And I'm saying in the collective. However, if we keep going in this path, we are going to see a huge, if not already, a huge split where our families are now, our families are compromised right now. So we don't even have a collective family dynamic. So what we're going into is going to see a lot of split up. Unfortunately, you're going to see more black women starting to mate with other races. You're going to start seeing men mate with other races as well. So I feel like the Black collective is going to start mixing and mingling and all this other stuff with other groups and other cultural groups, which means that the Black race is at risk. I don't know what else to say about that because it's just our family dynamic is trash.
What if that's the only way the group can survive? The reason why I say that is because when I look at the European male will put his seed in anything that is going to ensure his survival. The European male is not exclusive to European women. The European male is now dating Asian women because it's about survival. It's not about quality. It's about survival. The women are about quality. The men are about survival, right? So I'll give you the final word on that. Of there has to be something that people can do right now, a call to action, some type of call to action. Hold on, my alarm's going off. There has to, one sec. There has to be some type of call to action that people can do ASAP to get on track.
Absolutely. I think for talking to the women, I do believe in femininity and I do believe in power in that, finding the power in that. And I think that is our superpower. And I think that women just need to keep moving forward because I do believe women are born complete. Black women are born complete. And if Black men want a woman that is in her femininity, we are not pushovers. So the thing is that they're going to have to find the strength to figure us out, and then they need to be able to put the right strategies in place and tools in place for themselves to say, you know what, if I'm not being heard by Black women because they say I don't have this and I don't have that, and if I can take a look at my own life and say that if I want to invest, can I invest in a business comfortably? Can I buy a home or purchase a home or a series of homes so that if I do take on a woman and I want more children and she wants to get pregnant, is she able to stay at home for a whole year? Is she okay with me being dominant and in my leadership? But do I need to do the work? Do I need to look at my behaviors and look at the way that I think and shift some things? Look at my friendships. If my friendships don't up level me in some aspect, do I need to find more friends? How do I make myself secure so that I can make my woman secure? And the final thing I'm going to say is that if everybody just kind of do the work on themselves, but don't harbor in the past, we will all be okay. But it's going to take us up leveling our wealth and up leveling our money mindset so that we can, quote unquote, secure ourselves. So.
Oh man, I appreciate that. You wanna promote your business?
Oh, I do.
Go ahead, shoot.
You can find me at workwithellison.com. I'm also on Instagram at I am JAI Butler BUTLER.
Okay, run them credentials one more time.
It's workwithellison ELOCIN.com. And I am also on Instagram at I am JAI Butler BUTLER.
Oh man, I appreciate you, and I hope you and the beloved work out, and much success to you in all your endeavors. You hear?
Thank you, Ken.
All right, take it easy. Peace. Oh well, we got somebody on the K Dottie. What's going on?
Hey, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Listen, I just want to call in because I done been up I've been up a couple of hours listening to you, but I wanted to make a point to the question that you just asked the young lady a few minutes ago when you asked her what could she give or how could she pinpoint this masculinity or this aura that men give off. And I know I'm butchering the question that you had asked her. And she was speaking about how the gentleman that she's with made her feel secure. And my input for that specifically, I was dealing with this guy for a very long time, and to this day, he and I are good friends, and we had no issues. We're still like the closer friends. We're just not together. But this gentleman had a masculinity about him, if you would. I don't really like using that word either myself, but his aura, this man had such an aura about him that it was like it was almost like I was a cat, purring up against somebody's leg almost. It really, I mean, that might seem silly, but that's what it was. I felt so man. I felt
Oh man, sis. Damn, I was listening. Try to I'm gonna shoot the link back in the chat. Try to dive back in. Damn. See if you can dive back in. Damn. Damn man, we did the damn thing. I came on at 8:45 West Coast time. And here we are, man. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And hopefully somebody got something to build or got something from the conversation. Um, you know. Man, if you could call back in, you know what I'm saying? I think I'm gonna call it a night, y'all. Try to give uh, sound is tripping. It probably went out.